Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Said No to One for All. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Remember that concussion I mentioned? It was a minor concussion, but still. Disappointingly, the other students didn't notice. All Mike did though because he was staring at me, but I had no choice when I left. After lesson. Alright, time to annoy recovery girl. Oh boy, yeah, that is definitely a concussion. I guess the adrenaline rush covered everything because now I'm feeling nauseous. I'm forcing myself to walk normally, but the pain doesn't help. Take note, don't let Bakugo shoot you in the face with his explosions. They hurt. Suddenly, I feel myself being lifted in a way that makes me struggle. Let me go. I shout, and the sound echoes down the hallway. Izuku, it's me. Settle down. Shoyuta growls, tightening his grip on me. Why are you carrying me like this? I can walk. I don't care. You shouldn't be moving at all. Your eyes are shaky, you were twitching unusually, and you look like you should have already fallen over. Stay awake and tell me what happened. Bakugo hit me in the face with an explosion. Shoyuta sighs. And you didn't call it off? When did this happen? That takes some thinking as I lean against him unintentionally. This was within the first 7 minutes of the match. So for the next 20 minutes, you could have told All Might or me? That's one way of looking at it. I feel like he should have noticed this. No cameras in Walmart for him to look through for some reason. Stupid. Yeah, this is boring. You're supposed to be carrying Hisashi like this, not me. He isn't injured. You are. So, he has to hurt himself to get carried? That just shut up, brat. You know, your jawline looks strange at this angle. Handsome but strange. Sometimes I wonder how you come to these conclusions. I don't know. Language. Forget you. I will make you stay awake, problem child. And I will make you cuddle with me. With that fluff out of the way, we are now supposed to be preparing for the final exam. Supposed to. Am I? I have an important event before that. So, it is about a week before the final exam, and a reasonable person would be studying. Well, when your teacher happens to be a genius rat-bear hybrid for most of the classes, you don't have a paper test. Nisa believes in testing through experience. It's pretty much an internship without pay. The disappointment. Though I could hack a bank to get my money. Or do freelance work. Or something. I could probably come up with a million ways to make money. Anyway, I have way more free time than my fellow classmates. Kaminari and Ishido seem to think the world is ending, but Momo is saving their skins. She is way too enthusiastic about organizing a study session. She must have been antisocial or something growing up. I get it. Barely. Okay, probably not. I need to stop getting distracted. I have been preparing for this for a month, at least. I'm going to keep this whole thing a surprise, like always, but let me tell you what I had to do. First off, I had to get reinforcement because this involves the government. I could hack through it, but I would like to attempt this legally. Thankfully, Nizu was willing to help me out of curiosity about what was going to happen, so he got all the permissions I needed. It was so much paperwork to fill out that it's ridiculous. I also need to hide this from Shoyuta because he would be angry about it. He will learn eventually. I just don't need him stopping me now. The government had to officialize everything and get the project ready for me. They are awfully suspicious of me, which has caused some problems, like creating additional paperwork. I have put 70 hours into this and preparing everything as well. Then, I had to convince Nizu to let me out during his class time, so Shoyuta won't know. Now, here I am in front of a prison. A high-security prison, I must add. I show my well-earned key card to the front guard, and another guard leads me through the whole place. It takes all my energy not to flinch at how dirty it is. The people are interesting. They keep shouting for me to let them out. Natural selection, folks. We are just wasting our resources on you lifelong prisoners. I hope people in that position can't read this, as they will probably be offended, but it's the truth. Well, there are things to do in a prison that can help society, but that's if they decide to do it. Most, unfortunately, wallow in despair after getting caught. It's rather disappointing. Finally, they lead me to the very back of the prison, open the door, let me step in, and shut it behind me. Before me is a rather large room. There are guards outside in case something happens, but I deny that it will. The room is all tan with padding everywhere, like a typical isolation room. In the center sits my reason for coming here. What's up, Mr. Stain? Or should I call you Akaguro now? Midoriya? Of all people, I would not have thought you would be the one doing this. Akaguro is fine, but what are you doing here? Here to argue your beliefs. Yes, I have come here to talk to Stain. The hero killer. Stain is my reason for spending so much time. He stands before me in a quirk-suppressant collar and orange prison clothing. I can tell he has lost some muscle, which is expected when you are tied to a chair and on a limited diet. Without all the cool clothing, you can see his hair down, which is messy, just like Shura's but worse. He actually looks human now. Back on topic. As fun as that may be, that's not what I spent over 70 hours of my life to do. Besides, with our abilities, we would get nowhere. Thus, I'm going to appeal to common ground here. You see, you being trapped here is a waste of your skills. You have top, if not the top, fighting skills I have seen. Despite your beliefs, you can influence the future heroes in a new way. You can train them to fight. However, you need to prove yourself first. I will be coming here for a few hours over the next 7 days. Within those 7 days, you can teach me whatever you like. You can either throw this opportunity away or show me your fighting skills. You can teach me to train. Whatever you want to teach, you can, I said, catching Akaguro off guard. He looked at me, a mix of surprise and skepticism on his face. You really are smarter than you look. Either that or a little crazy. I mean, you aren't wrong. Resources need to be utilized wisely. Whether you believe it or not, All Might will have to retire eventually, probably sooner than we think. My generation will be the first in a while without this symbol of peace. We need all the help we can get. His silence suggested he was considering my words. All right, I'll do it. But I won't go easy on you, so be prepared. You need to train your body for speed, not just strength. Your physique is lean muscle, which is good, but bulk will slow you down significantly. Focus on speed and reaction time. Your stamina is impressive, so keep that up. Let's get started. Akaguro moved closer and I jumped back, grinning. Let's go, Queen. I shouted, feeling a rush of adrenaline. I was ready to push myself. As a future hero, you shouldn't be using that kind of language, kid, Akaguro admonished. He was definitely different from Stain. All Might told me the same thing. Is your story about him true? Yes, with All Might. I may be many things, but a liar isn't one of them most of the time. Wait, so the part about the alcoholism is true too? I had almost forgotten I mentioned that. Absolutely. That's why I consider Eraserhead a true hero compared to All Might. He helped me overcome that struggle. I wouldn't be here without him. All Might gets all the attention for his work, while Eraserhead remains in the shadows, content with that. You're close to him, aren't you? I trust him with my life. That's powerful. He's a skilled fighter, but he got distracted by that Ingenium kid and was caught off guard. What? Why wasn't I told this? I need to confront him about it. I would if I didn't have to keep this under wraps. Calm down. Most people would be struggling to speak right now, let alone argue. Back to work. That pretty much summed up my week. During Nisa's classes, I would sneak out of UA, head to prison, and train with Akaguro. After our intense sessions, I would slip back into Nisa's class, listen to him for a bit, and then it was lunchtime. Nizu was very interested in my progress, and we were eager to see how much I had improved for the practical exam. Akaguro had proven to be a valuable teacher. We tested my speed and endurance before and after training, and both had improved tremendously. I was genuinely impressed. He remained unpredictable, which kept me on my toes. His teaching methods could use some refinement. Punching students isn't the best approach, but he had potential. Of course, he was limited to hand-to-hand combat since you can't exactly give a prisoner a sword, but his skills were still impressive. I planned to visit him occasionally to see how he was doing, especially since they were already planning a class for pro heroes interested in training. They better know it won't be an easy class, though. I had an overload of energy, so it wasn't too bad for me, but it would be a challenge for an average person. Meanwhile, Shoyuta was enjoying the peace and quiet since I was too busy with Nizu's class to bother him. He had turned all his classes into study time and was taking plenty of naps, which improved his mood significantly. Namuri and Hizashi were doing their best to manage the class, but with Kaminari and Ishido around, it was a challenge. They were reviewing everything, while Shoyuta had the opposite experience. Class 1A, it was chaotic. I was glad to be out of it. Now it was time for exams. Well, the written part first. The practicals would come later. I only had 3 classes to complete because Nizu didn't believe in traditional testing: Shuta's class, All Might's course, and Majima's class. Fortunately, all of that was easy for me. The hard part was sitting there and waiting for everyone else to finish. Shoyuta tried to keep me occupied with one of those puzzles where you have to pull the rings off, but that only took 2 minutes. About 10 minutes in, Shoyuta kicked me out of the class and sent me to Nizu. Thank goodness he told the other 2 teachers to do the same thing. Otherwise, I might have driven myself crazy in there. It took 3 days for the written exams to wrap up. You know how, when you spend too much time with someone, you start bickering over random things? That's exactly where Nizu and I ended up. I won't go into details because it was inappropriate and involved Nizu in a rather silly context. Yes, I went there. I was curious, all right? Nizu eventually sent me to lunch rush because he was the only one available to handle my antics at that point. He even let me help him cook. It kept me busy, and he listened to my chatter without interruption, though he rarely spoke anyway. His cooking was incredible and he taught me a lot. Of course, it took me much longer than him since his quirk allowed him to whip up meals in no time. I often paused to watch him work. I mostly helped by fetching ingredients and tossing them to him while he prepared at least 100 meals, whereas I could only manage one at a time. I helped him during lunchtime since he had a lot on his plate. I think he appreciated it because when we finished, he took off his glove and ruffled my hair, which I had just freed from my hairnet, before washing his hands and putting the glove back on. Then he handed me a sandwich. I felt a bit guilty, so I sat in the kitchen and ate with him while we chatted. I should make this a regular thing. This man is so underappreciated and could use all the help he can get, quirk or not. Oh, and bonus, he's the same height as me. After finishing my sandwich, I returned to class, where Shoyuta instructed us to put on our costumes. Once we were ready, we boarded the bus to take us to the field for the practicals. Speaking of costumes, remember the cat costume? That's what I'm calling my public outfit. I had to change my underground costume design. If I'm altering the layout, I'm also updating the features. The design is essentially a black rubber bodysuit that fits snugly. It's not tight in a way that reveals too much, but tight enough to ensure nothing can get caught if a knife were to be thrown at me. The jacket has been replaced with a lightweight vest that is resistant to both bullets and quirks, which can be opened to reveal some throwing knives, something I always find useful. The helmet remains the same, and I'm glad about that. Thanks to my past self for that decision. We still have the electronic batons and swords secured on my back, along with a backpack carrying my laptop and other essentials. However, there's now an additional backpack situated between the original bag and the weaponry. Remember that mobility gear from Attack on Titan that I only used once? Well, it's making a comeback sort of. The mobility gear is quite bulky, which isn't ideal when speed is essential. I also wanted grappling hooks. During the Hosu incident, when I climbed that building, it took a significant amount of compressed air, and I barely had enough left. That was pure luck saving me. I need to conserve that air, hence the grappling hooks. The hooks are attached to a utility belt and HRSI added to the costume to hold bombs, while the wiring is in the new backpack, allowing for a maximum reach of 100 feet for each grapple. It's a bit ambitious, but better safe than sorry. You might be wondering why I placed them around my waist instead of my arms like I did during the sports festival. The reason is simple: I need my arms free. The grappling hooks on my arms during the sports festival could be used as weapons, but for this costume, my batons serve that purpose. I want to maintain as much flexibility as possible. That's really all that changed. Back to the bus. From what I'm hearing from the other students, they think we'll be fighting robots. That sounds ridiculous to me, especially with everything going on. Based on the fact that I saw Shoyuta checking his gear earlier, I'm willing to bet we'll be facing the teachers. Great. And I was right. All the UA teachers stand in front of us while Nizu pops out of Shuta's scarf to explain the situation. Each pair of students will face a teacher. We have 30 minutes to either escape or place a cuff on the teacher. The teachers will be weighed down with bracelets, so winning is possible. I just hope I don't end up with a bad partner. Shoyuta starts announcing the teams before the final names are revealed. Izuku and Bakugo, you will be facing. I am here. I am here. All Might lands in front of us with a force that shakes the ground. All Might will be your opponent, Shoyuta informs us. You know what? I might be able to work with this. I'll let Bakugo go first because he'll want to fight, and then he can take the hit. By then, I'll take on All Might with my batons and tie him up. Usually, you shouldn't let your teammate get knocked out, but in this case, he simply won't listen to me. I could also find a way to incapacitate him myself. That was my original plan until Nizu hops out of Shuta's scarves and steps in front of me. Izuku, due to your abilities, you will have limitations that your classmates won't have. What? You will not be allowed to use gadgets brought from outside the exam. This includes your costume. You will only be allowed to walk in with whatever you are wearing. Oh, we will be doing the first part of our exam. You will be analyzing all your classmates' fights and writing them down. You should know what to write. I drop to my knees, put my hands together in prayer, and shout, God, you want to come pick me up now? Izuku, get up. Ida exclaims, chopping the air. He should have been a robot dancer. Nope. Everyone should be proud of me. I am finally praying. I can see Hizashi and Namuri covering their mouths to stifle their laughter in the background. Aizu, I think you're praying for the wrong thing. Uraraka pats my back gently while giving me a sympathetic look. No, I'm not, sis. I defend myself. Sir, that's like telling everyone here not to use their quirks. Shoyuta sighs. Think of it like this. Is someone more likely to lose their quirk or their support gear? That question is unfair because I don't have a quirk, Aizawa. Therefore, I could only lose my support gear. But here's the thing, home slice. I'm more likely to lose my chance at a date than my support gear. Inappropriate. Ida shouts. Meanwhile, Hizashi and Namuri can't hold back their laughter as the rest of the teachers look either disgusted or confused. The students, on the other hand, are either unfazed or laughing. Shoyuta glares at them, silencing the room. Then, he turns to me looking tired. Midoriya, take this seriously. You know it's bad when he uses my family name. Your equipment is being taken away because you could easily win a match with it. Think of it as a challenge. I mean, he isn't wrong. Fine. I already came up with a plan anyway. Thank you. Now I wish you students good luck. Know that if you fail, you will be unable to participate in summer camp. I completely forgot about that, didn't I? Yep, I did. Basically, if you pass the exam, you get to go to a summer camp that is secretly a training camp. The fun doesn't exist in Shuta's book, after all. It's a ruse, so you're stuck going either way. Without further ado, let us get on with the fights. I will be showing my notes on each, so you should have a good idea of what happened. I had to attempt to be professional after all. It doesn't mean I always was. Let's get to it. Because I am kind, if you are not interested in this, I would recommend skipping to the end. This is basically a bunch of notes, and notes can get boring. Match 1. Kirishima and Sato vs Cementos. Kirishima and Sato are pitted together because their quirks have time limits. Meanwhile, Cementos's quirk does not have a time limit or strength limit. Kirishima's quirk is Harden. It allows him to turn his body into a rock. This quirk can be used offensively by attacking the enemy with hardening and defensively by resisting heat, electricity, and impacts that would usually injure a human. He can harden parts of his body or his whole body, but it takes more stamina. He can either be smooth or jagged, allowing for sharp weapons to be made from his body. He is strong even without his quirk, as he can withstand Bakugo's explosions without hardening. He has a time limit on how long he can harden his body. When he hardens his body, does it just affect the outer layer, or do bones and muscles harden as well? Do organs harden? Special diet? Sato's quirk is Sugar Rush. For every 10 grams of sugar he consumes, his strength increases 5-fold for 3 minutes until it wears off. However, if he keeps taking 10 grams, his cognitive skills decrease, and he becomes fatigued. Physically, he is strong even without Sugar Rush. This quirk must be used wisely. Is Sato's body built to resist ailments that generally come from consuming sugar, like diabetes or dental issues? Cementoss's quirk is Cement. He can manipulate any cement-based material as long as he is in contact with it. Essentially, he can build structures quickly and has no apparent limit, making him one of the most challenging teachers to face. He could create impressive structures out of cement. Do the molecules need to be fully compound or only partially, like an avatar with earth and metal bending? Is his body made of cement? At the start of the match, in a city covered in cement, Kirishima and Sato stay on the main road, likely planning to confront Cementoss head-on. Cementoss begins acting walls, and Kirishima and Sato charge through. However, within a few minutes, the two students become exhausted, and Cementoss traps them in a swirling mass of cement. This quickly incapacitates both students. The students lost. Their plan was flawed from the start because Cementoss was waiting on the main road for them. Cementoss may not be the fastest teacher, so they should have taken the back alleys to avoid confrontation. Alternatively, one student could distract Cementoss while the other ambushed him from behind. They simply didn't think of a strategy. They came up with a poor idea and failed to devise a backup plan, leaving them trapped in a situation with no escape. Not a good match. Match 2, Tsuyu and Tokoyami vs. Ectoplasm. The original reason I paired them is that they both have animal traits. That idea is out the window because it is unprofessional and maybe biased. Tsuyu and Tokoyami are facing Ectoplasm because he can summon clones at will. This means his clones can appear at close range, creating a disadvantage for Tokoyami. Tsuyu is there for support as she is a well-rounded ally and can work with anyone. Tsuyu's quirk is Frog, giving her the capabilities of a frog. While I do not know the full extent of her abilities, I know she can jump high and far, swim well, and has a tongue strong enough to carry the weight of a person. As previously stated, Tsuyu is a well-rounded student who can work with almost anyone. The only person I think she struggles to collaborate with is Todoroki because when he uses his ice quirk, she shivers and seems to slow down. She also has a habit of rib biting. Her frog form can produce an exciting fighting style, likely incorporating elements of Muay Thai or kickboxing. Perhaps karate as well? Muay Thai seems most fitting for her weight class. I need to research that. Tokoyami's quirk is Dark Shadow, a sentient being he can utilize in various ways. Dark Shadow is typically used at long range and can change in size based on the lighting. It can appear small in bright light or monstrous in complete darkness, hence the name. However, because Dark Shadow is primarily a long-range quirk, Tokoyami struggles in close combat. He lacks fighting ability, which can be a significant disadvantage if an opponent gets too close. Can he create armor with Dark Shadow? I should suggest that to him. Does all types of light affect it or just sunlight? There is a whole spectrum of light to consider. Ectoplasm's quirk is Clones. He produces a strange substance, presumably ectoplasm, from his mouth, creating clones of himself with legs since he has prosthetic limbs. I counted about 30 regular clones in a video, or he can create a giant version of himself, which limits his ability to make regular clones. His clones can be dismissed by ectoplasm or can be taken out with a strong hit. He is skilled in close combat, making him a formidable opponent. Can he create mini versions of himself? When he generates his clones, they are fully clothed. If he had a weapon, could he clone it, or is that just part of the costume? His prosthetic legs could be a weakness since villains might target the creator. The battle takes place in a large arena with a massive battleground at its center. Tokoyami and Tsuyu quickly find themselves surrounded by clones but manage to reach the center where Ectoplasm and the exit are located. Ectoplasm creates his giant form, trapping the students and leaving only Dark Shadow able to move. Dark Shadow tries to fight but struggles against Ectoplasm, who is ready to push them away. In a moment of ingenuity, Tsuyu reveals her new ability to conceal items in her stomach and hands the HNDCFFS to Dark Shadow. With renewed determination, Dark Shadow returns, delivers a punch to Ectoplasm's fake leg, and successfully attaches the HNDCFFS. Tsuyu and Tokoyami emerge victorious. Ideally, one should avoid being trapped, as it could make them a liability to the team. Tokoyami needs to develop some fighting skills. He is too reliant on Dark Shadow, which could be detrimental in a real fight. Match 3, Ida and Ojiro vs Power Loader. Ida and Ojiro face Power Loader, who can set traps that limit their mobility. Ida's quirk is Engine. He has an engine system on the back of his calves that allows him to run faster. Like a car, Ida's engine is manual, meaning he must shift between gears. He also requires a lot of orange juice to keep it running. Covering the exhaust pipes would cause significant issues, but he can maintain his speed for a considerable time. Ojiro's quirk is Tail. He has a strong, bald tail with a tuft of blonde at the end, which he uses effectively in martial arts. He can spring into action with it. Power Loader's quirk is Iron Claws. His fingertips are iron claws, allowing him to burrow like a hedgehog. However, he is likely to use his large robot to set traps and burrow during this match. The field is a dirt circle. Power Loader sets traps all around and burrows underground for surprise attacks. Meanwhile, Ida and Ojiro position themselves at the edge, just in front of the exit. They decide to combine their efforts, with Ojiro on Ida's back, allowing Ida to outrun the traps. When Power Loader emerges, disrupting Ida's footing, Ojiro wraps his tail around Ida's leg, and Ida uses his Recipro Extend to launch Ojiro over. Power Loader attempts to grab Ojiro, but Ojiro counters and flies through the exit. They win. I personally would have stayed at the edge since Power Loader's machine is too large to navigate there. The traps are also more challenging to set on the side. Match 4, Todoroki and Momo vs Eraserhead. Todoroki and Momo are up against Eraserhead, who can negate their quirks, which they tend to over-rely on. Todoroki's quirk is half hot, half cold. His left side generates flames while his right side produces ice. If he overuses one side, he risks burning or freezing himself. He typically fights from a distance but can defend himself in close quarters. Can he use both quirks simultaneously? If so, what are the limitations? Can he only create or manipulate the elements? If he froze the ground and then melted it, could he control the water? Momo's quirk is Creation, allowing her to create any inorganic object as long as she knows its weight. This can become dangerous if she overuses her quirk, as she must reveal skin to do so, which can lead to a rather revealing costume. Complex of an object can she create? Can she produce gas like midnight from her skin? If she were to incorporate DNA into her costume, could she create through it as if it were skin? Eraserhead's quirk is Eraser. By looking at someone, he can cancel their quirk until he blinks, which leads to significant eye strain for him. He has excellent combat skills and typically wears a scarf that doubles as a capture weapon. To aid him further, he wears bright yellow goggles to obscure his gaze. Each time he uses his quirk, his hair rises along with anything nearby, a side effect of his power. You're welcome for updating his costume. Typically fights at night in alleyways. Can he erase multiple quirks at a time or only one? I should know this, but I don't. If he were to look in a mirror, can he erase a quirk through it? Phone while at it? He is the only teacher that actually goes by his real name in school for some reason. The field they are fighting on is a larger area typical of a small town, playing into Eraserhead's strengths. Todoroki and Momo were dropped off in the middle, surrounded by alleyways. It was clear that Todoroki quickly took the lead, as Momo appeared nervous. Their strategy was to have Momo create Russian dolls as they ran. When they finally confronted Eraserhead, Momo took off while Todoroki attempted to engage him. Unfortunately, he was quickly subdued. He could have used his quirk while Eraserhead was focused on Momo, but Eraserhead had strategically placed caltrops beneath him. Momo didn't get far before Eraserhead caught up, wrapping her arm with his scarf. Thinking quickly, She created a weight around her arm to slip free and dashed back to Todoroki. She returned, seemingly panicked, before freeing Todoroki. When Eraserhead caught up, she threw her Russian dolls at him, which contained flash grenades, temporarily blinding him. Todoroki and Momo took advantage of the moment to run, waiting for him to blink. Thankfully, they managed to outpace him and got him to blink, allowing Todoroki to create a massive ice wall as a distraction. This gave them a chance to prepare their next move. When Eraserhead found the students again, they were draped in a black cape. He threw his scarf at them, only to discover it was a decoy covering a catapult with replicas of his scarves. Momo fumbled with the lever for a moment but eventually managed to pull it. Eraserhead stepped back, and Todoroki unleashed a blast of fire beneath him, triggering the replica scarves to harden and ensnare him. They emerged victorious. Eraserhead let them win to boost Momo's confidence. Todoroki realized he should have followed Momo's plan from the start, and her lack of confidence had caused unnecessary complications. It was a chaotic situation that could have been avoided, but at least they triumphed in the end. Recovery girl, how many more matches do we have? 5 more until your match, Izuku. Your match is the final match. Why? So everyone can come to watch. Watch my pain and suffering? I exclaimed, only to receive a gentle tap on the head with her cane. No cursing. Can you blame me? Yes. This woman is tough. My hand hurts because I can only use notebooks for some reason. And you, I have a laptop and a flash drive, sir. You can tell I started getting bored at this point. Match 5. Uraraka and Aoyama vs 13. The only reason I can think of for pairing these two is that they both get nauseous. Oh, and their quirks can only be used in specific circumstances. 13 won't let anyone close and can absorb Aoyama's quirk. Uraraka's quirk is zero gravity. Anything she touches with all 5 fingers becomes weightless. However, overuse leads to nausea. Her costume is designed to alleviate this by applying pressure to specific points. I know her quirk is zero gravity, but can it increase gravity? I doubt it, but it's worth a shot. Aoyama's quirk is navel laser, the literal dream of a child to shoot lasers from his belly button. If he uses too much, he risks becoming nauseous, and his stomach could collapse because the quirk consumes his stomach acid. His costume allows him to shoot from other parts of his body, like his knees and shoulders, and the belt helps prevent leakage. Could he create a more accurate weapon with his quirk? How powerful is this guy? 13's quirk is black hole. They can create a vortex that turns anything at SCKS into dust. This is released through their fingertips. They also trigger fear because 13 is considered an unlucky number. I'm going to assume they can harm humans with their quirk or anything else. Powerful quirk. Barely comparable to All Might, but this is as close as we're getting at the moment. The match starts in a field similar to Ectoplasm's arena. They tried something, but I got distracted while playing a game on my phone. I looked back at the screen, and Aoyama and Uraraka were clinging to a pole to avoid being SCK into 13's quirk. I don't know what Aoyama did, but it prompted Uraraka to let go of the pole and fly toward 13. For safety reasons, 13 halted their quirk. Uraraka seized the opportunity to put Gunhead's fighting techniques to good use by tackling 13 down. Aoyama assisted her, and Uraraka managed to secure the cuffs. They won. A risky move at the end, but sometimes you have to outsmart the enemy to win. I would have done the same thing, so I can't criticize. Match 6, Ashido and Kaminari vs Nizu. Sir, are you trying to put them in danger? Kaminari and Ashido are paired together due to their lack of strategic thinking and quirk control, and Nizu being a genius. You can figure that out. I shouldn't even write this one because they are unlikely to win, but I'll remain optimistic. Ashido's quirk is acid. She can produce acid and control its viscosity and corrosive properties. She has demonstrated multiple uses, like skating on it and using it offensively. She can dance, which grants her fantastic reflexes, but she can't overuse her quirk unless she wants to harm herself. Pitch scale? Horns. Kaminari's quirk is electricity. He emits electricity, but if he overdoes it, his brain short-circuits. The quirk lacks control like actual electricity and poses a danger to those around him. Pika Pika. He needs support weapons badly. He has a headset that runs on his electricity. He is a battery or a charger. Nizu's quirk is high spec. He is a highly intelligent animal that has been integrated into society. Impressive, right? Due to being an animal, his senses are heightened. How does he talk? The match is going. As expected, Nizu chose the factory area because it has a crane, and he knows how to operate one. Nizu is quite the strategist. Kaminari and Ashido run off to search for the principal, but Nizu takes control of the crane and starts smashing the ball into walls to trigger chain reactions, blocking their escape routes one by one. They keep running until Ashido melts through a building. Naturally, Nizu anticipated this and destroys the building too. They run out of time and find themselves trapped. They lost. They should not have sought out Nizu, especially given his height advantage and the way he was swinging a massive boulder around. I would have stayed at the edge to keep my distance from the chaos. If nothing else, I would have looked for the crane. Honestly, I consider this an unfair match. They were set up to lose right from the start. Sure, Nizu kept a route open, but still. Match 7. Jiro and Koda versus Present Mike. Jiro and Koda were pitted against Present Mike because his quirk could overpower both of their sound-based abilities. Jiro's quirk is earphone jack. She has jacks that hang from her earlobes, allowing her to channel her heartbeat through them. She can also press them into objects to create disturbances, capturing sounds and vibrations. Her hearing is sensitive, which can be a disadvantage since Present Mike is known for his loud voice. Koda's quirk is on knee voice, enabling him to control animals if they can hear him. However, his commands must be audible, and he is a quiet, innocent boy. Present Mike's quirk is voice, making him the loudest man in the world. He can change tone and pitch, and while his voice struggles underground, he has great control over it, allowing him to sing or speak however he wishes. The fight begins in a forest, which plays to present Mike's advantage, but he has a fear of bugs, making the setting less than ideal for him. As Jiro and Koda rush toward the entrance, Present Mike starts yelling. The students have to cover their ears, especially Jiro. Present Mike stands at the gate, continuing to yell. After a while, when Jiro starts to feel overwhelmed, she breaks a rock to reveal bugs. Reluctantly, Koda commands the bugs to swarm him. The bugs trap Present Mike, causing him to faint from fear since he can't scream at the ground. The students escape, securing their victory. The process could have been quicker, but overall, well done. Match 8. Hagakure and Shoji vs Snipe. Hagakure and Shoji face off against Snipe, whose honing quirk allows him to track them down. Hagakure's quirk is invisibility, making her literally invisible. She removes her clothes to hide completely, which leaves her vulnerable. I have never seen her visible, and I'm not sure if she can be. Apparently, she can refract light with her body, making her suited for surprise attacks. Shoji's quirk is dupli arms, giving him 6 muscular arms that can produce additional body parts like mouths and ears, enhancing his senses. He can also regenerate his limbs, making him the strongest student in our class. Snipe's quirk is honing, allowing him to alter the trajectory of his bullets. He needs a gun for this to work, but he possesses the skills to perform seemingly impossible shots. The match begins in a cement building filled with pillars, ideal for a shooter. Snipe quickly locates them and begins shooting at the support they are hiding behind. He throws down a smoke bomb, obstructing their view, and shoots a pillar, forcing Shoji to flee from behind it. Realizing Hagakure is not with him, he recklessly runs to distract Snipe. Just as he appears to be caught, Hagakure swoops in and cuffs his gun arm. The students win. The plan was a bit reckless, but with a teacher involved, it was acceptable. I would have stayed behind the pillars, but I understand that Shoji's distraction was a good move. Match 9. Zero and Mineta vs Midnight. There are 2 reasons for this match. The first is that Mineta is infatuated with attractive girls, and Midnight certainly fits that description. The main reason, however, is that they cannot get too close with their trapping quirks. Zero's quirk is tape, allowing him to shoot tape from his elbows. If he uses it excessively, it causes him pain and dries out his skin. He can swing around with it or trap his opponents. Mineta's quirk is pop-off. He has purple ball on his head that he can pop off and stick to anything. The stickiness depends on his health, and while he can pull a significant amount, using too many causes him to bleed from his head. Despite his antics, he is actually quite clever. Midnight's quirk is somnambulist, which releases a sleepy aroma from her body to put her victims to sleep. It works better on men than women, and she often wears a stuffed outfit to distract her enemies. She is known to use a whip. The match begins, and the tension is palpable. Zero and Mineta must navigate carefully to avoid being caught by Midnight's quirk while trying to use their own abilities effectively. I have a beautiful body to show. She was able to change the female costume regulations by herself. I think there was nothing wrong with her original costume, it just wasn't convenient for her quirk. Midnight's field is rocky, not really providing an advantage or disadvantage for her. Somehow, Zero loses very quickly as she appears behind him, removes his helmet, and knocks him out. Mineta has to run off to avoid being affected by Midnight's quirk, or he will be knocked out too. He hides behind a boulder with Midnight following him. He throws a piece of Zero's tape over his mouth and nose before running out and performing his special move, Grape Rush. This move causes her whip to stick to the ground, preventing her from letting go of it. They win, but only Mineta passes because Zero is knocked out. The tape over the mouth idea is risky because it could have caused him to suffocate. Otherwise, it was a clever strategy. He led Midnight away from the gate, struck her down, and made it through. You realize you will have to go back and professionalize everything, right? Nizu asks as I hop up, spinning around like a ballerina to release my energy. Whatever, I want to fight. Send all might at me. I got this. I scream, far too excited to be facing the #1 hero with my arch-nemesis. I was already forced out of my hero outfit, so I'm wearing the UA gym outfit with my famous red shoes. I don't know why, but they are. I'm curious to see what you will do. Of course you are now. It's showtime, darling. You know, there are many ways to take down All Might. I could use electricity. I could aim for his weak spots. Before you ask, yes, I know about All Might's injury. I don't know the specifics, but I know he favors his right side. You have to pay close attention to notice that. I could even try a distracting dance to throw him off. Basically, there are a lot of tricks I could pull. However, I'm extremely limited with all my support items taken away. My original plan was to use Bakugo as a distraction while I prepared to take down All Might. But apparently, there was one more rule in this challenge. They didn't mention it because they knew it would upset Bakugo. Before my round, Shoyuta pulled me aside to make sure I wasn't bringing anything illegal inside. That's when he told me the final rule. I cannot let Bakugo get knocked out. If he goes down, it's an automatic loss for me. I call that unfair. Pretty much every plan is out the window. I have to keep Bakugo safe, a boy driven by his impulsive nature, while facing All Might, the #1 hero. Then, they have me belittled to the quirkless boy that my technology hides. It's a harsh truth, but it's a reality I must accept. So what do I have to work with? I assume distractions are off the table. Though, I will keep that in mind as a last resort. We have Bakugo's anger, which I need to turn into an advantage, and a hero who saves everyone that saves everyone. If I try to fight him hand-to-hand, even with Akaguro's training, I'm at a disadvantage. All Might's quirk is too powerful to overpower. I wouldn't even bother to face him with my gadgets. I might confront him with my batons, but I would still take a hit. I always believe there are two types of battles. A physical struggle that everyone sees, which appeals to the senses, and a mental struggle that remains hidden behind closed doors, which most people ignore. I have to fight mentally and emotionally, as both are kind of the same thing. This might end with me needing a break, but oh well. All Might's battleground is a city landscape, where he typically fights. Unfortunately for me, they locked the stores, so I can't just go to Walmart and build another gadget or something like that. I'm entirely quirkless. My clothes don't help either, as I'm wearing a UA gym outfit with red sneakers. Bakugo seems ready to rumble. I look around, absorbing every detail I can. I can't go too far, or I will get lost. I see my exit point, though not your typical exit point. Bakugo is already sweating, which means I need to stay away from him because his quirk is ready to explode. Hey, Bakugo, what's your plan? I ask. I'm facing All Might and you're going to stay out of the way, he exclaims. I can't help but laugh. What? You think you can face All Might, the man with the most powerful quirk in the world? Is this a joke? Round ready, go. Du. Bakugo screams and charges at me. Stupid move on his part. I'm his teammate. But this is the reaction I wanted, so it all works out. I slide to the left to avoid him and dash into the alleyway. Get back here, he. Face me like a man. Too bad, I act too flamboyant for my own good. I run towards my destination in mind, the fire exit with stairs on the side of the building. I start climbing, feeling the heat as I ascend. When I reach the top of the staircase, I climb the ladder onto the roof and run towards the edge. What are you doing? I slow down, stopping to look over the railing. Reminiscing on memories. And if I'm correct, come out wherever you are. All Might's voice echoes throughout the city as a powerful force rushes through the center, shaking the main street. I bend down to keep myself from being blown off the building. That is a show of his power, even with the weights on. I'm not foolish enough to face him directly like that. What are you even doing? Bakugo tries to charge forward to attack. I sidestep him to avoid the attack. Just give it one moment. And now. What are you two doing on the roof? You really think you can hide from me? What is up with everyone yelling? All Might easily hops onto the roof that took me 5 minutes to climb. He almost blows us off, but thankfully, there's a railing. I could do that if I was allowed my gear. I will forever remain salty over that. He has a completely different demeanor. He looks intimidating, almost villainous. I should be trying to make sure I don't get hurt, huh? I can see Bakugo shaking with anxiety because All Might is acting like a force of nature. I look at All Might with a determined grin. Actually, you are where I want you. I assume you heard this loud voice beside me? Bakugo growls. What makes you say that? I'm going to be honest for once in my life. I don't stand a chance against you physically, and I don't feel like getting hurt today. Recovery Girl would have all our backs here. It doesn't help that I have none of my gadgets on me. Obviously, Bakugo is done with my antics because he tries to attack All Might while he's distracted by my words. Emphasis on tried. All Might grabs his face and sends him flying off the building. Well, that's one obstacle out of the way. He should be fine. Shouldn't you be worried about your teammate, young Midoriya? All Might asks. The stubborn one will be okay. He'll probably take a moment to recover, but we can worry about him later. Right now, it's between you and me. With a smirk, I walk over to the railing, facing away from All Might. Please don't follow my example because this is the most reckless thing I've done yet. But I have a speech prepared. Before you decided to cause chaos in the town for show-off reasons, I brought Bakugo up here to reminisce. Remember 10 months before the exam when you told me that someone without a quirk can't become a hero? The day of the slime attack? The day I saved Bakugo from that slime? The day the slime community was upset because their friend got arrested? They didn't even get a chance to turn it into crunchy slime. I know you're old, so I have to make sure you remember. Of course. But what does that have to do with now? There's one detail I left out. I crawl over the railing. Midoriya, what are you doing? I completely ignore his question. Finally, I turn to face him. That same day, Bakugo told me that to gain a quirk, I needed to take a leap off a roof. I chuckle darkly. What a coincidence, huh? What about the exam? I'm impressed that he's staying calm. That's the least of my worries. It was nice meeting you, All Might. With that, I let go of the railing and fall back. Through the air, held only by gravity. I pay close attention to my descent because I'm determined not to get hurt. They overlooked one detail when they checked me. They forgot my shoes. Yes, they look like regular red shoes, but they have shock absorbers on the bottom, so they'll cushion my landing. I'll still get hurt, but at least I'll stay alive. However, after this stunt, I'm not sure I want to deal with Shura's frustration. Before I can position myself for landing, I feel a grip midair. Without looking to see who it is, I grab the HNDCFFS and snap them onto their wrist as we land. Round 10 win. Good, it was All Might. Alright, you can put me down now. I exclaim, my mood shifting dramatically. I look up to see All Might looking down at me with a serious expression. What? Oh right, if you hadn't saved me, I would have been fine. You guys forgot to check my shoes? Young Midoriya, that was still a very dangerous move. So is fighting you. No offense, but I don't want to look like you just yet. I'll let the teachers handle this. With that, he sets me down and I dash away. Time for some pain and suffering. Before you ask, yes, Bakugo is fine. He survived and didn't pass out. He just strained his shoulders a bit because he used his explosions to slow his landing. Nothing too serious. What is serious is Shoyuta. He knew something would go wrong because as I walk back, he's waiting right at the entrance. The moment he sees me, he grabs my hand and mutters something like, "If you can't act mature, I won't treat you like one." I don't get it. Anyway, he drags me straight to Hound Dog. For those who don't know, Hound Dog is our counselor at UA. Hound Dog sits in a chair while Shoyuta and I sit on the couch across from him. Oh, and Shoyuta is still holding my hand. I guess he thinks I'm going to get up. He isn't wrong. How are you doing, Hound Dog? I haven't had the pleasure of meeting you personally. Hi, I'm Izuku. I raise my free hand for a handshake while offering him a smile. Hound Dog looks confused, shaking my hand before glancing at Shoyuta. Yes. He normally acts this way, Shoyuta adds while I pull out my hand sanitizer. That's good to know. Now, what has happened to lead you both in here? Hound Dog asks. I personally don't know, so I'll let Shoyuta take the lead before I get in trouble. Shoyuta sighs, finally letting go of my hand only to wrap me in his scarf to keep me close. I glare at him. You don't even deserve to do that after what you did, Shoyuta growls. For his final exam, he thought faking a dangerous situation was the way to win. I know this isn't the right time to joke, but it worked though, didn't it? I even had my shoes, and I know how to land safely. I exclaim. This frustrates him. And what happens after that, Izuku? Broken legs? Good thing he isn't the original version of me. Oh wait, ignore that please. I'll fix it later. It could be worse. But you forget that my shoes have shock absorbers. I wouldn't have tried anything if I didn't know I would survive. That's actually the truth. I can tell he's trying to calm down. He takes a deep breath before speaking. That's not the point. The point is you took an extreme route to win. Couldn't you have thought of something else? I did. However, this had the least risk and ended the round the quickest. Let's be honest, anyone could guess I would start singing or something ridiculous. Am I really going to try that with all might? That's too risky. Thus, I decided to confront emotions with emotions. To be fair, there wasn't much to lose with my plan. Fighting All Might without any backup would be the dumbest idea, yet I had to do it. The whole battle felt reckless. Hound Dog steps in as we're about to start arguing. There's one matter you forgot to consider, Izuku. You overlooked the emotional repercussions of your actions. This will affect not only you and Aizawa's relationship but also everyone who witnessed it. This extends beyond the exam. Your past doesn't excuse this behavior, especially considering your previous struggles. I don't believe I can help here, but you and Aizawa need to talk about this. Just by how you two treat each other every day, I can tell you care for each other deeply. He turned to face Aizawa. You heard what I said. Izuku struggles to understand the mistakes he's making and will need help to realize that they are wrong. I don't know if he's denying it, if he knows and is making light of it somehow, or if he genuinely doesn't understand and is blocking that part of his mind. You'll figure it out faster than I will. I'll let you two talk alone. There's a lot of tension. With that, Hound Dog got up and left. Great, he left me with a challenge. Alright then, time to talk about our feelings. Alright, let's get this over with. You can start since you're the emotional one here, I tell Shoyuta. It's a strange dynamic when the least emotional person in the classroom turns out to be the most sensitive in the room. For those who need an update, I faked a serious situation. Shoyuta insisted I come to see Hound Dog, the counselor. Now, Hound Dog has left me in the care of the brooding figure who struggles to take care of himself and is in full-on protective mode in front of me. Don't ask me how that works. Or should I say Deadzilla mode? That sounds cooler. Are you seriously going to make jokes now of all times? Shoyuta asks, clearly frustrated. Yes. I won't lie about it. He sighs. Do you realize the emotional consequences of your actions? No, because that's not what I think about when it comes to people. What I consider is, what way can save the most lives and prevent the least amount of damage? You can always heal a broken heart, but not a broken body. Well, unless you cry yourself dehydrated. Natural selection, I guess. It's true. Forget emotions. This was a simulation, Izuku. Nobody was going to die. You could have come up with something. You're smarter than that. His words irritate me because I did what I thought was necessary. My hands were tied. I take a deep breath, stand up, and start pacing. Shoyuta gets up to lock the door, then returns to his seat. Seriously, you think I can't unlock a door? You put me with a partner who injured me, won't listen to me, and I had to protect. It still stings, by the way. My opponent has the strongest quirk in the world. All my gear except my shoes was taken. The doors of the arena were locked. And to top it off, I don't have a quirk. So tell me, Shoulda, what would you have done in my situation if you were? Stripped of everything you had? No scarf, no quirk, and a dangerous partner. By the end, I'm shouting. Let's be honest, Shoyuta has less of a chance than I do. I care about him, but I'm just speaking the truth. Nobody, and I mean nobody, can fight All Might head-to-head no matter how talented they are. The only reason Shoulda has a chance is that he can turn off his ultra-powered quirk. And in this situation, Shoulda doesn't have it. Shoyuta doesn't respond. He looks down as if he's calculating something in his head. I take a moment to calm down, then ask with a smirk, any answers? I would not have done that for sure. Wipe that look off your face. Because you've come up with nothing. We can't be emotional on the battlefield, sir. We have to do what we must. What did you think I would do? Face him head on? I'm more likely to get hurt there. Do my usual reckless thing? Nope, because I know for a fact that you guys would have warned him of anything I would have tried. But throw Cementoss's creations at him? Nope. I start chuckling. I can't take this seriously. Shut up for a moment, Izuku, Shoyuta states, glaring at me. I have a feeling we are about to change the subject completely. Izuku, please. There's a tone in his voice that makes me quiet. I don't know what it is because I struggle with emotions, but there's something there. For 2 minutes, silence fills the room as I pace. Yes, I counted. To give you an idea, I already know where this is going. Meanwhile, Shoyuta seems lost in thought. If you were talking to me, I bet you would be too. I decide that I have a life to live outside of this room and start moving. I've dealt with Nizu's antics too much to not know what this is about. This has nothing to do with the actual faking suicide thing, does it? It's all about reactions. Specifically, your reaction. Shoyuta looks up with his usual neutral expression. He's not arguing, so I must be close to the truth, right? I continue, that hurt you emotionally, didn't it? Even though you act like you have none. This is not your place to talk about, Shoyuta states firmly. I can tell I'm hitting a nerve. Is this really going to turn into an emotional moment nobody asked for? You bet. I am offended. I figured it out, didn't I? I may struggle with emotions besides drama. However, that doesn't mean I'm heartless. Wait, I am to most people. You are not most people, Shoyuta. Even I know that communication is key. I don't care what the papers say, you are my best friend here. Talk to me as your equal. Shoyuta sighs, it reminded me of these J. That makes me stop and turn to look at him. Why? When you faced the Nomu, it was like watching a close friend walk into danger. I sigh as the memory flashes before my eyes. For all the chaos I cause, you'd think that a more traumatic experience would overshadow that. But nope, that remains the worst. All because Shoyuta was involved. Sure, he was involved in the stain incident too, but he was temporarily incapacitated. Here, he could have been seriously hurt if I hadn't stepped in. Oh, and I was responsible for something there. Izuku. All right, I get it, I tell him simply. I shouldn't have brought that up. It's fine, Shoyuta. I didn't realize it would bring that up. Thank you for making me aware. Yes, I can be serious. Are you okay? I am fine. Suddenly, I feel myself being pulled toward him as he wraps his arms around my shoulders. Shoyuta, let me go. Nope. I will kick you. And I will kick back twice as hard. I'll be honest. I did kick Shoyuta. Then I ran out the door. I need to come up with a game plan. First, have fun with him by teasing him. After that, I need to escape the situation. I should be safe. I'll probably go to Mom's tonight so I don't have to deal with him for the weekend. I need to sneak out of UA or hide with Nizu. Midoriya. Looks like it's out of UA. The good news is that I've been working out with Stain's routine instead of my own. You see, I focus on both strength and speed. Stain's method is all speed. This can be turned into an advantage if you can use speed as a strength. Back to running, I take a sharp right and slam myself into the bathroom. Oddly enough, I hate going into bathrooms, yet they save me from Shoyuta. What is that sound? Oh no, too predictable. Shoyuta figured me out after a semester of hiding in bathrooms. Without a second thought, I dove into a stall to escape the ribbons swirling around me. I reached for the stall door to slam it shut, hoping to block him out, but Shoyuta was quick and managed to push it back toward me. Namuri and I are walking through town quickly, trying to blend in like ordinary civilians for once. Namuri has changed out of her hero costume, and I'm wearing a black wig to cover my hair, along with a bit of makeup. For once, I don't have time to waste. However, there's something I want to do before I pick up a suit. I glance at my sidekick and ask, "Hey, Nemi?" She looks at me with a puzzled expression. "What is it, Aizu?" She replies calmly. "Can my mom come with us?" Namuri looks at me, surprised. If we weren't in a hurry, I think she would have stopped in her tracks. Sure. Mind if I ask why? I need to spend some time with her since I'll be hiding away until this whole situation blows over. She likes to help me pick out outfits, so I think it would be nice to catch up. Before I can react, I feel her hand ruffle through my hair. "Hey, Namuri. Izuku can care for people. Stop ruining my street cred. Our cover is blown. Everyone around us stares as if we're out of our minds. They're only half right. It shows you can care for people rather than just protect them. She's my mom. What do you expect? I hope I learned something from her. Plus, I watch Say Yes to the Dress and they bring their moms along, so I figured it's the same for guys. Somehow, I knew you were going to reference something. Didn't think you watched TV though. I don't watch it, I listen to it. It fills the silence at night." Namuri facepalms, and I can't help but smirk as we arrive at my mom's place. I knock on the door, and she opens it looking surprised. "Izuku, what are you doing here so early?" "Oh, I left school early for this. I need to get nice clothing for an event in a couple of days. Are you coming or not?" At least the shock has faded. Mom quickly grabs her sweater and purse, and we head out. I seriously doubt Principal Nizu will let you wear that to the event he asked you to attend. But he could. "Izuku, it's a literal rainbow suit. The only thing it's good for is a comedy show or expressing how flamboyant you are." Except I'm not flamboyant. My life is a comedy act anyway. I'm just going all out. Oh. No cursing or discussing my son's choices like that. Now, Izuku, you will put the suit back. If it makes you feel any better, I have a picture of you in it. That does help, thanks, Mom. Yes, that was Namuri and me arguing over a rainbow suit, with my mom scolding me for cursing. I'm a bit disappointed because I really wanted that suit. I might come back for it later. I'll have to plan my revenge. Honestly, why am I arguing about this when my time is limited? I quickly remove the suit and find what I'm looking for within a few minutes since I have specific goals in mind. I'd rather find it myself than let the girls pick something out because they would take forever. I change into it and come out. "Wow, I forget you have a fashion sense," my mom points out. "Of course I do. I always look good." "He's good at everything, ma'am. I don't see how fashion could be left out, as long as he isn't wearing one of his extreme outfits." At least Namuri is defending me a bit. Here's the thing, I can't wear a full suit. If I'm demonstrating my tech at this event, it'll get ruined anyway. So, I need to wear something that looks good but is practical. I went with nice black fitted pants, dressy shoes, and a long-sleeve white-collared shirt. To make it more professional, I added a black vest and a green tie. That's it. I'll probably roll up the sleeves, but I'm happy with my choice. Izuku, why did you choose something so simple? Musks. Cat is going to be demonstrated at this event. A regular suit would get ruined, so I want something simple that won't crease. You chose well for that. Good, because I can't waste more time arguing about a suit. We buy what I need and head out. After dropping Mom back off, we make our way to UA, where my internal timer is still ticking away. I can't cause trouble. I have things to do for once in my life. And you probably expected a dramatic argument about how I should look, huh? Well, we don't have time for that. It has been a couple of days since you last heard from me, and the world hasn't ended. Just kidding. I've been in the support lab at UA all weekend, working on this project. Do you know what I could be doing instead? Inventing 3 new gadgets, hacking the banking system, taking over the government, and watching anime. That's just 4 out of a million things I could be doing. Why didn't you tell me this earlier, Nizu? I could have had this done already. I can't complain though. I need to be a determined warrior, not a winner. Let's see what I've accomplished. First off, the wings are now a mechanical creature that can transform into wings. I was initially going to integrate this with Cat, but... Squawk. Fight me. Stop it. Squawk. Fine, then be quiet. Maybe I should consider censoring the language of the machine? I'll think about it later. Say hello to Patchy the Parrot. For once, I actually came up with a name instead of just calling it Parrot. Patchy is similar to Cat in that it will defend me, but the difference is Patchy has a personality, as anyone can tell. If not, they might need some help. Believe it or not, I decided to build the whole thing with plastic because I want it to be as light as possible while still being able to support me. It's mostly for speed. I don't know when I would choose it over Cat, but at least it will fight by my side while singing pirate songs. That was the easy part. I just had to copy and adjust Cat's program, which is my strong suit, so it was a breeze. The hard part was the nanobots. Originally, I planned to accelerate the construction of my current machine. It was somewhat successful. It now takes only 5 minutes instead of 10. However, it began to malfunction as I continued to upgrade it, so we are currently limited to that 5-minute time frame. Instead, I built at least 10 machines to produce the little devices. That's where most of my time went, along with gathering supplies and ensuring the other machines remained operational. Dear Izuku, if you have opened this letter before the designated time, you have already lost 10 points on your grade. I will know, as the stamp has a program that notifies me when you open it. Welcome to the second part of your exam. As you may know by now, if you open the letter on time, your travel partner is Yagi Tashinori, or All Might. I have paired you together because there are benefits to improving your relationship. You know as well as I do that Yagi has a time limit for being All Might. However, on Island he must be All Might as that is required by his passport. While representing UA, you must protect Yagi from exceeding his time limit. You should recognize the signs if he is pushing it. If you believe he is nearing his limit, you can take him to a secluded area and temporarily disable the cameras to give him a break. You can only control the cameras when absolutely necessary. You cannot hack the entire island for personal amusement. Doing so will result in automatic failure. In addition to protecting All Might, you must stay out of trouble. Below is a list of actions that will result in point deductions. Opening the letter early, 10 points. Not attending, automatic failure, 0 points. Harming All Might, automatic failure. Hijacking the plane to return, automatic failure. Hijacking the plane to crash, automatic failure. Hijacking the plane for a free vacation, automatic failure. You can only take control of the aircraft if necessary. Getting arrested, 50 points. Receiving a bounty, 50 points. Allowing All Might to be caught as Yagi, automatic failure. Hijacking Island, automatic failure. Leaving All Might behind, automatic failure. Leaving All Might alone for more than 4 hours, 50 points. Giving All Might a bad reputation, automatic failure. Drinking, 10 points per drink. Expect rehabilitation upon return. Smoking, 10 points per cigarette. Expect rehabilitation upon return. Using drags, 20 points per use. Expect rehabilitation upon return. If obtained illegally, 40 points. Being rude to a fan, 10 points per insult. Gaining a bad reputation, 20 points. Pranking citizens, 10 points per prank. Pranking teachers from home, 15 points per prank. Not returning before curfew, 1 point per minute. If All Might reports you for poor behavior, consequences will vary based on severity. This list may expand if necessary. Have fun and good luck. Nizu. What is going on here? I can't do anything. I do most of this daily, and you expect me to pass? This is like asking someone to stop their bad habits overnight. Young Midoriya? Are you okay? Yagi asks skeptically. No. Sir, I do a good majority of this list on a regular basis. This is impossible. Midoriya, calm down. Your panic isn't helping the situation. Of course not. Thankfully, we have already taken off. I get up from my seat and pace the aisle. Thankfully, there's no one else on this plane but us, so I only look a bit frantic to Yagi. Not that I care. Are you aware of why it is this way? Yes, I know. It's to practice self-control. I recognize my flaws, believe it or not. It doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Self-control is my biggest challenge. I glance at Yagi, and honestly, he embodies the weight of depression. If depression were a person, it would be him. Then All Might. Well, let's just say he could use some support. Shouldn't you work on improving that flaw? I can control myself. I just choose not to. May I ask why? Because society can be so restrictive. Language. Didn't we go over this already? Yagi sighs. Yes, but still. You have to mature eventually. That's what they all say. Who says I'm not the more mature one here? Then he is right. Patchy exclaims, interrupting the moment. Sensor mode and quiet mode activated, Patchy. No response. Good, it worked. Are you sure you should bring Patchy with you? Yagi asks reluctantly. He should be quiet now. I'm going to talk to the pilot. Midoriya, no. I did talk to the pilot and he was cool with it. His quirk is fascinating, allowing him to manage the forces of flight much better than average people. He probably never gets sick from roller coasters. Right now, All Might and I have arrived at Island in our hero costumes. Well, Yagi has a whole body upgrade. Thankfully, Nizu approved mine. I'm still a bit annoyed that it's my underground costume, which I probably won't use for undercover work again, but what can I do? I have Cat walking beside me, and Patchy is perched on my shoulder. My backpack contains everything I need, while the rest of our luggage is sent straight to the hotel. I have my visor on to adjust my hearing and other settings, as this place can be quite overwhelming. I just realized that All Might and I being together will attract media attention. Well, at least I won't be labeled as a villain. However, I did notice that when we were scanned, All Might's actual name appeared at the top. This raises a question. Hey, All Might, how do you keep your name from the media when it's right there? I ask, trying to stay calm. Language. As for your question, look around. There's no one here. That makes sense to a normal person. However, All Might, I can hack this place with a little effort, and it is possible. They have your name, and now I want to know yours. You really need to work on keeping things a secret. If I had this information, I would be selling it to a reporter for some cash. Somehow, you've made this island seem weak in terms of security, young Midoriya. Sir, my intelligence matches Nizu. I can go anywhere I want because of boredom. Please stay out of trouble. Kind of have to. I can't even drink my problems away. I thought you were clean? I am right now. I can hear All Might mentioning that this will be a long trip. Yes, it will be. The moment we step out of the terminal into the city, All Might is immediately surrounded by fans. This pushes me away from him, so I have to keep my distance. Meanwhile, I take in the beauty of this place. As I mentioned before, this is a technological paradise. So many things to explore, yet I can't. I notice people looking at me suspiciously, probably because of the sparks in my eyes and my somewhat villainous costume. I aimed for that look. It should seem less threatening now without the swords and batons, but oh well. That way, people will keep their distance. I can practically feel the interest in Cat and Patchy, though. That's to be expected. They are unique robot animals. The second thing I notice is that everything is in English. Not that I mind, as I'm fluent in many languages. Time to test my English. Third, there is a huge monster in the distance. Okay, it goes by a different name, but in my book, it's definitely a giant monster. Finally, I remember a crucial detail. Everyone is allowed to use their quirks here without a license. Of course, I don't have one, so it's useless for me. However, for everyone else, it's a playground. Oh, I guess if you want to know the reason for this place, huh? Island was built to gather the smartest people to invent. It has high security, so no villains can get to them. Boring, right? Anyway, it takes All Might 10 minutes to escape from the clingy fans. I can say that, right? It's just in my head. He leads us away to a quieter area by a fountain. I decide to keep quiet here because I don't want to ruin All Might's reputation. Instead, I pop a piece of caramel into my mouth to enjoy. I know it's going to happen anyway, but I'll set it as a personal challenge. All right, young Midoriya. I'm honestly surprised you're quiet. It takes everything in me not to tease him. When All Might doesn't receive a response, he continues, we are here because we are waiting for someone special to me. You know you don't have to be completely quiet, right? Which one is it then? It's one or the other, sir. There is no gray area. I almost shout. For some reason, that makes me feel better. It matches you. You were freaking me out there. Okay, back to freaking you out then. Hopefully they come quickly. We have the main event tonight, and I don't want to have to drag you out of there, sir. Of course, Midoriya. Thankfully, it only takes a couple of minutes. Suddenly I hear a pogo stick? Am I going insane? I turn around to see a girl bouncing towards us on a pogo stick. Uncle Might. It's great to finally see you. The girl hops off her pogo stick and runs to All Might. Naturally, the powerful hero catches her effortlessly, and they spin around. There's definitely something familiar about these two. Yet, I quickly notice that she uses his hero name with the family name instead of his actual name. My goodness! You've grown so much that I hardly recognize you. All Might exclaims. Yeah, I've gotten heavy, huh? All Might lifts her up and she giggles. Nope, as light as ever, he says, putting her down. Say, where is David? He's at the lab. He's been working on a new breakthrough, and I believe he's close. What is he working on this time? I can't tell you because he won't even tell me. He says it's confidential. Of course, finally he notices me. Melissa, this is young Midoriya. Midoriya as in the boy with the robot cat? I can't help but beam. She recognizes me. A boy from another country. Yeparu. All Might here uses family names, but I go by my given name because I'm too lazy to deal with Japanese customs. Hello, my name is Izuku. Nice to meet you. I spin around before raising my hand for a handshake. Instantly, she bursts out laughing as she shakes my hand. I'll have to remember to wash that later. Melissa, nice to meet you. Do you really act this way all the time? Of course, that's her first question. Yip yip. I always act like an attention-seeking little boy. Gotta be honest with her. Looking at her now, she is actually beautiful. Melissa has long blonde hair, pretty blue eyes, and a lovely face in general. Her outfit is interesting to me, a button-up white shirt with a pink vest, white pants, pink socks, and brown boots. It's definitely eye-catching and shows off her figure well. That might attract some unwanted attention. We won't mention that she's taller than me. Melissa quickly takes note of Patchy on my shoulder, inspecting it closely. She's definitely an inventor, I can tell by the way she examines every detail. Patchy, of course, enjoys the attention, bouncing up and down while making some cheerful noises. It's impressive what you can build and program, Izuku. I would have thought it was an actual parrot if it weren't for the metallic look. And what can Cat do? The announcer didn't do it justice. Take that shoulda. She notices Cat as well. Cat. Kind of stands there. Cat isn't built for personality beyond commands, and even then, it bluntly states that I'm feeling down. Like that's going to change anytime soon. Then Melissa looks over my hero costume. It takes all my effort not to step back because she's rather close throughout this whole situation. I'm surprised your hero costume is so simple compared to what you build, Melissa comments. More than meets the eye, I reply. Yes, I can be simple. We hear All Might clear his throat, causing us to look up. We should head out, you two. All Might states loudly. Oh right. If we hurry, we'll get to Papa's lab before he runs off. With that, she starts running off. All Might and I follow her. Melissa goes into the lab first, leaving All Might and me outside for a moment. I can tell he can't stay in this form much longer by his body language. I tug on his sleeve like a child to get his attention. He bends down to hear me clearly. This better not last long. We still have things to do tonight, I whisper to him. Don't worry, David knows. Melissa does not. How supportive. I nod as I let him stand up again. We hear All Might's cue to enter, and I let him go in first. Good thing I did. Yes, I am here. Shaking with emotion for our heartfelt reunion. All Might exclaims as he strikes a dramatic pose. The strange thing is that it's similar to what I do. Imagine all the places you could relate to someone, yet here is where I connect to All Might. I barely notice All Might rushing forward to swing the man around and drop him on the floor. I can hear their jokes and laughter, but I'm still recovering mentally. When I finally return to their cheerful reunion, I realize who David is. David Shield. No, it isn't just because of how cool his name sounds. He is the most well-known scientist in the world. He was All Might's partner in America, but we don't care about that. He won a Nobel Prize for his work. He was an inspiration in my childhood. I should have known just from the name David, but I had other things to worry about at the time. Thinking about it, I feel like I'm third-wheeling this family conversation. I guess this is how a security guard feels. Young Midoriya, with how you are, you know who this man is, don't you? All Might asks, finally bringing me into the conversation. David Shield. It's an honor to meet you. You were a huge inspiration in my childhood, I say calmly, though my body language betrays me as I bounce on my heels to release some excess energy. It's nice to know someone has been inspired by my work, especially from someone like you, Midoriya. I swear my eyes sparkle. I go by given names, so no need to worry about confusing Japanese customs. My name is Izuku. You know me. Of course. Cat is a well-built machine that can do so much. It usually takes years to build it, yet I heard you can build it within a couple of weeks. Yep, because life decided I can't use my primary weapons. It's going to be interesting to see what you build in the future, especially with the bird on your shoulder already showing another design. I forgot Patchy was here. Quietly I hear All Might cough. He's close. The sparkles fade, and I can see David's expression shift as well. That's a good sign that he knows All Might pretty well. Hey, Izuku, it's been a while since All Might and I have seen each other. Do you mind leaving us alone for a while? I wish I could get away from All Might like that. Too bad I can't. I know what he is doing. I am required to stay by All Might most of the time because I tend to cause too much trouble. After saying that, I raise my hand to cover my mouth from Melissa and the other guy in the corner who's just kind of there before adding, I know. David looks surprised for a moment before nodding. I can tell he is trying to get rid of the two people in the room. I've got this, no worries. I turn to face Melissa. Hey Melissa, do you mind looking for the other UA students? They tend to cause trouble, especially the ashy blonde guy named Bakugo. You might be interested in him as he has some interesting support gear. Just know he can be a bit salty. Oh, of course. Later, Papa, Uncle Might, Izuku and Sam. With that, Melissa runs off to go cause trouble. One down, one more to go. David takes over. Hey, Sam, you should take a break? The man nods and leaves through the same door. For some reason he felt off. Thinking about it, David feels off too, but not as much. Gut feeling. Nizu told me to trust those, but I have no proof to be suspicious yet. It might be because scientists aren't trustworthy like in the movies. I don't know. Trust them until they prove otherwise is my motto. A silly one, but one nonetheless. The moment Sam left the room, I snapped next to All Might's side to catch him as he turns into Yagi. Gently, I set him on the floor as the old man coughs heavily. Yagi seriously needs to retire soon. I knew it was bad from the email, but not this bad, David says as he tries to comfort All Might. Good, because I'm not willing to do it. I'm relating more to All Might now in personality, not in sickness. David wanted to test Yagi's quirk level, so we are in his lab. Yagi is hooked up in a capsule, practically only in boxers. David and I are looking at a screen. Thankfully, I'm able to figure out how all this works. However, I finally realize what is wrong with Yagi's left side. He has a vortex there that looks like Kurogyri. He shouldn't be working with that. Quirk science isn't my specialty, but I will try my best to explain what a quirk level is. Quirk levels are basically a representation of how powerful a quirk is. The best way to describe it is like a leveling system in a video game, except you are stuck with what you have. The results pop up on the screen, and David gasps while I remain quiet. Yagi's quirk level has decreased significantly over the years. Honestly, that is expected when you have one foot in the grave and cough out blood. Age can probably decrease it too, but I don't know enough to confirm that. With a sigh, David releases Yagi from the capsule. David questions the man. Toshi, why are your quirk levels going down so much? Your quirk level should not decrease this much. I know you were seriously injured by All for One, but these numbers are absurd. What in the world happened to you? While his levels have dropped, Yagi, as much as I hate to admit it, is still a powerful person. However, All for One is a name I haven't heard since I broke into the government. He is the top villain of Japan. At least I know where the injury came from. I should have guessed. However, that comment put me on edge. I quietly ask Kat to record the interaction. For a moment, Yagi is quiet as he coughs. Finally, he responds, I suppose that if you are a hero for a long time, your body eventually wears down. There is a moment of silence before David begins to speak again. At this rate, the symbol of peace will fade away. The only reason Japan can maintain its crime rate at 6% is because of your presence. Other countries hover around 20%, and some are even worse. Honestly, part of me wishes you had never left America because they could really use you. Yagi stands up and walks over to David's side. There's no need to be so pessimistic, Dave. The world is filled with capable pro-heroes, not to mention good people like you who support them. Besides, I can still be All Might for a few hours each day. Yagi is interrupted. Come on. What if a monstrous villain appears, and you're not able to save us again? Listen. Just in case that day comes, understand that I have no intention of stepping down. Silence returns for a moment, but then Yagi speaks again, this time looking at me. Young Midoriya, can you give us your perspective on this? Finally, my opinion is validated. Too bad I have to be serious. I can tell David is surprised that Yagi is asking me of all people. Him too. Are you sure this is something to ask him, Toshi? David questions, probably thinking his close friend is a bit off. He isn't wrong. While Midoriya may seem immature, he has proven himself multiple times. He understands how the world works and can come up with the best solutions, even if they seem ridiculous at the time. David reluctantly nods before looking at me. I straighten up, form a response in my head, and deliver it. Yes, sir. Please be aware that my viewpoint may be harsh. Both of your statements are valid. Japan has a 6% crime rate because of All Might. The world is filled with capable heroes and inventors. However, both of you are too focused on the idea of peace. David, you and I both know that we will never achieve complete peace. It will always be fragile. We can only limit crime. The pro-heroes in Japan are capable of handling the burden, but the problem is that All Might has taken on too much. The moment All Might is taken down, Japan will face chaos. All Might is not invincible. You need to support the other heroes and help the next generation. Yagi, you should not be working as a hero unless it's an emergency. The pro-heroes can manage minor incidents. If All for One is as powerful as you say, you need to conserve your strength for him. You are pushing yourself too hard. Imagine the world if the symbol of peace suddenly crumbled before them? You should consider stepping back and trusting the heroes around you. Yugi, All Might, I would rather not see you brought down. As much as I may seem to dislike you, I do care about you. You are human. Let us take the lead, sir. Stop making it seem like you are the only solution, and let us help you. I realize I didn't get my full opinion across because it might raise suspicion. I can see both of them contemplating what I said. I decide to add on. I'm bored, bye-bye. With that, I walk out of the lab. I may get lost, but it has to be better than being in this awkward conversation. When I leave the room, I finish recording and send it to Nizu. I would rather send it to Hisashi since he can read emotions better than anyone else, but there were some things said that he doesn't know about. Hopefully, Nizu can help me out here. Good news, I made it out. Bad news, where am I? On the other hand, Nizu warned me to be cautious. I don't want to deal with another villain attack. Well, the first problem doesn't last long when I hear familiar explosions. They aren't triggering the alarms, and I only know one other person who would be allowed to explode, whether by quirk or personality. I arrive to find my assumption correct. I should go greet them, but I have a better idea. You see, Bakugo had to lead me to a villain obstacle course where we have to take down some robots. Spotting a massive iceberg in the middle of the field leads me to presume my future husband, Todoroki, has been here. I look at the leaderboard to see Todoroki in first place with 14 seconds and Bakugo in second place with 15 seconds. Oh, so that's what the fight in the middle is about. I can beat them. I sign in as I pull out my phone. You see, these villains are robots. Robots have programs, and programs are hackable. I can hack. Therefore, I can hack them. Something cool I did is that whenever I use my phone with the visor on, it appears on the visor. So, I can look up at the screen and see what I'm doing while typing on my phone as a keyboard. Anyway, less advertising my hacking. I already have everything set up. When I sign in, there isn't a waiting time. I walk straight out there, grinning as I step into the center behind Ida, Kirishima, Todoroki, and Bakugo. 3 of them are arguing while Todoroki watches. Thankfully, the ice has already melted. The girl coach looks a bit shaken. I can safely assume that Bakugo must have yelled at her. I nod at her. Another last-minute addition, we have Izuku Midoriya. Will he be able to outshine our previous 2 contestants? We shall see, the girl announces. All the boys turn to face me as I do my famous psychotic grin. And go! I press a button on my phone, and the robots shut down. Oh my god, we have a new first place. Izuku Midoriya at 5 seconds. Amazing! The girl screams as I watch my face appear on the leaderboard. What did you do, you idiot? Bakugo screams as he blasts forward to attack. Patchy, let's go! I command the bird. Patchy flies at Bakugo, crashing into him and causing him to stumble. Good boy, Patchy. Squawk, squawk. Izuku. I hear my name from the stands. I look up to see Momo, Jiro, Uraraka, and Melissa up there. I quickly run back inside to go to the stands where they are. Hey, I see you all have met. I ask. Yes. Your class is amazing. Melissa says excitedly as I hug my sister Uraraka. I would hug Jiro and Momo, but Jiro is not a hugger, and I'm still a bit salty with Momo. I will really need that bleach bath tonight. I'm glad I can manage my fears somewhat. Yeah, they are definitely fighters. Or salty, depending on who you pulled out of the bag, I respond. Like a magician, Ida appears beside me. You can't say things like that, Izuku. While you're here, are you going to the party tonight? Being forced to. I have to speak there about my inventions. No need to be negative about it. It's a high honor, Izuku. I'm aware of that. I just dislike having to be professional. You might as well practice it now. Thankfully, Melissa interrupts this boring chat. Hey, I want to go see those 2 boys at the cafe. I have extra tickets, and I would like to give them to them. Other boys? Do you mean Kaminari and Mineta? Jiro asks. Melissa, the sweetheart, replies, yeah, I think they deserve it. I saw the job ads for a cafe everywhere, so I'm going to assume that's where they come from. Well, Time to go find them and get ready for tonight because I'm done with emotions right now. Thank whoever is watching over me from above. Melissa was willing to lead me to the hotel and to the party after I change into my formal wear. You look great, sweetheart. I compliment Melissa as she leads the way. Oh, I got her blushing. Score for me. You look nice too, Izuku. I was wondering why you chose to wear that instead of a suit. It doesn't look as nice as it could be. Purely for convenience with my inventions. Otherwise, the suit will get wrinkled. That's true. We arrive at the building, and I open the door for her like a gentleman. With a smile, Melissa walks in. I regret walking in after her. Izuku, did you block me again? Ida screams as he karate chops the air. Cat, did I block Ida? I ask Cat, still wearing the visor. Yes, meow. Would you like me to unblock him? Cat replies. Yes, please. That's what happens when you call me to scream that I'm late, I state to him. This riles him up for a moment. So far, it's Ida, Kaminari, Mineta, Melissa, and me that are here. Mineta and Kaminari must be in heaven right now because they are literally drooling over the girl. Sorry, Melissa. Thankfully, Momo, Uraraka, and Jiro arrive, all beautiful in their own ways. As a group, we are about to enter the elevator with Ida going over the rules when. Dear citizens of Island, there is a bomb threat in the city. Everyone must return to their homes until it is clear to come out again. All buildings will be locked down until otherwise. Those who do not go home within 10 minutes will be announced as breaking the protocol. Are you kidding me? Everyone, we need to stay here while we let the heroes Izuku. What are you doing? Get back here. Oh, Ida, you poor, trusting boy. I had already found the staircase and started climbing as I issued commands to Cat. Various programs flashed across the visor. Yeah, let's just wait around for help. When has that ever worked in the movies? Never. Therefore, I'm going ahead. I also need to save All Might, or my exam grade will be ruined. Anyone is welcome to join me. With that, I pressed on. Momo, of course, tried to be the voice of reason. Wait, Izuku, shouldn't we discuss this? What if there are people after us? And what do you mean about All Might? People are after us anyway. How many times have we been through this? It's unrealistic. Anyway, according to Cat, they aren't after us. Well, they would be if we had arrived on time. We don't seem to understand the concept of time. Therefore, we saved ourselves, believe it or not. So, they are after the party? Yep. All Might is at the party. With our luck, he's probably trapped because the emergency ropes were triggered. I don't know where, but I can guess it's probably near the heroes, including All Might. Can't he just break out though? He is the #1 hero for a reason. Mineta exclaimed as we crawled up the stairwell. Technology can be tricky if not handled properly. We're in one of the most technologically advanced places in the world. I would be surprised if it didn't trap All Might. Thankfully, Momo took over again. I assume you're going to assess the situation before trying to hack through? Yes. However, I need a bit of information. Melissa, is this the normal procedure for a bomb? Language. I ignored the protest. No, it isn't, Melissa replied. She might be the most useful one here. No offense to everyone else, but she has information about this place. And this place is exclusive, right? Except for me, but we won't mention that. Yeah, only certain people can go through. That list is minimal. I have some information. I am certain of one thing. Someone is where they aren't supposed to be. Izuku, they aren't supposed to be hacking through anyway, Momo tried to tell me. Thankfully, Melissa understood. Do you mean on the top floor? Bonus points for Melissa. They are at the source itself, which is apparently on the top floor. You need a powerful computer to hack through this from the outside. From there, I have two theories. The first theory is the more logical one: they are hacking through. However, you have to be exceptionally skilled to get through this. Thus, the second theory is also possible. They were let in by someone. Another traitor? Mineta exclaimed. You're not helping, pervert. However, pretty much, yeah. It has to be one of the top people. I already had my suspicions about who it could be, but I couldn't say anything with their family in the room. But the systems and the leaders thoroughly check people's backgrounds before letting them in, Melissa stated. True. However, who says someone can't switch sides? They might have been here for a while and decided to switch sides for a reason. Scientists can be tricky, I tell you. Can you hack through the top security? He probably can. He can hack through the government. Sorry, Kaminari, but I'm cutting you off here. This is why people think you're the UA traitor. Not all the way. What? They were loud. That's usually my job. Do I need to switch to our native language for you all to understand? Besides, I need more information before I start causing chaos. Izuku, we are not supposed to. Does this boy not understand a joke? Ida, you're not helping my mindset right now. Oh, we are here. Thank goodness. Ida should have joined the military. For plot convenience, we appeared on the second floor, looking down at the first floor. It seemed like a pleasant place with food tables, drinks, and candles if you ignored all the heroes tied up. Who wants to guess who's on the first floor? Nobody? I'll answer that for you. All Might. As suspected, he was in quite a predicament. How were you able to predict so much, if I may ask? Momo inquired, her tone revealing her curiosity. I had been around Nizu, the same rat who has me regularly observe people. I think I can sense the slightest change in mood. My visor is showing me the programming. It's pretty simple to understand once you translate the 10 different languages it's in. I can see what is going on in the building without us being tracked, at least. You realize that's not normal, right? Also, you can do that but not hack it. Jiro asked. I could practically feel the skepticism from everyone. Normal for me. And I can hack it, but we would be tracked down unless I randomize everything in the program. That gets tricky, especially if they start trying to kick me out. While I'm talking to you, please keep your earlobe pressed to the ground. Izuku, please use proper language and politely ask for something. Honestly, at this point, I shouldn't have to say who it is. Ignored. Why? I couldn't blame the skepticism this time. I'm going to talk to All Might. I'm hoping the idiot knows sign language. If he starts talking right now, could you hear him? Yes. Hallelujah, we have something. This is practically what her quirk was designed for. I wonder how many people she has observed? I'll have to ask her that later. For now, I need to save my grade. I need you to translate for me. I can sign to him, but I don't have fantastic hearing like you. Can you do that for me? Please? Yes, I can say please. Yeah, sure. How are you going to get his attention without anyone else noticing? I can't just go down there and punch his smile away, huh? I need to catch his eye. Oh wait, this is simple. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight mode. I turned it on and off a few times until All Might looked up at us. I put away my phone and raised my hands to sign. Please tell me you can read what I'm signing. Otherwise, I can't help you. On another note, we can hear you talk. I could see his lips moving. I can't hear him, but at least he got the point. He says he can. The whole island is under hostage. David and his assistant were taken from the room a few minutes ago. I'll be honest. It slipped my mind that they can control the entire island from a single system. That's incredibly reckless. My point is further proven as those two were taken out individually. Of course, they might be going after David because he is well known, but that doesn't mean he's off the list. Information on the enemies. They have guns. Their abilities are unknown. The main leader wears a metal mask. That doesn't help much. I wish we had internet because the visor has facial recognition, but that system is down too. Actually, I have a better question. What happened when they were taken? They were going to take just the assistant, but David volunteered to go with her. Dumb move. Sorry, Melissa, but your dad is heading into a dangerous situation because he made a foolish choice. I can't help but express my frustration as I tug on my hair. We can save him, can't we? Melissa clings to any hope. I think she's about to cry, but my emotionless demeanor makes it hard to tell. I sigh. I have to try, even if they might be traitors, don't I? Damn it. I have two plans. I'm giving you all a choice since one plan is riskier than the other. The first plan is to lay low and climb to the top ourselves. However, The little robot drones I see everywhere will attack us. I can't hack us through this. We will likely be discovered eventually, and stronger members will be sent to deal with us. The second plan involves more of me. We get away from this area, I start hacking the system, which will lead to the guards coming after us. While they're busy, All Might and the other heroes will be freed. We will have to rely on brute force. Everyone will be after us, but this gives us a chance to prepare for whatever they throw at us. We can probably strike back since they won't know our abilities unless they look them up. It's up to you all. Jiro looked up at me as she removed her jack. All Might says you shouldn't do anything, but he knows you will do something anyway, so you're allowed to do what is necessary. Just don't do anything reckless. He's absolutely right, and his opinion doesn't matter here. We can't just sit back, especially when the heroes can't help us right now. All Might just gave us proof. Thank you, Jiro. I state as I pull out my phone to start searching through the programming. I might as well get an idea of what we're working with. Surprisingly, Todoroki is the next one to speak, so we either fight a couple of people without All Might or a whole group with him. A better way of putting it, you said you can randomize the program to make it harder to find us, right? Momo asks. I can, but it's not a guarantee. It also makes it harder to let All Might out. I don't see why we're doing anything. Don't you remember the Izuku? Mineta exclaims. Excuse me, but you weren't the one taking a life or sacrificing your own. If anything, you were acting cowardly, just like you are now. He's really getting on my nerves. A bubbly voice comes through. I think we should trust Izuku. He knows what he's doing. He probably has it all planned out like he always does, right, Izuku? Thank goodness someone trusts me. Uraraka, I could hug you right now if I could. Of course I do. I just need you all to choose if you want the riskier plan or not. Uraraka, the sweet girl, continues to support me. Think about it. When has Izuku's plans ever failed? I would like to mention that I have beaten all of you when everyone faced me. With a concussion, I might add. Is Izuku really that smart? Melissa questions the class. Believe it or not, yes. Despite his outrageous behavior and language, Izuku is the smartest in the class, within reason. If you're paired with him, it's a guaranteed win. It's just that some of his ideas might seem silly. Ida sighs. But they work, don't they? Well, yes. I know better than to argue with you at this point. Glad you're learning. Now choose before I go without any help. Momo continues to investigate my idea. Do you have a plan to knock out an entire crowd? This class is full of powerhouses. I would hope so. I say we trust him with the riskier plan. He's probably being dramatic about it. Of all people, Momo agrees first? All right then. It's called making sure people don't get hurt. Learn it. I state. I will follow Izuku as well. Uraraka. I'm too lazy to elaborate on that. If Momo will follow, I will too. Oh, come on, Jiro. Always follow the smart guy. Kaminari. True 50% of the time. The rest means they might be a villain. Please don't get us killed. Ida. Let's do this. I might slow us down, but I'd like to try. Yeah, I'm not letting you get away with that, Melissa. Actually, Melissa, you know your way around this place. I get lost too easily, so you'll be helpful. You probably know a lot about this area. Question, what is your ability? I need to know what I'm working with. Oh, I'm actually Quirkless. Girl, me too. High five. I'm so happy. We even high-five to prove it. Wait, you don't have a quirk? I would have thought you had an intelligence ability. No, this is natural, darling. For some reason, I see a particular look cross Uraraka's face. I don't know why though. Wait, do you carry hand sanitizer on you? Oh yeah, that habit. Most people are used to it, but newer people question my sanity. Anytime I touch someone, I use hand sanitizer or disinfectant. It depends on who it is. Yes, need some? I'm good. Are you guys really going to follow him? Mineta asks. Everybody nods, and he sighs in resignation. The whole crew is together. We have smart guy, smart girl, strict Sonic, gravity-defying girl, Amazon with auto DLV, music girl, Cool guy with a cold ability on the side. And the jokester. We got this. Let's do this, everyone. Language. I have found the place to start the action. It's a large hallway that I don't mind disrupting. Cat equip. Meow. Cat disassembles and flies toward me. It transforms into metal armor with all sorts of cool features. Glad I didn't go with a tuxedo. Is this the place we are leading them to? Momo inquires. Yes. The plan is rather simple. Todoroki, you're going to freeze them in place. Can you do that? I receive a nod. I continue. All right, Jiro, I need you to listen in on them and let us know when they are arriving. Once they are immobilized, we need to head to the top. During this time, I will let All Might out. So, Melissa, where is the nearest elevator? If we go straight and take 2 rights, we should find one. However, you'll need to hack through, she replies. Good to know. Are we ready to start this show? I see their determined nods and I grin. I start tapping on my phone to see what I can do. Right now, the speaker system is the easiest to hack. I'm going to have fun. I adjust the microphone. Through this hacking experience, I realize that they are using the source itself. There is no hacking. That makes things tougher as I have to go through more code, but I can handle it. Eventually, I break through the system, and my voice blasts through the speakers. Hello everyone. Mr. Villain People, you forgot to account for a hacker. Sure, it was a little troublesome, but here I am. It's my show tonight. Now, I can make this place a lot more chaotic, so be careful what you do. Let's see how this goes. Language. First off, that wasn't even bad. Second, they can hear your strictness over the microphone. You'll still get in trouble for that though. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Wrong place, wrong time. Shouldn't you turn off the microphone now? I mean, I could. I'm pretty sure that means he won't, Momo elaborates. Ring-a-ling, darling. Our conversation gets cut off by Jiro. Now. Suddenly, the room drops to freezing as the floor is covered in ice and immobilized villains. Heroes 1, villains 0. Let's go. With that, I shut off the microphone, and we all let Melissa lead us to the elevator. More like I'm riding because Cat provides free will transportation. Meanwhile, I'm hacking the system again. Got it. Oddly enough, nothing is fighting against me. They must lack experience, or they aren't very good at their jobs. I'm not complaining. The elevator is even more accessible. Then, the rain on my parade arrives. I am here. Good job on apprehending those villains. All Might exclaims with his proud smile. Thank goodness. The rest of my class breathes. Uncle Might, glad to see you safe. Melissa smiles. All Might adds, the heroes down there have it under control. I really hope so. Yeah, we're going up. Get in. I'm not in the mood to deal with him more. I roll into the elevator as we all cram inside. It's awkward with All Might being so huge, but we make it work. With that, we're going up on an adventure. It boggles me how childish you act, Ida informs me. Whatever. Update, we aren't going all the way. Only to floor we have to transfer elevators from there. That or we climb. Care to let me know what is going on, young Midoriya? All Might asks. I'm willing to bet my life savings that there is a traitor. Someone was let in. They're on the top floor right now. Thank you for the information. I just nod. Not worth talking when I'm tip-tapping on my phone to hack. I do put on elevator music to keep us entertained. You're welcome. Well, we are on the 100th floor. We move out to find we are in an observatory of some sort. Would have mistaken it for a forest otherwise. With our luck, the scene we arrive at is not good. We come to Kirishima being slammed into the wall. Good thing for his hardening quirk. Actually, how did he get up here? Anyway, Bakugo is dealing with 2 villains by himself. To tell you the truth, he is struggling. Todoroki, go help him. Everyone else, we need to get past them to the elevator behind them. I should send All Might, however, he has a time limit. I don't need him getting hurt before the real fight. I can see how All Might looks like he is about to jump in. I sigh, All Might trust me on this? Todoroki goes forward to start using his ice powers. Quietly, I lead the way around the massive fight. They look overwhelmed, but I know they got this. They are the powerhouses in our group for a reason, and they aren't foolish. I shove everybody into the elevator, and up we go again after some more hacking. I'm starting to dislike hacking right now. Thankfully, this should be the last of this. We are going to the top floor. I have no idea what we should expect, but be ready. I do. I just don't want to start an argument in an elevator. Ding. The door opens, and the first thing we see is a vast room filled with filing cabinets. It almost looks like that library in Harry Potter, where they keep things you aren't supposed to have. I don't know. I haven't watched it since I was little. In the center, the assistant, Sam, I believe his name is down on the ground. I quickly zoom forward to check. Thankfully, there is a pulse. Momo, you can handle this, right? Yes, she replies. But, Jiro, stay with her. I quickly pull out an extra headset I always keep with me and throw it at her. I need you to listen in case anybody comes up. If someone does, let me know. You guys are our first line of defense. Actually, Kaminari, stay here too. If I bring you with me, you're going to be useless. Momo can at least make an insulated blanket to protect them and let you electrify the place. You would be the better attacker after all. I'm actually using a similar plan they did at the USJ. I remember that from watching the footage when I asked for it. I can't watch my part of the fight without freaking out somewhat, but I can watch everyone else's without a problem. With this, it leaves Ida, Uraraka, Mineta, All Might, Melissa, Patchy, and me. Only 3 of them I never fight with. Oh boy. I have to do this for emergencies. We start running while rolling. On the way, we find the control room. All Might, go ahead. We need to get rid of this lockdown. I command. All Might nods before zooming off. We walk in to find a guy in the room. Left alone. Stupid. I bend down to Mineta's height and whisper, get him stuck on the floor and in the chair. Mineta glares at me, but I push him forward rudely. He deserves it. Quietly, he walks toward the lounging man and playfully attaches his gadgets all over him. It takes a bit too long for the man to notice. What the heck? I don't want to hear him complain. I stride over and deliver a swift punch to his face, officially knocking him out. Melissa, come over here and get this thing rolling again. I feel like a total boss right now. Melissa quickly gets the systems back in order. All right, we did our job. Mineta, stay here. Feel free to keep him occupied as you like. By myself? What a coward. I'm not leaving him with one of the girls, and Ida is too valuable right now. He's the only other powerhouse here. Just, let's go. Honestly, I just wanted an excuse to leave Mineta behind. He's only tasked with sticking them to the ground. We leave the panicking Mineta behind and head toward where All Might is. When we arrive, what is going on here? There is a literal storm of metal in front of me. I was so distracted that we almost got hit by a flying piece. Thankfully, Ida becomes useful and uses his quirk to smash it out of the way. He has to focus on clearing the path. All Might isn't doing well as he struggles against the overwhelming pressure. Wait. Crushed? And he's not even paying attention because he's distracted by another piece trying to fall on him. I rush forward and throw my grapples. Come on, hurry up. Finally, they latch onto his arms. I pull him back to prevent a disastrous fate. He falls to the ground, but I can't do everything myself. Pay attention. I know you have limits, but you can push through. I attempt to encourage him. Unfortunately, my remark catches the attention of the wrong person. Well, what do we have here? The kid who has been ruining my plans. Suddenly, I feel myself lifted and forced forward until I come face to face with the villain, who I assume is the boss. I quickly notice the device on his head. Somehow, I feel that's the reason we're here. He continues, I have no idea how you've caused so much trouble, but you will pay. Suddenly, snap, pain explodes in my right arm. I bite my tongue to keep from crying out. I know I need to act quickly. I look at him with a determined grin and summon my aura. This will only give me a moment against someone like him, but that's all I need. So that's how we're going to play? Alright. Patchy attack. Thankfully, the bird does what I ask and slams into the villain's face. However, this leads to my downfall as I was being held midair. The sensation stops abruptly as I feel the wind hit my face, and I'm set down on the ground. I look up to see All Might. Midoriya, are you alright? Yes. Cat, detach and go into cannon mode. Uraraka, use your quirk on my arm. Ida, defend. All Might when, before I can finish, a barrage of metal flies toward us. All in one kill. I'll take it. The villain's voice echoes. This gives us barely any time to react. Thankfully, explosions can be heard, and the temperature drops. Get to it, All Might. You can't go down that easily. Bakugo growls. Thank you, young Bakugo, is all we hear before a flash goes through our vision. I'm pretty sure that encouraged All Might. Ida, Todoroki, and Bakugo take care of the flying debris. While they do that, I prepare. I'm glad both Patchy and the ants are made of plastic, otherwise, we would be in trouble. Ants on Patchy wing mode. I decided the nanobot's name is too long, so we're sticking with ants now. Patchy transforms into a pair of wings on my back while the ants sit in my bag. Izuku, are you insane? You aren't going back out there. Uraraka exclaims. Great, now I have two people worried about me. I haven't even argued with Patchy or Melissa yet. I mean yes. Least I'm being honest. Uraraka facepalms. Do you even have a plan? Melissa questions. Wait until I'm needed. I won't go in if I'm not needed. That's something, Uraraka mumbles. That something doesn't last long because everyone is tired of this villain's antics. Everyone is slowing down, and All Might looks like he's about to collapse. I don't know what happened, but I see him thrown back with metal wires trapping him. Oh no. All Might. My feet move before I can think, my injured arm trailing behind me. I jump, the wings flap behind me and I fly toward All Might. The backpack rips, allowing the ants to surround me and grow in size. Thank goodness I wore the headband that lets me control these little helpers. When I reach All Might, I imagine the ants surrounding him in a protective sphere. The area becomes dark except for the lights on my wings. We can hear the sounds of metal smashing outside, trying to break through. My protection plan somehow works. Too bad I can smell the blood coming from All Might. However, I need to focus. The sounds stop, leaving only the occasional scraping of metal. I start trying to force the sphere outward. Come on, Cat, repeat, freeze or explode where we are. I never had a use for that feature until now. I'm glad I added it. The temperature drops once more, and explosions fill the area. I force the sphere out again. Loud cracking noises can be heard before the space around us breaks, and we fall downward. I focus for a moment to create a platform with the ants below us to catch us. We land with a harsh thud. Midoriya, you shouldn't be moving, especially with your arm, All Might warns in a serious tone. I can't help but growl. And you aren't supposed to be losing, number one hero. You're about to crash. You can't fight alone. Let us help. We're here for a reason. Stop hurting yourself and let us help. All Might falls silent for a moment. A moment too long in my opinion. Debris flies past us toward a focal point in the sky. All that metal solidifies into a gigantic metal cube for some reason. I don't know why, but I know it can destroy this whole place. Alright, can Cat still do a cannon blast? Yes. Combining powers. Correct, Midoriya. Go down so you are at least out of the way. Yes, sir. I think that's the first time I've ever said, yes, sir, and meant it. I direct the ants to crawl down to the ground as All Might zooms in. Cat, prepare the Ultra Blast. Aim for that cube. Avoid All Might. I feel two hands on my shoulders before getting playfully smacked on the head. I know what I'm doing, no need to worry. I know, but still, Izuku, Uraraka tells me. I realize the gravity has lifted off my arm again, though I hadn't noticed it before. I need to focus, though. I keep an eye out for All Might. Finally, he emerges from the rubble and zooms toward the cube. It's time to win. Smash. Ultra Blast, Cat. Blinding light fills our sight as the cube explodes, forcing me to look away. However, another problem arises. Cat is out of order. The Ultra Blast is a move that will automatically disable Cat as it is its most powerful attack. We need more energy because that guy is surrounding himself again. No way. Patchy, detach and go help All Might. The wings on my back disappear to reveal the bird again. It flies up to All Might. Another power boost. We shall bring peace once more. Smash. Patchy, energy beam. The light returns. Am I alive? I am? Great. This place kinda stinks. Island was supposed to be the perfect paradise for me. Then everyone had to ruin it. First, Nizu sent a letter with rules. Then, the rat sends me with my biggest rival besides Bakugo, All Might. And to top it all off? A villain attack. That's how my depression returned. The end. I have to finish this, don't I? I stand up, ignoring everyone and my sore arm, and walk through the debris. I'm about to confront someone. Izuku, what are you doing now? Ida tries to stop me. I have someone to talk to and possibly arrest. Melissa, come on. You might as well listen to this. They know better than to stop me now. Melissa looks at me reluctantly before following. I don't blame you, girl. After some thinking, I run into one of the two things I need. Actually, I was looking for something else first, but this will do. The mask the guy was wearing. It has a circle in the middle with 4 tentacles attached to it. I have no idea where he is. Well, I pick it up and continue. Eventually, I hear some chatter in the distance. I raise my hand to stop Melissa as I climb to the top of the pile. In the distance, I see All Might looking exhausted and my target, David's shield. Stay here, I tell Melissa as I walk down. I'm about to disrupt this reunion, just like I ruin every family gathering with my quirklessness. When I'm a safe distance from them, I start my accusation. You were the one who started this mess, weren't you? At least the man looks as troubled as I feel. Yes, I did and I'm sorry. I can practically hear the guilt in his voice. Like, sorry, is going to solve all our problems. You know how many lives you put at risk? More than you can imagine. Now, tell me what this does. I lift the metal squid-like device. It raises a person's quirk level when activated. Okay, the pieces are coming together. This was for All Might, wasn't it? I know he isn't a bad guy, at least. He's just misguided. I'm trying to figure out what happened, so I don't make up wild stories for the cops because he's going to jail. Too much has happened to let him off the hook. You and I both know the symbol of peace can't fall. Japan will fall with him. I can't help but sigh. I see All Might transform back to Yagi beside me. I'm shaking with anger, but I can hold that back for later. Yet, you were going to make him wear this? This could have harmed him. You were asking for trouble the moment you built this. It makes me sick just looking at it. All Might won't live forever. If Japan falls, it deserves to. Before I forget. I drop the device and stomp on it, continuing until only pieces remain. I can see the shock on his face as I continue. I'm not letting anyone reach that level again. There's a reason for it to be declined. Respect it. Now, let me know if I'm right. You hired villains to take over this tower, so you and Sam could get this and work on it. They were supposed to be fake. Sam betrayed me, but I don't feel anger over it. Is he the one who set it up? Yes. Gullible fool. Alright then. So you were going to leave your daughter behind? That seems to have triggered something. It's for peace. Peace, my foot. That is unfair to her, especially when what you did is illegal. If that device fell into the wrong hands, or even got reproduced, the world would be in chaos. You probably also made All Might's injury worse. Honestly, I'm questioning your friendship, as it seems like he is treated more like an object than a person. All Might, I will leave it to you. Don't let personal feelings cloud your judgment about what to do with him. I walk away to keep from exploding. I honestly want out of here. I'll be surprised if they continue this convention. If so, I'm here for the rest of the week. If they cancel, that means we are getting kicked out soon. I hope it's tomorrow morning. I'm done with this place where I have to act like a decent human being. Right now, I need to find my inventions, Cat and Patchy. The ants are already back in the bag, so that's something I can recover. It shouldn't be too hard. Melissa, bless her, helps me. I can tell she is nervous, probably because of how tense I am, but she'll have to deal with it. Patchy is found first. It's still intact, so that's good. However, the battery is dead. That's an easy fix, so I don't mind. I lift the bird with my free hand and start digging again. Hey, Izuku, shouldn't you wrap your arm? That slipped my mind. I rip the sleeve of my shirt off and make a makeshift bandage for now. After searching for a few minutes, we walk back to our classmates where we find Cat. Setting Patchy down, I search the components of Cat to see what kind of shape it is in. Fried and broken. The leg that my injured arm was attached to is damaged as well. The only thing that can be salvaged is the plates, which are useless now. All those hours of work glare back at me, destroyed. Quietly, I stand up and walk past the class to go back inside. Deku, snap out of it. We won, you idiot. Bakugo growls from somewhere behind me. I give him a dismissive gesture and leave them behind. I can hear soft muttering. All I hold in my hand is a lifeless Patchy. My other hand is somewhat injured, so I can't hold anything there. Now to find my way out so I can scream. I made it out. I also managed to find my way back to the hotel because I remembered specific landmarks along the way. The whole time I ran, trying to shake the anger out of me. It didn't work. I arrived at the hotel room as angry as before. It just frustrates me that one of the smartest men in the world could do something so reckless. I can see myself making mistakes, but a man with a daughter? I enter the room to find Yagi sitting on the bed, looking worried. When he hears the door open, he immediately looks to see me and seems relieved. Then he notices my injured arm. He quickly stands to walk over. I'm not dealing with this tonight, Yagi. I start, but he cuts me off. You aren't going to hurt yourself more, young Midoriya. Ought to hear you saying that while you're doing the same thing constantly. You're still growing. I'm not. Age doesn't make a difference. We're still hurting ourselves either way. However, if you want me to deal with it, I will. I drop Patchy on the bed, grab my medical bag that I always keep with me, and carry it into the bathroom. I close the door and lock it. Midoriya, what are you doing? Get the cameras from Extreme Cheapskates. I'm saving money. I can still have a sense of humor while angry. Midoriya, no. Midoriya, yes. Yes, I'm doing my own procedure. I've watched enough videos. I have some knowledge about this. I got this. Okay, but seriously, I know a lot about medical stuff. I'm going to spare your eyes from seeing this. See you after. An hour later, my anger is gone, my bones are back together, and my cast, as dark as my mood, is on. Just don't ask how I did it with one hand. I head out to see Yagi on the phone. I'm not kidding. Midoriya is doing his own surgery. Suddenly, he notices me. Midoriya, are you all right? I think he put whoever he is talking to on speaker. I'm still alive and my bones are back in place. Then the person on the phone finally speaks. Please tell me all might is lying, Izuku. A gruff, tired voice asks through the device. Oh no, it's shoulda. Miss ya bye. Before Yagi can react, I grab the phone and turn it off. Seriously, Midoriya? What if there were complications? I would have worried about it when the time came. I will let Aizawa and Recovery Girl deal with you back home. I'm going to sleep. You should too. We are heading back tomorrow morning. With that, Yagi goes to his bed and lays down while I play games on my laptop all night. I can't sleep when I'm excited to get out of this place. Bye, everyone. See you soon. Or not. Because I refuse to bring it up later, David didn't go to jail because they still needed him for various tasks. He is currently under careful scrutiny. Do I think he deserves a harsher punishment? Absolutely. He involved his daughter in this mess. But that decision isn't mine to make. Moving on, I managed to get Melissa's number legally. The moment that plane landed, I jumped out of the door and rolled down the railing. Yes, I actually did that, even with a broken arm. Midoriya, be careful. At least wait for me. I hear Yagi calling out from behind, probably still upset that I performed my own surgery. Do you know how expensive it is to have someone else do it? Extremely expensive. Why would I pay someone when I have the supplies to do it myself? The only real issue is the pain. I can handle that, I haven't taken any pain relief yet. I do wait for him. When he finally finishes climbing down the stairs, he glares at me with his blue eyes for a moment before asking, "How do you have so much energy when you should be slowed down?" Pain doesn't bother me. Language. He sounds exhausted with me right now. I feel a twinge of guilt, just a tiny bit. Usually, I wouldn't feel anything at all, so that's a win. Nevertheless, I decide to stay quiet as we walk. As we enter the airport to head to the conveyor, a booming voice cuts through the crowd. "Izuku! It's Hisashi! Wow, he's loud even without his quirk." I turn to see my squad Hisashi, Nemuri, and Shoyuta approaching. Hisashi is the first to reach me, checking me over before pulling me into a tight side hug. Everyone seems a bit off. "Thanks a lot, Nizu, for making me notice. Let's hurry and get your things so we can check your arm," Shoyuta growls. He seems a bit irritable. Apparently, he had a run-in with Yagi, who is now nowhere to be seen. As soon as I grab my belongings, Shoyuta is at my side, gripping my free arm and guiding me forward while taking my bag. "Do you want to let go?" "I can walk on my own," I say, slightly confused. All I get in response is a tighter grip. "All right then." I glance back at Hisashi and Nemuri, who are following us, and they exchange a look that I interpret as, "You're in trouble." "Let's ask them." I raise my voice. "Can you explain what's going on with him? Did you two not get along last night, Hisashi? Izuku, do you not know how to be discreet with these kinds of things?" Hisashi exclaims, while Nemuri stifles a laugh. Surprisingly, Shoyuta remains silent, just walking faster, which makes me speed up as well. I have a feeling I won't get a response from him. No, but seriously, I need an answer. I'm trying to be concerned here. "What do you think it is?" Nemuri asks. There are plenty of reasons he could be upset. The thing is, I haven't seen him for an entire day, so I haven't done anything. I wasn't allowed to prank him at all. But what time was it when All Might called? That was in the middle of the day. He should have been awake then. Wait a minute, that tone is telling. You know, don't you? You just won't tell me. Two nods. Oh no, not literally, but I feel like I'm in trouble. During our conversation, Shoyuta leads us out of the airport and into the car shared by the UA staff. I'm stuck in the back with Shoyuta, while Hisashi and Nemuri sit in the front, looking pleased. Lucky them. Now, what have I done to annoy Shoyuta? Alright, we're at UA, and I still have no idea what's going on. Shoyuta drags me inside the building toward Recovery Girl's office. What did I do to deserve this? I've been a good boy the whole time. I'm pushed into the office, where Recovery Girl is ready for something. The moment I walk in, she lightly taps me on the head with her cane. What was that for? I protest, feeling a bit annoyed. For worrying everyone. Now, go behind the screen. I need to do an X-ray on your arm, Recovery Girl instructs as she directs me. Thank goodness I didn't wear any metal today. But my arm is fine? I won't believe you until I see it myself. Be quiet before I tap you again. You'll find a reason to anyway. I retort, knowing it's probably true. This earns me another light tap from the cane. A few minutes later, I step out and spin in circles to release some pent-up energy. Recovery Girl turns to the three adults in the room as I join them. Believe it or not, Midoriya's arm is healing correctly. The only thing I would have done differently is to give him some pain medication. This is why you should have more faith in me, I say with a smirk. Except you didn't account for complications, Midoriya. Survival of the fittest. If I go down, I go down now. Stop hitting me. And you wonder why I have issues. Unless you want to keep that cast on, I suggest you be quiet. I guess I have to comply because I kind of want my arm back. I didn't expect you to go quiet. I wasn't born yesterday. I'm not going to respond to that. Recovery Girl gives me a quick kiss on the cheek, and I feel my arm heal. Yay, my arm is back. Suddenly I stumble. I close my eyes as dizziness washes over me. The last time that happened was well, always. Thankfully, I manage to catch myself, but I feel a hand grip my unbroken arm. Izuku, are you okay? Hisashi's worried voice reaches me. Just a little dizzy is all. I respond a bit too cheerfully. Midoriya, when was the last time you slept and for how long? Recovery girl asks. It takes me a moment to gather my thoughts and open my eyes. Yesterday morning for an hour, I say, and then I hear a bang. Come on. Before that. Oh boy. I'm not going to tell the truth on that. 3 hours the night before. Another tap. I don't think this is what a nurse does. A rough voice shatters the silence. Tell the truth, Izuku. I can feel the weight of Shura's words. Wednesday night, a couple of hours? I sense the shock in Shura's voice. That's 4 days on barely any sleep, Midoriya. It's serious when he uses my family name. It works, though. I protest. Based on his energy, I thought he was in better shape. Apparently not. That will catch up with him. How is he still standing? Have you tried medication? Recovery girl asks, her pen scratching against paper. I feel a firm grip on my arm and look up to see Shoyuta. For a moment, I thought it was Hizashi holding me. I even tried the adult stuff as a kid. Honestly, I'm in a better position now than I was back then. That's the truth. I hear Shoyuta sigh. I'm taking him home and making him sleep as soon as you remove that cast. Recovery girl gets to work. But I feel fine. I'll be surprised if you don't pass out within a few minutes. You're running yourself down, Izuku. You need to sleep. I don't know how your mother hasn't forced you to rest by now. I tense up and try to pull away, but I'm stuck. Deal with me your whole life, and you'll understand. I'm capable of getting you to sleep. Don't ask me how. I swear you sneak something into my system. You would notice if I did. True. Once Recovery Girl removes the cast, Shoyuta is already pulling me out, the others right behind us. Geez, pushy. Get a call in the middle of the day saying your reckless kid is performing surgery on himself, and you'll understand. I need a comeback. That I can't relate to because I would just handle it myself. Shoyuta glares at me as he ushers me into the car. Hizashi tries to help while getting into the driver's seat. Izuku, I think he's trying to say something. That doing surgery on myself is foolish? Yes, but at least now I can say I performed surgery on myself. Imagine the fame. Nemuri looks at me puzzled. How do you have energy after all that? That would have knocked anyone else out. I don't feel tired like ever. Sounds like a blessing. A curse for anyone who lives with him, Shoyuta mutters. Hey, at least you have a human guard 24/7. Except I have to make sure you don't pass out. How many times have I passed out? Not from drinking, of course. Silence. Exactly. Fight me. Where's Cat? I can get a message from it if you're about to. I go quiet. Oh, the pain. Izuku. Cat got destroyed. The leg broke because I was inside, and the guy I was fighting was metal bending. He bent the leg and snapped my arm. Then I used an Ultra Blast to destroy a massive metal cube with all might. Does that mean you two are finally getting along? Hizashi asks. Nope, I'm still annoyed because I had to. Save him twice. Twice. DMN. Hizashi, watch your language, Shoyuta tells his boyfriend. But Izuku literally just cursed. I gave up on fixing him. I can prevent you from turning to his side. I feel offended. What's wrong with Izuku's side? This is the same kid who could probably take over the world in 2 weeks. Beach, 3 days. I chime in. See? Then you want to be on his good side. Hizashi exclaims. Oh boy. Good thing for you, Shoyuta. We are here. I, of course, am the first one to hop out because I hate sitting still. Hey, I have an idea. Let's have a cuddle party. Hizashi suggests. I don't mind joining. Nemuri says with a playful grin. As long as it's in my room and we aren't doing anything inappropriate, I don't care. I don't want to smell anything weird in Shura's room. I state. That earns me a light smack on the head from Shoyuta. I don't care, but we aren't partying. Izuku needs sleep. My God, you treat me like a child. Because you are one. But my IQ is higher than yours, therefore I'm the adult here. They judged wrong then. Come on. Shoyuta grabs the back of my neck and leads me into the apartment. He takes me straight to my room, pushes me down, and lays beside me. Namuri takes my free side while Hisashi settles in next to Shoyuta. Don't ask how we fit. We just do. You know, we have the wheels of a car. Like, we could be the fastest car in the world. This earns laughter from Hisashi and Namuri. A hand runs through my hair, gently massaging. Shut up and sleep, kid. I have punishment tomorrow. What kind of punishment games? That's my boy. Namuri says as we high-five. Just be quiet, both of you. That was a legitimate question. Well, he seems calm now. It only takes me a minute to drift off. Don't take pictures or I will be very upset. We totally don't cuddle like the close friends we are. There's the fluffy moment no one asked for. You're welcome. All right, lesson learned. Don't perform surgery on yourself unless you want an overly protective parent constantly hovering nearby. I can't explain why it's a bad idea. I just know it is. On top of that, Shoyuta and Mom decided to try putting me on medication to help calm me down. When I was younger, Mom attempted to give me medicine to help me sleep, but it never worked. Now, even at the highest dosage, it still doesn't help. We're off to see the wizard. The wonderful Wizard of Oz. I think the wizard is a rat, but oh well. Okay, it made me feel a bit loopy, so I'm back to being drag-free. Shoyuta intensified my exercise routine to help burn off some of my energy. I'm still hyper. Finally, Shoyuta and Mom agreed to change the days I spend with them. Initially, I was with Shoyuta from Monday to Wednesday and with Mom the rest of the week. After the apparently I need more sleep incident with Recovery Girl, they switched it to Monday, Wednesday, and Friday with Shoyuta. With that out of the way, let's jump to the present. We're now in the second week of vacation. The first week was spent with 2 days on Island and the rest dealing with my overprotective parents. Next week, we have that summer camp coming up. This week, I'm finally free from their watchful eyes. However, on the first day, Shoyuta sent me on a shopping trip with Class 1A to supervise them. Why me? It's an attempt to teach you responsibility, he said. That's got to be the silliest idea I've ever heard. There's a reason I don't have a quirk. But I won't pass up the chance to hang out with my classmates, so here we are at the mall. I quickly gather everyone. All right, I know our luck isn't great and something will probably happen, but try to prevent it. You may be hero students, but you're also kids. If you see something suspicious, just walk away and text everyone in that group chat we haven't used in ages. Either way, be safe. Now, pair up or something. I mutter the last part. Everyone starts to split off to find what they need. Luckily, I get paired with Uraraka. Hey, Izuku. Do you know where to find cheap but nice shoes? She asks, surprisingly alone. Good news, girl, I've got your back. I shop way too much for cute outfits. Of course. Follow my lead. I say, guiding her to my go-to-shoe store, sharing all the options. Shut up, you're stressing me out with all these choices. Uraraka interrupts. I understand it can be overwhelming, but come on. Okay. Chill out. Yeah, I might be a bit too enthusiastic about shopping. It only takes us a few minutes to find the shoes we need before heading out. Uraraka shows me her list and I lead her to the next store, but then I feel a strange sensation. If there's one thing I can teach you, it's to trust your instincts. I know when to be cautious. I quickly pull her close, something I wouldn't normally do, and whisper, Uraraka, go into the store and text the group to stay together. I release her as she looks at me with concern. I nod, and she walks off, at least out of the danger zone. I quietly ask Patchy to start recording. Without warning, an arm wraps around my shoulder, and a hand grips my neck, with one finger pressing down. I've done enough research to know who this is. What a coincidence that he's here of all places. KNKY. You think you're on my level already, Shigaraki? I retort with a grin. I know I'm taking a risk, but I can't help it. The grip tightens around my neck. Shut it, Brett. You know how easily I could end you right now. Shigaraki snarls. Pretty easily, probably. But I'm not worried about myself. I have to think about the others around me. Let's just get this over with. Without a response, he drags me toward a chair and forces me to sit down, keeping his hand around my neck and his arm on my shoulder. Don't you think it's interesting that everyone can walk around thoughtlessly with smiles on their faces? Expected. I thought you had something to say. Let's move on. I have more important things to worry about than a man threatening me. This causes him to tighten his grip for a moment before he releases me, quieting down. I hate everything, Shigaraki begins. Relatable. Shut up or I might lose my patience. Alright, I need to be quiet for now. Before I was interrupted, I hate everything. But right now, I hate Stain the most. I should be getting recognition, yet Stain is getting attention for being arrested by a quirkless brat. We caused more damage, but it's overlooked. I don't understand it. Tell me, Midoriya Izuku, why is Stain getting all the attention and not me? I thought it was painfully obvious. Also, why am I being dragged into this? Well, I have a chance to insult him, so here goes. First off, you're talking to the quirkless brat who took down your Nomu at the USJ, so back off. Second, the reason he's getting attention and not you is that he has an actual kill count. The Nomus only made the place look bad. Stain actually succeeded in taking lives. Plus, he had ideals he was trying to spread. People want reasons. You were just there for the chaos. If anything, people linked what you did to Stain's actions. Not a great business deal, by the way. Suddenly, the hand around my neck tightens again. I get it now. I hate him because I hate All Might. These people can smile without a thought because of All Might. All Might is the man who created these ideals. Hold on. When did All Might's name ever come from my mouth? Also, would you like to loosen your grip? All right then. I'm struggling to breathe. Shigaraki tightens his grip. Stay calm, Izuku. Thank you, Midoriya, for this evaluation. All Might is all my troubles. You and All Might are all my troubles. At this point I can barely hear him. My vision starts to darken as he has a firm hold around my neck, but I don't move it. He can still turn me to dust. Before I pass out, I finally look at his face for the first time. Chapped skin. Red eyes. Face shape, anything I can grab and store in my brain at the moment. I don't fight back. Everything is muffled, and black spots decorate my vision. I force myself to stand straight. Suddenly, the hand is removed. Greedily, I gulp for air as I look up to see Shigaraki talking to Uraraka. You're not supposed to be here, Uraraka. I will worry about that later. Right now, I need to figure this man out. It takes a moment for me to hear again. I don't know what happened, but he starts to get up and leave. Yeah, no, I want more information. I force myself to speak, coughing out. What is All for One up to? I will explain who this man is later. Right now, know that he is the real leader of the League of Villains, and he's All Might's rival. I don't know. We do what he wants and follow him. You better be careful, Midoriya. You're on his wanted list. You're considered the biggest threat under All Might for some reason. Next time we meet, you will be dead, Shigaraki informs me. Great. I'm already wanted dead. I look up with a smile and say, looking forward to it. Shigaraki scoffs, don't follow me or I will get angry, and leaves. Izuku, are you okay? Your neck is bruising already. Uraraka whimpers out of fear as she sits down beside me. I touch my neck and wince. Yep, that's painful. I'm fine. Tell everyone that as soon as they have everything, they should go home. This is too dangerous right now, I state as I stand up. What about you? You should get that checked out just in case. I'm going to go to the police station. I need to gather some information. Go home as quickly as possible, understand? Oh, and tell everyone to text me when they get home. As soon as I receive a nod from her, I run to a specific police station. I only trust the detective there, after all. I appreciate all the information you have given us, Midoriya, but I can't put you on this case. It's highly confidential. In fact, I should be arresting you right now for knowing the name All for One. I'm not because you said you have connections with All Might, Detective Tsukachi tells me, making me want to slam my head on the table. The only reason I'm not is that I have an ice pack around my neck. Come on. I've worked with you multiple times. I can figure this out if you let me see what you have. I should be involved if they are after me as well. I know him well enough to talk like this. You're right. However, you know the laws involved to get you in. If it gets more intense, I will let you in. Don't ask Nizu to let you in either because he can't even get you in. I run my hands through my hair as I stand up. Fine. All right then. I will leave now. You know where to find me. I mumble and walk out of the interrogation room honestly. Screw laws. We can figure this out much faster without those specific laws. Well, I walk to the lobby, expecting my mom to be waiting for me as it is her day to deal with my troubles. What a surprise to see Shoyuta and Hizashi waiting for me in civilian wear. The moment I step out, Shoyuta quickly looks over me before locking eyes on the ice pack around my neck. He gets up, walks over to me and gently removes the ice pack. I flinch because that hurts. I really did not like the look on his face, though, so time to fix that. I think I'm going way farther in the trouble category than you two are, I smirk. That receives no response from either of them. My expression drops. Then it must be bad. How bad is it? Shoyuta bends down slightly to look at it as Hizashi looks with concern spreading across his face. Hizashi gulps. You have no idea? No. I worried about the students getting home and getting the information to Tsukachi. The students are home before you scold me about it, Sho. I swear Shuta's eye is twitching. Before he has a chance to punch me in the face, Hizashi pulls out his phone and turns on the camera feature for me. When he hands it over, I can see why they would be worried. There is a dark bruise on my neck. You can clearly see where Shigaraki had grabbed me. Actually, I shouldn't be too surprised. I looked at the audio from Pachi, and it turns out he was trying to intimidate me because of how I insulted the league. Great job, me. I almost got myself seriously hurt. I give you credit for taking care of the students and the information. However, you should have dealt with yourself first. What if he damaged more than you think? Shoyuta tells me as he puts the ice back on. I bite my tongue to keep from reacting. That didn't run through my head. I thought that as long as I was breathing, I was fine. Off topic, what are you two doing here? I thought Mom was going to pick me up. Change of plans. Nizu wants to talk to us about what just happened. I would also like to get Recovery Girl to heal that if she can. He has something planned, doesn't he? Probably. No idea what. Hopefully it isn't too bad, Shoyuta mutters as he walks out. Hizashi looks down at me as we follow. How do you get yourself into these situations? Plot convenience? I don't know, Hizashi. I only knew something was going to happen. That isn't encouraging. When am I ever encouraging? When we're causing trouble. Oh, so true. Move it, you loudmouths. Shoyuta yells at us from the head. DMN, he is salty. Did I interrupt something important? I ask Hizashi. He blushes. We're not even at that stage yet. Just asking. I honestly don't want to be here because I'm not supposed to be at school. I feel like I'm being cheated. It turns out it's a meeting for the entire staff, and for some reason he wanted me involved. When we arrive at the meeting room, Hizashi and I logically push Shoyuta in first and follow him. He glares at us before taking his seat next to Hizashi, leaving me alone for a moment. I don't want to be all by myself. Ah, Izuku. Please stand beside me, Nizu tells me. Okay. I quickly move over and stand next to him. I notice some of the teachers glancing at my neck, unable to look away from the ice pack. After clearing his throat, he begins his speech. Over the past few months, UA has become a target for the League of Villains, specifically All Might. This has put all our current students in danger. This morning, Class 1A went to the nearby mall and encountered the supposed leader, Shigaraki. Izuku had everyone paired up, so only one pair, Izuku and Uraraka, ran into him. He made Uraraka leave and dealt with Shigaraki. I won't go into too much detail, but we learned that Izuku is now considered the next target under All Might. With everything going on, we need a new plan. If they were able to find our students in a casual setting, whether by coincidence or not, that could lead to serious issues. Izuku, you will no longer be a student for Aizawa or me. You already know everything we could teach you, so keeping you in those classes isn't beneficial. During these times, I will partner you with a teacher for various tasks, whether it be as a teacher's assistant, a sidekick since you can legally be a sidekick without a quirk, or to help teachers with their assignments. This will provide you with a broader range of work to expand your skill set. Teachers can request your assistance if they need help with anything. You will be starting this today. Wait a minute. I cut him off. I'm technically out of school right now. What happens then? Nizu has the nerve to smirk at me. The summer camp is designed to improve quirks specifically. You don't have a quirk, so we need to come up with something for you anyway. This will replace that. We have two major tasks have been planned for you. At the moment, you will be paired with Power Loader to build a portable security system. This system will be used to monitor the camp. You two can approach this however you like. During the camp, you will be partnered with Aizawa to assist or possibly protect the students. I know you both work well together, so I can trust you with that. That is all. Everyone have a nice day. With that, the little rat scurries off. Before I can move, I hear a voice call from the table. I turn to face Recovery Girl, who is giving me a stern look, signaling me to come over for treatment. With a sigh, I walk over to her and remove the ice pack, gasps filling the room. Well, except for one. I think you took the joke a bit too far, Aizu, Namuri comments. She knows my sense of humor. While she is surprised by the damage, she understands that this is the kind of joke I would make at this moment. That doesn't save her from a cane being tossed in her direction. You two are so troublesome together. Honestly, you need to be separated from each other. Recovery Girl exclaims. Why would you say something like that? She scolds as she examines the bruise. Shoyuta, of course, had to throw me under the bus. Izuku made a similar joke at the police station. Oh, come on. I understand why Namuri got in trouble since she doesn't have the injury, but I should at least be allowed to make the joke. I protest. I might consider your suggestion to separate them, Recovery Girl. Namuri, you can't come over to my house anymore. Shoyuta sounded particularly frustrated. Come on, both Namuri and I exclaimed in unison. After a gentle tap on the head, Recovery Girl kissed my forehead, and the bruise faded away. Thankfully, I felt completely clear-headed now. Looks like you're sleeping much better, Midoriya, Recovery Girl compliments me. Unfortunately, Shoyuta has to interrupt. I have to make him rest. His body doesn't seem to understand the importance of sleep. Sounds accurate from the report I received, Ectoplasm adds. This is quite an interesting family. The other teachers nod in agreement, those who aren't accustomed to my antics. I realize I need to come up with something clever to say. Jealous much? Anyway, let's go, Majima. We have things to take care of. I can hear the man sigh as he gets up. We head out to get to work. After all this time, I'm still into you. Izuku-no. I should be over all the butterflies. Ow, what the heck, Majima? He actually threw a pen at me. It is 4 a.m. No one should have this much energy. Go ask God because he made me this way. It's too early for this. Salty as ever. Anyway, it's early morning, and we are preparing for our camping trip. Well, it's just Majima and me. Over the past week, we've been working on the portable security system that Nizu requested. All our time has gone into this project. After building over 4 complicated markers and 10 drones, we finally have a security system. Thankfully, I don't need much sleep, so I can work while Majima rests, and vice versa. I only managed about 4 hours of sleep the entire week, but that's beside the point. In exchange, he kept offering me food, hoping it might keep me awake. I'll take it. Honestly, I think Majima is done with my antics. He's been more willing to throw pens and pencils at me whenever I start one of my rants. Overall, he's been saltier as the week goes on. It doesn't help that we've both been cooped up in the support lab except for basic needs. Oh shoot, I need to get back on topic. Even though it's portable, it still needs to be packed and carefully loaded onto the buses. We definitely don't want anything breaking. Why are we doing this at 4 a.m? Well, students need to be here by 5:30 a.m., and we leave it along with this task. We also have to double-check the buses to make sure there's no tracking gear on them and that they're in working order. Nobody knows where they're going except the bus driver, the teachers, and me. The students are kept in the dark in case there's a UA traitor, which is definitely not me. Otherwise, this would be a way cooler story if I were the traitor. Majima is packing while I thoroughly inspect the buses. Probably have him double-check to be sure, but everything looks fine. It doesn't take long until we're done. Well, it's 5, so I guess it took a little while. Alright, everything is good. You know how all this works better than I do. Now, I'm going to take a vacation for a week, MagieMa informs me. Come on. I wasn't that bad. I really wasn't. I haven't purposely caused any explosions. You were singing off-key and very loudly the whole time when I know you can sing decently. No need to be picky. I was just filling the silence. I feel sorry for Aizawa then because he is quieter than me. Everyone feels sorry for him because he has to deal with me. True. Either way, don't get yourself killed and don't cause trouble. Care about you too, mate. Later. MagieMa sighs as he leaves. Screw him too. Soon after he leaves, Ida arrives. I'm not willing to stick around for a lecture, so I head off to work on other things. Actually, I was waiting for him so he could direct the other classmates while I get ready for the show. You see, I get to do something none of the other students will be doing. Besides pairing up with Shoyuta, but nobody cares about that. I finally get to wear my underground costume. I've had this ready for at least a month, and I'm just now getting to wear it. A while back, my original underground costume, which is now my public costume, was revealed to the public when I faced Stain. If I went out in that outfit, I would be easily recognized. Therefore, I made a new one. Thankfully, I was able to save the backpack, swords, batons, thank goodness, boots and helmet, another thank goodness. I mainly had to work on the costume itself. I'm keeping the features from the original suit, like the electric armor and mobility, but it's better. I decided to go with a black bodysuit similar to Shuta's. The difference is that it's padded with hard plastic all over and fits tightly, so he can't call me out. The arms and legs have extra padding, metal in this case, for added power in my kicks and punches. It covers every part of my body except my head, giving me full protection from this harsh world. I went for convenience because I had limited time due to life being a challenge. Honestly, I look pretty badass in it. Will Shoyuta be salty because it looks kind of similar to his? Maybe, but he can deal with it. It's not like I completely copied him. It's just an all-black bodysuit like his. After I quickly get the suit on, I head to the teacher's office to find Shoyuta at his desk, checking over paperwork. From experience, staring at a paper won't make it perfect. It'll just make you want to slam your head into something for a bit of pain, I state. Shoyuta looks up and wow, he looks tired. I know he's been busy with everything, but I didn't realize it was draining him so much. I pull out my phone to send a text to someone special, then put it away. I can't take your jokes right now, Aizu. If he's shortening my name, that's a problem. Also, he didn't notice my costume. Usually, I'd be offended, but I'm dealing with him for an entire week. I need to stay on his good side for today, at least. I'm pretty sure everybody is done with me at this point. If you want an accurate check, give them to me. I don't have energy limits like you, Cat. You do have them. You just haven't broken yourself yet. Why would I? That's silly. I would only break myself in a different context. Shoyuta glares at me, even though he looks like he's about to pass out. Thankfully, my saving grace arrives. Hisashi walks through the dorm and quickly notices the situation. He walks over and grabs Shuta's shoulders. Go take a break with your boyfriend. You have 30 minutes, dumbass. Shoyuta sighs. You sure? No, I brought your future husband in here just for fun. Yes, I'm sure. I happen to be logical here. With a grumble, Shoyuta and Hisashi head to the teacher's lounge, presumably to relax. Time to get to work now. I get to take over his seat. Oh, so he was double-checking this, huh? The whole idea of the training camp is purely to expand quirks to the point of challenging the quirk user. Nice, right? Either way, the students have their routines. This can vary from Siro consistently dispensing tape to Ojiro playfully sparring with Kirishima to Hagakure practicing her stealth. Everything here looks fine. I was initially going to be given random parts to put together into something as quickly as possible. I mean, I have used banana peels from the trash against villains, so I think I'm good at coming up with ideas on the spot. My job is to help students and identify weaknesses that nobody else thought of. I've already pointed out most of their weaknesses throughout the year, so I'm not too worried about that. I might just stir up some trouble out of boredom since I need to let out my energy somehow. I organize everything for Shoyuta because it literally looks like a mess for how chaotic the whole setup is. You would think that as a teacher he would have gained some organization skills, but nope. By the time I get it cleaned up, I have to get Shoyuta because we are almost ready to head out. I will say I took pictures before waking them up. And I was right about Hizashi being the big spoon because he was holding Shoyuta against his chest. Yeah, my priorities are in the wrong place. I will be honest, it looked kind of cute. Kind of. Not really. Okay, I guess it's more of, I'm glad you guys have your act together, kind of thing. I'll stop. I walk over to shake them both awake, almost getting punched in the process by Shoyuta. What? This is the thanks I get. Time to get up, you two. Yeah, I'm a bit salty. The attempt at being nice is out the window. Oh. Shoyuta opens his eyes, looking at me as he sits up. I thought you were messing with me. I get I can be a bit of a JRK most of the time, but come on. There is still that 1% where I can be nice. Meanwhile, Hizashi is laughing from behind Shoyuta on the couch. You spent that 1% getting Hizashi for me. Don't focus on the percentage, old man. I swear you're trying to lower my self-esteem here. It's so high that you can't even see the ground anymore. Wow. Just wow. You know what? Just stay here. To save us both, stay here. I will deal with the kids. Shoyuta groans before sitting up. No. You would break them like toys. Thankfully, Hizashi sits up as well and steps in between our argument. Maybe you both need to settle down. You're both wired about the trip in different ways, obviously. Remember, you have to deal with each other for it. Don't start fighting now. All of a sudden, Nemuri slams the door open and interrupts the moment. I bet 2 days before they start fighting. Seriously? I would have said 3 days. Like me, Hizashi quickly switches subjects. I chuckle. Way too much faith. I give 1 day. Shoyuta sighs. Language. How much time do we have before we get on the bus? I check my phone. 15 minutes. We should be heading out then. Make sure they haven't destroyed the bus before we arrive. The person most likely to do that is right beside you. Oh really now, Hizashi? Wanna fight? I snark, walking in front of him and glaring him down. All I get in return is a playful ruffle of my hair and his cheeky smile. Yeah no. You're insane to fight because you have no self-preservation. I will miss you though. I will miss you too, I say with a little sass. Nemuri says, hey, we should do a group hug. How about no? Too bad, Hizashi and Nemuri are already hugging and forcing Shoyuta to join them. Well, the man has the nerve to tackle me down. Then, he carries me and forces everyone to embrace, hate you. Care about you too, brat. As soon as I pull back, I put on hand sanitizer. After final goodbyes, I throw on my helmet, and we head to the buses to see students bouncing around. Geez, they are acting like you, Shoyuta mutters. I glare at him because I'm not that dramatic. As we approach, the students immediately notice, looking shocked at me. Ida is the first to stomp over in front of me. Izuku, you aren't supposed to be wearing your hero costume for this. Impulsive much? Shoyuta, for once, saves me. He is fine. I'm only saying this once, so you students listen up. Izuku is officially part of the staff, therefore he is allowed to wear his costume. If he tells you to do something, you must listen to him. He will be transferred amongst the staff where he is needed, so expect to see him anywhere. Izuku is currently my assistant. He will help you where necessary. With that said, everyone get on quietly. Yeah, I don't think that's possible for them. Shoyuta and I get on last. I attempt to head to the back only to be wrapped up by that stupid scarf and pulled into the seat beside him. Quietly he unwraps me. No. Last time, you almost had Bakugo blow up the bus with what came out of your mouth. Shoyuta informs me. That's Bakugo's fault. He should have ignored me, I state, crossing my arms. He facepalms. You're the enabler in this situation. If you want to go there, blame Tsuao. Don't think I won't hesitate to throw you out and make you walk. 1 route. 2. I will grab my truck and drive there. What truck? Did I never tell him? Oh no. Remember that truck way back on Dagoba Beach, and I said I was going to fix it up if possible? With the support lab, I was able to replicate parts and get it working. I have only driven it twice, though. Remember that truck on the beach? Yeah, you fixed it? Of course I did. It was in decent shape. Wait, don't tell me that after you fixed it, you drove it somewhere. What was I supposed to do? Leave it there? You don't even have a license to drive. You could have asked me to drive it, at least. What if it malfunctioned while you drove? I swear your reckless ideas are going to get me in trouble one of these days. Yada yada yada, we get the point. Don't drive until I get a driver's license. If you are going to get in trouble, it's going to be because you forgot to eat, dumbass. I'm just going to shut up and sleep. Stay here or else. Fine. Wake me up when we get there. Fine. Yeah, we are getting along great today. I pull out my laptop to work on Patchy's programming. I can always add features to a bird. I didn't have to wake Shoyuta up because he was already awake when we arrived. Everyone get out. We are at a rest stop. I know better than to take that at face value. Shoyuta and I step out first with the students following us. I make sure to stay beside Shoyuta as the students look around. There's no rest stop here. Class 1B isn't here either, Kirishima points out. Yeah, we are on a cliff in the middle of nowhere, with a forest below us. Behind us, 2 women in cat costumes emerge, accompanied by a little boy. Your feline fantasies are here. We are the wild PP cats, the 2 girls announce as they strike a heroic pose. I can't help but laugh because the kid is just standing there with the most bored expression ever. Shoyuta tries his usual treatment of punching me, but with my costume on, he can't do anything. The wild PP cats is a group of 4 people dressed as cats. Now I understand why Shoyuta chose this location, who focus primarily on mountain rescue. The 2 girls here are Mandalay and Pixie Bob. Mandalay has brown hair styled in a bob and wears a red outfit. She's the most laid back of the group. Her quirk is telepath, which allows her to send messages out but not receive them. Basically, she has a permanent headset. Then there's Pixie Bob, a girl with long blonde hair in a blue outfit. Her quirk is earth flow, which I like to call earthbending because that's what it is. She can manipulate the earth. The 2 who aren't here are Ragdoll and Tiger. Ragdoll has green hair and a yellow outfit, while Tiger, a man, I should mention, has brown hair, a muscular build, and a brown costume. Tiger has playa body, which allows him to stretch and flatten his body at will, giving him fantastic flexibility. Ragdoll's quirk is search, enabling her to know the locations of over 100 people and point out their weaknesses. Even though Pixie Bob is incredibly strong, Ragdoll is the one to watch out for. They all wear similar outfits, cute sleeveless tops in their respective colors with bells around their necks, fluffy skirts, working tails, paw gloves, and headsets that look like cat ears. And yes, Tiger wears the same outfit as the girls. What a guy! Back to the topic, Mandalay starts her speech. We own this whole stretch of land. Everything you see is ours. If you look that way, that's where you will be staying. She points toward an area that looks like a forest, but it's far away. That's far, the class points out. Then, Mandalay grins widely. You must go through the haunted forest to get there. The current time is 9:30 in the morning. If you hurry, you'll make it by noon for lunch. Good luck. What? The class screams as they scramble back onto the bus. I watch Pixie Bob bend down, pressing her hands on the ground, causing the earth to crumble beneath my classmates, sending them tumbling off the cliffside into the forest. Mandalay walks over to the fence and yells, "Since this is private property, you can use your quirks as much as you want." I feel like you could get away without using your quirks, but oh well. She turns around and sees me. Is he supposed to be down there, Eraserhead? Shoyuta shakes his head. As much as I want him down there, he would somehow break everything. He has a different project anyway. This is Tech, my assistant. It's Texas, I correct him. Too long. I'm making you change it, so Tech for now. I glare at him. Pixie Bob sees me, quickly bounces over and sniffs the air. Is he your kitten? It takes all my determination not to punch her. I simply wander away and start unloading all the security equipment. Thinking about it, he does act similar to you, Mandalay adds. I choke on air. Shoyuta doesn't seem much better. Well, so I thought. Somehow, yes. I turn around to see Shoyuta looking at me with a smirk. Deep breaths, Izuku. Deep breaths. Focus on the security system. I pull out and turn on Patchy. The only reason I had it turned off was to save space on the bus. May I ask what his job is here, Eraserhead? Shoyuta states, Tech, explain your job and the device. Professionally. I don't know how to do that when it comes to my devices. He's the one who asks for the simplified versions. Robotically, I start as I pull out the drones. My current job is to set up a security system around the base to alert us when people enter or leave the boundaries. My main job after this is to monitor the students and provide advice on where they need to improve. My secondary job is to protect and guide the students in case of a villain attack. The device has 4 points that connect to create an invisible fence. If someone enters or leaves, a message will be sent to my headset as well as to Patchy, the robot bird beside me. The drones operate within the fence and monitor for anything suspicious. They also send a message if something is off. In case of an attack, the drones will defend with a non-lethal laser. Everything they see is recorded and sent to my laptop for review. By this point, I have already pulled everything out. Good to. I beam at the praise, though it's hidden under my helmet. That's impressive. Are you a support student? Mandalay asks as she examines everything. I take support classes, but in the records, I'm a hero student. Patchy wing mode. Patchy squawks as he flies to my chest, covering the torso area with his body. His wings extend out from my back. Wow, that's amazing. I give her a genuine smile, turning to see the kid looking interested. However, when he notices me looking at him, he turns away and pretends not to notice. Grumpy kid. I can relate. Shoyuta steps in. Are we separating and meeting up at camp, is Tech? Yes, sir. It should take about an hour before I arrive at camp. Understood. You may go. With that, I grab the 4 landmarks, ran off the cliff, and let my wings flap to support my weight as I soared toward the sunset. Too bad I couldn't be that dramatic because it was only morning. Alright, we have the landmarks set up, and the drones are flying around. Hallelujah. After 10 minutes of flying, I found the camp and landed in front of it, asking Patchy to get off my back. In front of the building, I saw Shoyuta sitting there, looking through more papers. When I landed, he stood up and walked over. You have it set up? He asked. I handed him a remote that held the secrets of the security device. Yes, sir. I replied with a smile. Good. Now, nap time. He started walking inside the building and I followed. Weren't you just napping a little over an hour ago? Yes. That means we are due for another nap. I've heard from Powerloader that you barely slept at all last week. Since you're stuck with me, I'm going to make you sleep as much as possible. You need rest, kid. I'm still standing, though. Besides, wouldn't it be better to force me to sleep at night when no one can wake me up? Ducko helped the cats make lunch. You better sleep tonight. No promises there. Before he could catch me, I started looking for the kitchen. It turns out I got along with everyone pretty well. Particularly, Pixie Bob and I happened to be way too hyper for our own good, so that was something. Not much happened for the rest of the day. I worked on some programming for Patchy. The students didn't arrive until sunset, but Pixie Bob was all over Ida, Todoroki, and Bakugo for how well they managed to destroy the rock golems she created. They looked a bit overwhelmed. But you want to know the best part of the day? When Kirishima got kicked in the shins by the boy from earlier. The boy's name is Koda. Mandalay told me the basics of his story. Somehow, I was able to figure out the rest of it mainly because I know way too much, but I digress. Koda's parents were the water hose duo. They had water creating and water manipulation quirks. Unfortunately, they were killed by a villain named Muscular. The guy is incredibly strong, so I'm not surprised. Anyway, Mandalay took him in because they are cousins or something, and now he has a strong dislike for heroes. It sounds somewhat similar to my own story with a few differences. Either way, a tough childhood, It's not my place to get involved, though. After everyone ate, I was forced to sit on this tower thing between the baths to make sure my Netta didn't climb over. He tried. I managed to stop him rather easily. I don't feel anything towards him. Then Shoyuta insisted I cuddle and sleep. We shall see what tomorrow brings. Later, Shoyuta assigned me the lovely job of waking the rest of the student population up. The one thing I'm good at, and I finally get to do it. I slammed the door open and started banging the pans together on beat. I haven't gotten sleep because of you all. You're not going to sleep because of me. I shouted. Well, that woke them up. What the heck? Bakugo yelled as he blasted toward me. I slid to the left. I was asked to wake you all up. I did just that. Now move it. I got permission to tase you if necessary. Okay, the last part was a lie. However, it got them moving, so it didn't matter. It saved me more time because the girls heard my loud voice. When I went to their room, they were already up. With the grumpy teens up and about, it was time for pain and suffering, training. As explained multiple times, the point of the training camp is to level up their quirk abilities. This can be done in various ways. For example, Uraraka has to keep herself floating, Kaminari has to continuously charge a battery, and Tokoyami has to hang out with Dark Shadow in a cave. For further explanation, students throughout the year have been focusing on technique and strategy. Sure, their quirks have improved a little, but not a whole lot. Take Bakugo, for example. We had Bakugo shoot a ball with his quirk at the beginning of the year to 705 meters. We redid the test here, and his score was 709 meters. That isn't a lot of improvement considering everything they've been through, but there wasn't much we could do about that until now. Should'ves and my main job is to make sure the students keep going and don't get hurt. Or, in my case, annoy them. Into the woods. Shut up. Into the woods. Ribbit. Into the woods. Into the woods. Izuku, please stop singing. It's very distracting. Into the woods. Ow, for heaven's sake eraser. Yeah, I got wrapped up for that. If I wanted a loudmouth, I would have invited Present Mike, Shoyuta stated. DMN. I know who is preferred now. I guess because you can make him. He had the nerve to cover my mouth. Where's the bleach? He pulled me close and whispered in my ear with a stern tone to make sure I heard him. Can you attempt to limit your language? He removed his hand. I responded, that's a bit much. Yeah, I'm probably getting locked outside tonight for that. To be honest, Shoyuta was asking for it because this is boring. They're just doing the same thing over and over. Do you know how annoying that gets? It's like watching the same movie repeatedly but without any special effects and limited to one scene. That's this. Let me give you all a mercy and time skip. Finally, something besides stalking people. It's sunset, so the students have received freedom only to have to make their own dinner. We were nice and made dinner yesterday. Not today. Do you want to know the problem? My peers don't know how to cook. Well, most of them. Bakugo can handle a knife very well. Too well. I asked Shoyuta if I could take it away, but he said no, so we are sticking with that. With the lack of cooking experience among not only Class 1A but also Class 1B, I am in charge of guiding them. I give them credit for making something edible. That's it. It's not great otherwise. This is why I brought snacks. Well, besides not trusting Shoyuta to feed himself, I sat with Class 1A while slamming my plate down. What's up, everyone? Someone had to have the energy because everyone else looked exhausted. Language. Ida robotically told me. Fine, fine, fine. How is everyone feeling? All at once, they replied, horrible. I didn't feel bad. That's expected. It's kind of like running for an hour, taking a 5-minute break, and then going at it again, but with more side effects. Everyone nods in agreement. Ida looks up from his bowl. Izuku, if you don't mind me asking, shouldn't you be working on your physical strength? You'll be relying on your body more than any of us here. You're right. However, I will likely not be on the field most of the time. I will probably need to focus on the investigation side because intelligence is my strong suit. If I am on the field, I probably have a decent idea of what's going to happen. Right now, I need to work on the people who will be on the field more than me. I will be working in a different area than you all. Why is everyone looking at me in shock? What? That might be one of the most mature responses we've ever heard from you, Ida informs me. Come on. I can be mature. I just choose not to. It's just odd for you, that's all, Uraraka says. Alright then. Anyway, be prepared to do this once a year. The class screams, what? Chill out. Seriously. Language. Oh, come on, Ida. Before I was rudely interrupted, you will have to do this once a year to keep your quirk strength up. Most heroes don't, but you should. It's not like you're using your quirk all the time as a hero. You have to maintain it somehow. You have to break the limits. This is the perfect time to do it. Momo sighs, that makes sense. You seem to know a lot about this, Izuku. My teacher for 3 classes was Nizu. I'd better have picked something up, even if his classes are as boring as can be. How have you not been in trouble yet for what you say? What are you talking about? I managed to get out. Do I want to know the story? I can't tell you the story because I was out of it at the time. Sue hops in. The drinking comment is real? Which one? There's a lot. That if someone votes for Mineta, you would start drinking again. Oh yeah, that's true. You can't blame me there. That's like asking someone to control a country without any experience. It just won't go well. You might need to explain that more, Izuku. Nobody knows who that is. Momo thankfully saves me. Oh, he's a politician who keeps running for president for some reason. Everyone looks at me strangely again. Never mind then. Moving on. That conversation quickly fades away, hopefully never to be brought up again. While I'm eating, a message from my helmet rings in my ears. Suspicious activity from camera 7. I stand up quickly, startling the students around me. Izuku, is something wrong? Uraraka asks with that worried tone I dislike. I ignore her. Bring up camera 7. For anyone curious, dot is just a command that activates the control. I relax slightly when I see Koda on a cliff pop up on my screen. I can't fully relax in case someone else is there with him. I look towards Ida. If Aizawa comes over and asks where I'm going, tell him I'm just checking something. I will warn him if something happens. Yes, understood. Without the sir, I mutter as I wander off. I ask for the coordinates before heading out. 10 minutes later, I arrive at the cliffside to find Koda relaxing. I can't blame him, we are a class of eccentrics. I was going to leave him be, but he heard me coming and is now looking at me like a deer caught in headlights. What are you doing here? This is my secret hideout. Koda asks, a bit defensively. I can relate to you on that level. Off topic. One of my cameras warned me of suspicious activity in this area, and it happened to be you. I just came by to check. They aren't the most accurate, after all. Since we're clear, I'll leave you be. I'm not going to bother a kid who doesn't want me here. I start to turn back when his voice calls out. Who are you? Oh boy. I spin around to face him. Where to start? I assume you want the human side of me rather than the hero side, so let's begin there. I'm Izuku Midoriya, an assistant teacher at UA and a student of class 1A. However, I'm rarely in class because I have more important things to do, like building drones and solving cases. So, you're just there? I mean, that's one depressing way of putting it. Whatever. Leave and don't tell anyone about this place. Wasn't on my to-do list, but alright. Later. With that, I leave him be. By the time I get back, the doors are locked, and the only thing left outside for me is a sleeping bag. Like I'm going to let Shoyuta get away with that. So what do? I get myself lost in the woods and call Shoyuta. It turns out he had the nerve to block me, so I hack his phone, unblock myself, and call again. Multiple times because he thinks ignoring me is a good idea. Eventually, Shoyuta answers. What do you want? I make sure Shoyuta can't leave the call before I start singing. Again, you're gone. Gano. Izuku, why can't I shut this off? I can hear him fumbling with his phone. Off on a different path than mine. I'm left behind. Wondering if I should follow. I'm banning you from anything like that when we get back. You had to go. And of course, it's always fine. I probably could catch up with you tomorrow. I'm not getting out of this, am I? I hear rustling sounds in the background. But is this what it feels like? To be growing apart? When did I become the one who's always chasing your heart? Izuku, where did you go? I unlocked the door, come on. Now, I turn around and find I am lost in the woods. Please tell me you're joking. North is south, right is left. When you're gone, I'm the one who sees you home. But now I'm lost in the woods. And I don't know what path you are on. I'm lost in the woods. You're not that fine. Stay where you are and I will find you. I don't trust you out here by yourself. You would probably catch the forest on fire or something. That's how I get let back into the house. However, as punishment, Shoyuta forces me to cuddle with him again like a cat. That old man. I'm back again because day 2 went the exact same way with boredom. Well, until tonight. You see, we are doing a scare forest challenge. One class will be in the forest while the other has to walk through. The course in the woods is designed to scare the class walking through to the point that they don't want to continue. They are allowed to use their quirks in versatile ways. They just can't harm anyone. The perfect game for me. Too bad I have to watch instead. Also, Monoma, Kirishima, Sato, Mina, Kaminari, and Zero can't participate in the game because they failed their practicals. They are receiving extra lessons with Shoyuta and Vlad King. The Pussycats and I have our headsets connected, so we can communicate as Pixie Bob and I go in, being the quickest and most energetic. It's dark, and we want to make sure it's safe. We start heading back when I receive a message. Suspicious activity from camera 3. I slow down as Pixie Bob stops beside me. Bring up camera 3. The camera feed appears, and I can't believe what I see. What's going on? Pixie Bob asks, thankfully not correcting my language. Camera 3 is down. Sheet. I turn on my communicator to speak with everyone, including Shoyuta and Vlad King. Withdraw everyone back into the buildings. There are 7 people just outside the barrier. They attacked camera 3. Pixie Bob, we need you back there as you can keep a distance between them. She is our only long-range fighter. Everybody else in our group fights close to mid-range. We start running back as voices buzz in. Do you have any idea who they are, Tech? Shoyuta asks. It takes me a moment to run through their names and quirks. Dabi quirk, cremation, blue fire, more intense than endeavors. Toga Himiko, quirk, transform. After drinking a victim's blood, she can become them, but she doesn't gain their quirk. She's skilled with knives. Spinner, quirk, gecko. He carries a weapon full of multiple knives and swords. Big Sis Magna, quirk, magnetism. She can manipulate people in a way that's hard to explain. You have to see it to understand, but she's dangerous. Mustard, quirk, gas. He releases a gas that allows him to see his enemies' moves and can knock you out. Moonfish, quirk, blade tooth. His teeth become long and powerful blades. The last guy has a disguise on, so I have no idea who he is, but he is rather large. I think they are either waiting for more or waiting for us to come out. Either way, if we have them together, all chaos will break loose. Mandalay reports, we have everyone together but Koda. I don't know where he could be. Dimenit. Camera 7 come up. Camera 7 shows he is at the cliff once again. After shutting it down, I say, I know where he is. I can get him. Patchy, I need you at my location. Pixie Bob and I separate from there, and I start running towards the cliff. What do you suggest we do? Shoyuta asks. I start running through ideas as the darkness covers me. They have the perfect team to fight us as a group. There are 7 of us, 7 of them. Likely, they are pairing up. The 2 biggest threats are Mustard and Big Sis Magna. If we don't get rid of them, we are in trouble. Pixie Bob, Tiger, Eraserhead, and Vlad King need to fight in the main field. Ragdoll and Mandalay, I recommend staying near the building. The kids can protect themselves, though. Tell them to set traps outside and have the strongest at the door. If they can't do something as simple as that, they can be in danger. Be prepared for more. Thinking about it, Mustard is going to be fighting by himself. I suggest Eraserhead should take him on because he can cancel the smoke and incapacitate him. By the time I finish, I throw my grappling hooks up the side of the cliff and blast my way up. When I reach the ground, I react on instinct. Koda is about to be crushed by the guy I can't see due to his cape. I blast forward, snatching him out of harm's way just in time to avoid a massive punch that crumbles the wall, causing me to tumble to the ground. I curl around Koda to protect him. When I look up, oh boy, this kid is going to have some more trauma. The guy who killed his parents is here. The cape is gone, revealing muscular. Making sure the communicator is on, I report. Tech is here. The mystery guy was muscular. Status. Mandalay here. Ragdoll is gone. She was taken away, and I can't find her. Tiger and Pixie Bob. We have found Magna and Spinner. Vlad King. Dobby. Eraserhead. I found Dobby as well. I don't recommend engaging muscular tech. If you have to, don't hold back. Use your swords. Ignoring Shuda's advice, I ask, same location? I realize I was taking my time because I had to move us from another punch. I didn't even hear Shuda's answer. You must be Midoriya. We were supposed to grab you, but I would rather take you out. I have no idea how you are outspeeding me when you are Quirkless. Do you happen to know where Bakugo is? Why would I tell you where he is? Just because I hate him doesn't mean I'm going to give him to a pathetic excuse of a weightlifter. Koda, run. Koda steps back but doesn't run off. You're really trying to anger me, huh? Well, you certainly succeeded. Muscle fibers grow over his skin as I barely dodge. I pull out a specially built katana in one hand and a baton in the other. I turn on the rod, allowing electricity to cover me. Because this guy is so big, I put it on the second highest setting possible. I don't think this will even knock him out. From what I know, his main weakness is his head. I'm hoping Stain's training will be put to good use. We quickly dash at each other, our speed barely matching up as he dodges the sword. As much as I want to use the whip on the baton, I'm afraid he will break it. I bend down and roll to the side to avoid a downward punch. Is that all you've got? My dad can hit harder than that, and he left me when I was 4. Welp, that triggered him. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. I jump back to avoid another punch when his right hand grabs my chest. Knowing I can't escape, I activate the electric armor again. Instinctively, he throws me against the cliffs, my body impacting the wall. I hop down, shaking as I stand because I have no regard for my own safety. It seems I've managed to incapacitate the lower part of his right arm. I'll take it. I brush the dust off as I notice Patchy flying in from a distance. I whisper a command for it to engage, and I see it swoop down into the treacherous part of the forest. Seizing my opportunity, I sprint forward, relying on his foolishness. Just out of curiosity, does your quirk work on your ego too? I taunt as he lets out a furious growl and lunges at me. I smirk. Perfect. As he swings at me, I angle my katana, allowing him to punch through it. Sure, he still lands a solid hit to my face, but I can endure that. I trust my other senses, twisting the katana beneath his muscle, causing him to scream. But I'm not finished. For the final touch, I slam my baton onto the katana, making his whole body convulse. The force pushes me back, pulling the katana and baton out with it. For someone quirkless, you sure know how to fight. He tries to distract me, but that's foolish since he's barely conscious. It's time to finish this. I appreciate that. Now, good night. Before he can recover, I propel myself forward, slamming the baton into the wound and holding it there until he goes out cold. Well, that was quite a fight. Now everyone will think I'm a monster. First things first, I wipe the glass from my visor, allowing me to see. It hurts like crazy, but at least I don't seem to have a concussion, just a broken nose. I ensure he'll be out for a while before turning to Koda. Well, he's definitely traumatized now. I put away the katana and baton. I bend down to speak with him. There's your lesson in life. You have to do what you must to survive. What else can I say? Attempt to comfort him? Before I can think further, he suddenly crashes into me, clinging to me tightly. Why you saved me? Thank you. Why you are our real hero. That's kind of sweet. Too bad I'm not great at comforting him. I awkwardly pat his back. No problem. Now let's get out of here. Hop on my back. And don't repeat anything I said back there, alright? Wait until you're my age. He nods and climbs onto my back, and we jump down the cliff, starting our run back to base. Eraserhead. Dabi was a fake. Someone has a replication quirk. Mustard is down due to Patchy. He can't see the movements of the robots. I've teamed up with Vlad King because we have another Nomu. We might need you here to deal with it, Tech. I need to remember that for the future. More Nomus? Great. So we have 9 people at the moment. Vlad King. The real Dabi ran off with a guy in a black and white suit. He might be the one with the replication quirk. Oh, that's twice if I'm correct. Pixie Bob and Tiger. We're having issues with Big Sis Magna and Spinner. They work well together. Mandalay. A couple of students and I have Moonfish right outside the building. He's tactical like Tech said. Tech Muscular is down and I have Coda. Bakugo is a target, so keep him inside. The guy you mentioned is Twice, and his quirk allows him to replicate anything. Has anyone seen Toga? A buzz of objections comes through my helmet. All right. When Coda and I arrive at the buildings, we see Bakugo, the fool didn't retreat, Todoroki, and Mandalay battling Moonfish, who is hovering in the air on his teeth. That looks painful. Maybe that's why Moonfish's eyes are covered. If you want the real story, he escaped from an asylum, I believe, so he's wearing one of those trench coats that restrict movement. The only thing visible is his mouth, which also looks painful because it's held open by belts. Anyway, I take Coda to a side building and push him inside. Stay in here unless something like this building catching fire happens. If anything seems off, hide. Got it? When he nods, I close the door behind him. Mandalay, pull back, please. I can see her confused expression from here, but the hot babe I'll never get, Mandalay, and the fool pull back. Now, you want to know one disadvantage of Moonfish? His teeth are steel. My batons produce electricity. Therefore, he's about to become a burnt fish. Before he realizes what's happening, I dash forward and slam my batons against one of his blades, electrocuting him until he's knocked out. He flops to the ground like a fish. I can leave it to them now. I run off to a different section of the field. Tech again. Tiger and Pixie Bob, you good? Pixie Bob. We got Spinner out. We can handle Magna. Go help Eraserhead and Vlad King. Thank goodness. I dash into the forest, listening for anything nearby. I already have their location from the cameras. I need to get there. Suddenly, I'm cut off by a blonde girl. Oh, you definitely smell delicious. Well, that sounds like a psychopath. Say hello to Toga, everyone. Dirty blonde with weird hair buns, a school uniform, and a strange contraption I can only assume is for sking blood. Finally, she's wearing a mask that does nothing to hide her identity. Are you just into blood or my charm as well? Because honestly, at this point, I'm open to any girl. I had to ask, really now? I can tell Toga is intrigued. For once, someone is interested. It's just that this girl is a villain. Yeah. For a villain, you're kind of cute. For someone who might be into chaos, that is. Then why don't we have our first date? Toga dashes forward. I quickly slide to the side, only for something unexpected to happen. She disappears for a moment. The next thing I know, there's a needle in my shoulder sking blood. She whispers to herself. Yeah, no thank you. I kick Toga away. Clear your mind and hold your breath? I ask. That's the only thing that comes to mind. Aren't you a clever one? Well, I got what I need, so see you later. She runs off. I'm not going to chase after her. I roll my shoulder. It hurts, but I keep moving. Vlad King. Eraserhead has been captured by someone who can turn people into marble. The Nomu is retreating. Tech, they want you. What? No. Pixie Bob and Tiger. Big Sis Magna has retreated. Mandalay, nobody is here. Please no. I skip the pathways and use grappling hooks to swing through the trees to Vlad King's location. When I arrive, I land next to him. In front of us are Dabi, Toga, Twice, Spinner, Big Sis Magna, a Nomu with chainsaws, and the guy with the marble quirk, known as Mr. Compress. It doesn't surprise me, he's a genius. On his knees in front of them, Shoyuda is being held down by Dabi. I guess he was let out. I make sure to keep my confident persona. Dabi starts his speech. I give you credit, Midoriya. Your devices and ability to control a situation are impressive. However, that didn't prevent this. You deserve a name. We are the Vanguard Action Squad put together by the League of Villains. I can't help but scoff. That's obvious. They're the only ones who would do something like this. Dabi glares at me. I have a deal, so you better listen, or it's off. We aren't after him. He's no use to us, but we might be able to find someone for him. We are after you. All you have to do is trade yourself over, and they get Eraserhead back. Immediately, possibilities flood my mind. So many possibilities. I look at Shoyuta as my heart pounds. Think rationally, Izuku. Think. Finally, the words slip from my lips. Take him then. Why would I go with you if you want me anyway? This isn't a charity, sweetheart. That stings. However, I have to maintain my act, or they will suspect something. For once, being myself is painful. All at once, they look at me in shock. Dabi quickly recovers. You sure? You don't know what will happen to him. Nor to myself. However, I could benefit you. Eraserhead can't. Are you going to leave? This has gotten boring. I could already be celebrating without him by now. My body trembles. I can hear my heart pounding in my ears. I'm thankful nobody notices because I'm good at hiding it. Except for one person, Shoyuta. Breaking codes of ethics, Shuta's voice buzzes softly in my ear, so none of the villains can hear. I'll be okay, Izuku. I trust you to take care of the class and yourself. Don't overthink this. We both know it's to end this as quickly as possible. I will be fine. That's the one place Shoyuta and I can connect. We both know this is the logical solution. Maybe not to anyone else, but to us, yes. Dabi nods, unsure how to respond. You're an interesting kid. Let's go, Kurogyri. With that, Vlad King and I watch as the guard and Shoyuta disappear into the cursed purple mist. However, I pull out a device when the villains turn around. This device shoots silent trackers. I aim and shoot it at the Nomu to attach it to its back. When they vanish, my facade drops. I turn and start walking away. Vlad King tries to catch my attention, but I cut him off. Mandalay, tell the students to gather their belongings. We are leaving tonight. Patchy, get the location of Eraserhead. I command without my usual amusement. For once, everyone listens to me without disobedience. When Izuku and Vlad King return to the camp, the students stand outside with their bags in silence. Izuku steps forward, addressing them directly. Eraserhead is gone. We will be leaving tonight. Please text your parents to be ready at UA in a couple of hours. Without waiting for a reply, he heads inside to change out of his bloodied clothes. Class 1A watches him with apprehension. Izuku, who usually lightens the mood with humor, has delivered a harsh truth. There's no laughter, no comfort in his demeanor. His eyes lack their usual spark. Izuku is serious. Uraraka hesitantly asks Vlad King, is he telling the truth? Vlad King sighs. Yes. Until your teacher returns, Midoriya will be your instructor. Listen to him, he prevented many injuries tonight. With that, he heads inside as well. The class remains quiet until Vlad King and Izuku emerge. Izuku is now in his backup costume, carrying 2 bags over his uninjured shoulder, one likely belonging to Aizawa. He leads the students back to the bus, allowing them to board first. While they load, Izuku pulls out his laptop and programs 2 drones for surveillance. He tosses the rest of the equipment into the back without concern for their condition. Taking his seat, the buses set off. Izuku has no time to waste. He opens his laptop, gathers all the information he has, and sends it to Detective Tsukachi. As he searches for any additional details he might have missed, he receives a call from the detective. Izuku answers promptly. Are you saying these are locations where Eraserhead and Ragdoll might be? Detective Tsukachi inquires. Izuku pulls up the relevant information to review. Eraserhead's Tracker B is reliable since it's unlikely they would have removed his shoes. Tracker A was in his headset, which was destroyed, but its last location is in the same building as Tracker B. Tracker C is where the Nomu is, unless it has already been found. For Ragdoll, I doubt she would be in the same location as Eraserhead because she was targeted. I have my theories about why, and they involve the true leader of the League of Villains. Her quirk. Yes. Ragdoll's quirk is quite advantageous. Can I be assigned to the case now? A sigh comes through the phone. Yes. You know too much not to be involved. There will be a meeting at UA as soon as you and Vlad King arrive. Be there. Sent the files with everything you need to know. Review them before you get here. With that, the detective hangs up. Izuku quickly opens the files and scans through them while working on paperwork. As soon as the buses arrive at UA, parents rush to their cars, eager to leave. They avoid conversations with the teachers, and no one can blame them. Their children have just survived a villain attack. Once the students have departed, Izuku and Vlad King head to the meeting room. They enter quietly, with Vlad King taking his seat while Izuku stands next to Nizu. He ignores the various reactions from the heroes in the room. Detective Tsukachi clears his throat, capturing everyone's attention. Now that everyone is here, let's begin. Tonight, Class 1A and 1B of UA were attacked at camp by the Vanguard Action Squad, sent by the League of Villains. Their objective was to capture Ragdoll, Midoriya Izuku, and Bakugo Katsuki. They successfully took Ragdoll at the start of the conflict. The students were secured inside the buildings for protection. Midoriya fought alongside the teachers. In the end, Midoriya was asked to surrender himself for Eraserhead, but he refused. The squad took Eraserhead. However, we have located Eraserhead as well as one of the squad members. Midoriya, can you provide us with information about the League of Villains and the Vanguard Action Squad? Izuku nods, straightening up. The League of Villains is a group whose primary goal is to eliminate All Might, with a secondary goal of capturing me. We are uncertain of their plans afterward. Their leader is Shigaraki Tamura, with Kurogyri as his second-in-command. The Vanguard Action Squad was formed as an elite group with 10 members. 3 of them Moonfish, Muscular, and Mustard were apprehended at the scene. The remaining 7 are Dabi, Toga Himiko, Mr. Compress, Twice, Spinner, Big Sis Magna, and Nomu. Nomu is the one with the tracking device. Although the 3 captured are physically formidable, the others can operate independently. Additional information about them is available in the packets provided. The sound of rustling papers fills the air as the heroes review the details. Tsukachi continues, "Thank you, Midoriya. While these are significant threats, our most pressing concern is All for One, the true leader of the League of Villains. His quirk allows him to give and take quirks. We theorize that Ragdoll was targeted because of her quirk. However, we do not have her location. Currently, I have the police investigating the members of the Vanguard Action Squad and anyone else linked to the League of Villains. We plan to launch an operation tomorrow night. Nizu and Vlad King will conduct an interview to distract the villains. While that discussion occurs, we will attack both buildings. We have already surveyed the areas where the trackers were located, so we know our targets. Details are included in the packet, along with the current plans for each person's role. If you have any concerns, please contact me." Meeting dismissed. Izuku quickly reviews the notes, noting his responsibilities outlined as where he is needed. He knows he might not be on the front lines, but he is prepared to step up if necessary, regardless of the legal implications. "Can UA teachers and Midoriya please stay? I have important news," Nizu requests as the other heroes exit. Once they are alone, Nizu continues, "Given the current situation, I believe it is time to convert UA into a boarding school. It's too dangerous to allow students to roam freely at this point. Cementos, Power Loader, and Izuku, I will assign you 3 to oversee the construction of the dorms. I have the blueprints here. You should know what to do." Nizu slides the blueprints across the table to the teachers. Izuku approaches Power Loader to study them together. Power Loader clears his throat. "Izuku, I can have Hatsum assist me if you want to focus on the case." Izuku interrupts, "I doubt any new information will emerge before then. If I keep looking at it, I might drive myself crazy. I know everything I can at the moment." The teachers exchanged worried glances, particularly present Mike and Midnight. Power Loader sighed, "Understood." You can start building the main engines. I won't let you sleep, so here's the key. He handed over the key card, and Izuku left the room. Present Mike ran his hand through his hair, not caring if it got messy as he stood up. I'm going to talk to him. Midnight quickly grabbed his arm. I wouldn't recommend that. Let Izuku forget about it for a little while. You don't think he would plan something on his own, do you? Nizu, intrigued by the conversation, joined in. I doubt Izuku would try anything reckless. He may experiment, but he won't do anything that would jeopardize the mission. He knows his responsibilities. Right now, his main priority is the student's safety. Present Mike looked at Nizu, concern etched on his face. Izuku is still a child. Sure, he can handle a lot, but he's human. He's already pushing his limits. This is too much. We all know how much Shoyuta means to him. They're incredibly close. Should we really put all this on him? Nizu nodded. I understand your concern, but we all know Izuku won't let you interfere. Midnight tapped her nails on the table to get their attention. Who takes care of Izuku right now? Shoyuta is gone, so would he go to his mom? Nizu thought for a moment before responding. No, because his mom allowed him to take care of Izuku for the entire week. If something happens, Present Mike is given temporary custody of Izuku until Shoyuta returns. If Aizawa doesn't come back within a month, full custody goes to Midoriya-san unless stated otherwise. Present Mike looked at him, puzzled. Why? I don't know. I was never given a reason. Everyone should go home and rest now. Tomorrow will be a long day. With that, Nizu hopped down from his chair and left. The rest of the teachers departed, anxiety hanging over them. By the time morning arrived, Izuku had already finished building the generators for the dorms. While waiting, he went through all his gear for the night, ensuring everything was in top shape. He heard the door open but didn't react, too focused on his task. I should have known you would finish before I got back. Good job. There isn't much we can do now until Cementos finishes the building. Everything in shape? Power Loader asked as he inspected the setup. Izuku nodded and then asked, have you seen Yagi? He's with Nizu. Why? Izuku didn't respond and left the room to go to Nizu's office. He arrived at the door and knocked. Come in. Nizu's voice called from inside. Izuku entered quietly, seeing Nizu in his chair and Yagi in front of him. Ah, Izuku. What a surprise. May I ask what you are doing here? He closed the door behind him and approached the two. Izuku turned to face Yagi, not willing to waste time. Have you passed on your quirk yet? Immediately, Yagi started coughing, taking a moment before responding, and no, young Midoriya. May I ask why you brought it up now of all times? Izuku cursed under his breath, looking away. Yagi, that quirk is your top priority, right? Izuku only looked at Yagi for a nod before continuing, you're officially a fragile glass cannon. With your current state, you can easily break. You need more defense. We have no idea if we're facing All for One or not. Know this, All Might. Izuku turned to meet his gaze, a serious aura surrounding him. If I believe at any point that you need help, I will step in without regard for the law. Don't act recklessly out there. Think. Izuku started to walk away, but Yagi spoke up, why won't you take it? He stopped. Yagi, I'm the most wanted person after you. It would be a foolish move since I'm already in the media spotlight. Besides, your quirk is too powerful for my body. I can't afford to be incapacitated tonight. Any other questions? I understand, young Midoriya. Nizu ignored the tension between the two. Thank you for bringing that up, Izuku. That must have slipped our minds. I expect you to protect him in your way. Izuku didn't respond and left the room. He started walking back to the support lab when a loud voice interrupted him. He stopped. Izuku! Turning around, he saw Present Mike and Midnight catching up. Once they did, he continued walking, expecting them to follow. How are you doing? Izuku could hear the worry in Present Mike's voice, but he pushed it aside. I will be fine once I get Shoyuta back, Izuku stated bluntly. Midnight sighed and exchanged a glance with Present Mike as he tried to catch Izuku's attention. You're aware that there's a chance we won't get him tonight, right? I'm making that chance as low as possible. We will end this tonight. Aizu. Trust me on this. You can punish me later, but not right now, Hizashi. I'm getting your man back tonight no matter what. Izuku ran off, leaving the two teachers behind. Midnight pulled Present Mike into a hug. There isn't much we can do at this point, Hizashi. Let him be. Both of them are stubborn. I get that they are logical, but can't they put themselves first? That's the problem with both of them. You're right. Izuku knows boundaries if needed. Hopefully. Shoyuda may not, but he does. Tonight, Izuku stood next to Detective Tsukachi, flanked by multiple pro heroes and a SWAT team. He wore his original hero costume with a few modifications. Instead of jets for mobility, he had booster shoes that allowed him to roll at incredible speeds, just like during the entrance exam. His belt held the nunchucks from the sports festival, and his backpack contained the nanobots he had used at Island. His sleeves were rolled up to accommodate the electric gloves that extended over his elbows. Finally, he wore the visor for Patchy, the robot that assisted him. We are ready to go. The raid may start. Detective Tsukachi's voice buzzed through his visor. We will save you, Ragdoll and Eraserhead, Izuku declared, determination evident in his tone. Your pizza is here. 17. Boom. The first attack has begun at both locations. I am at the site where Shuda's tracker is located. Patchy, camera M. In my visor, All Might's camera appears in front of my right eye. The scene shows a wooden bar. All Might, Gran Torino, All Might's mentor, Kamui Woods, and Edgeshot have trapped Shigaraki, Kurogyari, and the remaining Vanguard Action Squad, except for Nomu. In front of me, Shoyuda is tied to a chair, looking bruised and possibly under the influence of something, judging by the way his eyes dart around. I bite my tongue, knowing it could be worse, but still feeling the weight of concern. I can't hear what's happening due to the lack of audio on the camera, which only adds to my frustration. Tiger here. We found Ragdoll and the Nomus. The Nomus are unresponsive, and Ragdoll. She no longer has her quirk. She's alive, but without her abilities. This was expected. Best Genist. Something is happening. The man in the black mask just knocked out almost everyone. I can hear him gasp, presumably from a hit. That must be for All for One. Get the survivors out as quickly as possible. I growl. Something feels off. I know this man is clever. He wouldn't show himself without a reason. If he's here, he must have a plan. He has a quirk he can use from this distance. What is it? I try to sort through my thoughts, but it must be a new quirk because nothing recorded matches this. Before I can think too deeply, I get my answer. In front of my eye, I watch the villains and Shoyuda disappear through multiple warps, a different quirk from Kurogyari's, as they practically ignore the trap Kamui Woods set up. I explode with frustration. Patch, location of Eraserhead's trackers. Detective Tsukachi tries to approach me to calm me down, but I step back. I won't be held back. As soon as I receive the location I face him, they were teleported to where All for One is. I'm going after him. Izuku, wait. Detective Tsukachi screams, but I ignore him. I fly to the rooftops and use my boosters to move as quickly as possible. I can't waste any more time. Within seconds, I see All Might jump past me as if I were standing still. A minute later, Gran Torino follows. All Might arrives at the scene in less than a minute. I take a deep breath when I see Shoyuda for a moment, but dread fills my stomach because he is fighting the Vanguard Action Squad by himself without his scarf. All Might can't help him either while he faces All for One. However, that doesn't stop my anger at Shoyuda for relying on the same move repeatedly. To make matters worse, All for One seems to take it without any trouble. They pause for conversation, but I can't hear it because the camera lacks a microphone, and All Might isn't wearing a headset. The worst part is that I can't see Shoyuda to check if he's still alive. I have to trust Gran Torino to protect him if necessary. Then all sanity goes out the window. Finally, I arrive at the scene at the edge of the building, just in time. All for One is using his quirk on Big Sis Magna. Her quirk is magnetism, allowing her to move people around like magnets. From the footage I saw during her fight with Tiger and Pixie Bob, the direction they go depends on gender. North and South poles attract, while the same poles repel. I quickly scan the field to see Toga standing in front of a warp, with the magnet quirk being used on her. All the members of the squad, along with Kurogyri and Shigaraki, are also affected. Things click into place. Toga is the central pole, and all the guys will be drawn toward her and forced into the portal. I see Shoyuda is caught in this too. I won't let that happen. I don't even hear what All for One is saying when I react. I run back, using my boosters and wings to propel myself toward All for One as fast as possible. Patch, detach and fly a distance. Nanobots on. I speak to the visor as quietly as possible so he won't hear me. The nanobots flood from my backpack onto the ground as Patchy separates from me. I dive toward All for One, imagining a substantial barrier behind me for the nanobots to build. I don't even get close when a harsh burst of air forces me back into the barrier I created. Izuku! Ignoring the pain and desperate call, I yell to Patchy, "Mini cannon now." A massive blast echoes in the distance. Then I hear laughter. Frustrating laughter. I force myself to recover, opening my eyes to see a crater in the ground. All for One stands there as if nothing has happened. His mask is gone, revealing his distorted face to the public. The only part of his body that seems intact is his mouth. I hear a burst beside me, but I ignore it. I rip the nunchucks off my belt and raise my hand. "Patch, bring these to Eraser," I mutter. In an instant, the nunchucks disappear. I feel someone shaking my side. I stand up slowly, disregarding the pain spreading through my body. "Kid, settle down. All Might has this under control." An old voice whispers beside me, trying to convince me to step back. "I'm fine, Gran Torino. Protect Eraserhead. I won't lose him again, nor will I lose to this villain." I insist. Gran Torino sighs before jumping away. All for One finally stops laughing and looks directly at me. "I knew you would be dangerous, Midoriya. I didn't realize the extent until now." Suddenly, I sink through the floor and appear right in front of him, his hand around my neck. He raises me to face him. "I can't mess this up. Let him go, All for One. He isn't your fight." All Might screams from behind me. However, he is the most formidable opponent here. He could easily take over the world if he wanted to. I bring my act back. "You're right. I could take over the world, but that would be boring. Then it would just be a show. I can predict what will happen because I'm in control. Also, did you raise Shigaraki? You both seem to have a knack for this choking thing." "Somehow, I'm not choking yet." All for One glares at me. "Very interesting indeed. I can see why Tamura wanted you as his chess piece." I'm offended. I'm the whole board. When he moved, I felt everyone above me tumble. He tightened his grip, and I struggled to breathe. "So, this situation again? I suggest you stay quiet unless you want to face the consequences," he warned. "Come on, All Might, make your move. I've given you plenty of chances by now. You signed your fate the moment you took Eraserhead. What does that make you?" I managed to say, my voice barely escaping. After what felt like an eternity, I was finally freed from All for One's grasp, and he was sent flying. I was placed safely away from the chaos as All Might leaped back into action, launching a series of straightforward attacks against an opponent who was at least his equal in strength. Once I was out of harm's way, I dropped the pretense and scanned the area. In the distance, I spotted Shoyuda and Gran Torino battling against the others. However, the villains swiftly retreated into the warp, carrying Shigaraki with them just before it closed. We got everything sorted out. We finished building the dorm buildings, which we've decided to call the Height Alliance. Shoyuda and Yagi received permission from all the parents to bring the students in. Surprisingly, there was no issue convincing parents to let their kids stay at a school that has faced its share of challenges. My mom didn't even ask any questions, though I suspect it's because she can't seem to separate me from Shoyuda after everything that happened. Speaking of that, I will admit that I've become more protective of Shoyuda. It goes both ways, which I know isn't the healthiest dynamic, but we're slowly working on it. But that's the boring stuff, so let's move on. What have I been doing to help out? I've been assisting MagieMa in bringing electricity and water to the dorms. It was straightforward. Then, Nizu gave Nemuri the go-ahead to decorate. I love decorating, so I jumped right in, and we got the place furnished just enough. The students can bring their own things, after all. After that, I moved Shuda's and my belongings in since we aren't using the apartment anymore. It felt like a waste of money. I didn't want to overwork him if he didn't have to, so I took care of most of it. I have plenty of energy for a reason. Call me a pushover if you want, but just know I can take anything that comes my way. Finally, Nisa decided I needed a new uniform to show that I'm a teacher assistant. Let me tell you, I'm not thrilled about it. It's basically Nisa's outfit, an all-black suit with a white button-up and red tie. The only differences are that instead of 2 rows of gold buttons like Nisa's pullover vest, I have 1 row of black buttons. I also have a UA dark green handkerchief peeking out of the BRST pocket for a splash of school color. On the side without the pocket, there's a golden pin with the letters UA. Overall, I feel like a mix of Nizu and UA that didn't quite turn out right. There's not much I can do about it, unfortunately. The only thing I'm happy about is that it's form-fitting. For some reason, the teachers seem amused by the outfit, especially considering how much I've complained about it. Probably just to tease me. Now, let's get back to the present. Class 1's bags have already been delivered, and I kindly brought them to their rooms like a proper gentleman. Now, we wait for the students to arrive. Meanwhile, I need to discuss some important matters with Shoyuta since we haven't had the time. With All Might's retirement, the crime rate has gone up, forcing Shoyuta to work more shifts. Wait, I never mentioned that. All Might finally retired. He initially wasn't going to, even though he only has an hour of hero time left before he can't continue. Nizu and I was kind of pushed into it, sat him down and convinced him to retire. Now, he's focused on finding a successor for his incredible power. I have an idea of who it should be, but I won't reveal it just yet. Also, we convinced him to show the hero students his true form after they sign a waiver promising not to spread it around. Now, that might seem silly, but let me explain. All Might has the most experience as a hero among us all. We can't just throw that knowledge away. Right now, I don't trust him to stay out of things. Like at the USJ, he might run out of time. That would be a wasted opportunity, and we need every bit of help we can get. The students need a reality check anyway. Besides, it might help with his self-esteem issues. Anyway, back to the present. I face Shoyuta because we need to have that chat. I know you've been busy, but have you had a chance to look at the video I sent you? I ask. I should have brought this up earlier, but oh well. The video of you being reckless with a top villain? I saw it. Why do I need to watch a video? Shoyuta replies, clearly unimpressed. Not just to appreciate my comebacks, but for another reason. Shoyuta, what did we do after that? The first part is a bit of a stretch. You can't even hear me in that moment, and I can't help but feel a little let down. I thought of that on the spot. That they recorded that? I mean, you have to look, but it's there in the corner. Most people won't recognize you, but my fellow classmates probably will. They just need to actually look to see us, though. He grunts. I'm assuming you're bringing this up because you want to know what to say. In case of emergency, yes. Don't bring it up around them. If they don't ask, we don't have to answer. If they do, try to distract them. I doubt that will work unless I start something. Then do it. Usually, he would tell me to watch my language. With how much I curse, he must have given up by now. And if they keep bothering me about it? Given how much you annoy me, you should have plenty of experience dealing with it. Is he really throwing that back at me now? That's me. What about you? I have what you kids call street cred, remember? You ruined that the moment you hugged me. That I'll figure something out. Before I can continue the topic, I see Class 1A approaching us. Ida is the first to step forward. Izuku, may I ask what the outfit is for? I short-circuit. Then I start running around in circles, and the class looks at me like I've finally lost it. Because Ida didn't automatically assume I was breaking the rules. That's some serious progress. After a minute of running, I stop in front of him to reply, I'm so proud right now. Ida, you didn't assume I was breaking the rules. To answer your question, though, this is the teacher assistant outfit I have to wear, much to my disappointment. I'm glad I have made you happy. Thank you for informing me. With that, he steps back in line, and we can continue. I let Shoyuta take the lead for the speech. Of course, he decides to guide us in before starting to talk. Welcome to Height Alliance, where you will be staying. This is the common area where you can find the kitchen, showers, and laundry. Is this a dream come true? Mineta screams. I want to break his spirit, but that's Shuta's job. They are separated by gender. Go in there, and I won't hesitate to expel you. That bursts Mineta's bubble. Now, everyone has a room with a space heater, bathroom, fridge, and sink. You figure out the rest. You have today to get that straightened out. Your bags have already been taken to your room. Listen closely because I will only mention room numbers once. Shoyuta quickly recites the numbers, and the students pay attention, knowing better than to test his limits. By the end, they quickly realize one issue. Sir, I think you forgot Izuku, Momo says, glancing at me. Izuku can explain. Everyone turns to me expectantly. Thanks a lot, Shoyuta. Since I am a teacher assistant, I'm placed in the staff dorms instead of the regular student dorms. I have an entrance if anyone wants to visit, but please keep it clean unless you want to face serious consequences. Don't enter without permission because I'm involved in a lot of responsibilities. And definitely don't go into the staff dorms directly unless you want to get into trouble, I explain, bouncing on my toes. Yes, I'm with the teachers rather than the students. While being a teacher assistant is the main reason, there are a couple of other reasons. The first is that I can keep my space clean without having to deal with the common room, which can get messy. I never have to leave if I don't want to. It has a full bathroom, no need to shower with other boys, a kitchen, a living room, and 2 bedrooms like every separate teacher apartment. The second reason, and probably the more significant one, is that Shuta's and my apartments are connected, allowing us to visit each other whenever needed without stepping into the hallway. I can't do that if I'm in the Class 1A dorms. Instantly, the students are intrigued. Ashido is the first to ask, wait, so does that mean you can hang out with the teachers if you wanted to? Yeah. I kind of have to. Unfortunately, I don't mind most of the teachers. The ones I do mind are Recovery Girl, she really doesn't like me. Vlad King, mostly due to competition. Snipe, he's been grumpy since Halloween, and Yagi, I shouldn't have to explain. Everyone else, I don't mind. In fact, I enjoy some of their company. So, we don't have to worry about you causing trouble in the dorms? Momo asks, what kind of question is that? You do. You're not getting out of anything, Missy. Shoyuta decides to step in. He pulls out a thick red book and shows it to the class. He has certain things he can't do. If he does them, he will get in trouble. Let me know if he does. What's the point of the book, though? It outlines everything you can't do and the consequences. Did you not find it on the desk? Oh, that book. I tossed it. I wasn't about to read a list of rules for myself. If I break a rule, oh well. I wouldn't be myself if I followed them. Language! Sonic exclaims, waving his arms in front of me. At this point, he says it so often that I need a variety of names for him. Shoyuta merely sighs, do whatever. I left the rules on the table. Read them. With that, he walks off. I'll annoy him later. Right now, it's time to provoke Class 1B. Walk into their building to see Vlad King explaining the rules to them. Why, I don't know, but if he wants to, fine. Don't stay out past curfew. We have cameras with motion detection that automatically alert the teachers if you're out of your room. Time to disrupt this family moment. Including me, everyone. Midoriya, get out. Nope. I can be here as long as I want. That triggers Class 1B. What? I chuckle. I'm a teacher assistant, remember? I supervise you little chicklings as well. I hear a scoff before turning to see Monoma, a blonde boy with the quirk to copy others. He's the only other person serious about the competition. Little chicklings? I deny you the right to call us that when you're in the same grade as us. You think you're so powerful, yet you're quirkless. I smirk. Correct. However, you happen to be quirkless as well unless you touch someone for their quirk. People aren't always going to be there for you. I recommend working without your quirk because, like many others, You rely on it too much. I have broken my boundaries, but have you broken yours? I. Vlad King stands up, placing himself between the class and me. Don't worry about it, Monoma. He may be right, but we're working on it. Now Midoriya, after disturbing my class, can you please leave? Alright then. Bye, everyone, see you around. With that, I had to check on the other class's dorms. Surprisingly enough, I didn't start a fight with anyone else. I got to see Shinso, so I'm happy about that. I decided to return to class 1A since that is technically my class when I see an exciting development. The girls decided to hold a room presentation contest. Naturally, I want no part in this because it's just going to give me anxiety over how messy their rooms might be. Too bad I can't escape it. Since my room is not here, I'm going to assume that I'm exempt from this competition, so that's a relief. The girls rush to the boys' dorm section and get straight to it. I'm not going to stop them. This is my chance to judge my classmates. Tokoyami, he clearly didn't want us in because he blocked the door. Ashido and Hagakure had to push him aside to get in. His room is the definition of gloom. Or dark magic, take your pick. The space is entirely opaque, with only purple lights illuminating the place because all his clothing is black. Skulls, candles, a fortune-telling ball, it's all there. However, the most relatable thing is the sword and the poster that says, "Die," on it. He kicked us out. Aoyama, and you people have the nerve to call me gay. His room is the definition of gay. It has gold mirrors everywhere, purple sheets, and literal sparkles wherever you look. I like it, but I feel I would become depressed before there would be a picture of me in there. The only exciting thing is that, for some reason, this guy has a suit of armor and a sword in the corner. I mean, whatever keeps you comfy at night. He calls it dazzling. Whatever works for you, mate. Mineta, nobody is willing to go to his room. You can't make me go in there for anything unless it involves my mom or my friends. It doesn't help that he peeks through his door with a creepy aura and says to the girls, "Come in. I'll show you something amazing." To be honest, it's taking everything in me not to throw him out right there because I can't. Ojiro's room is just as ordinary as he is. There isn't much to say. I give the girls credit for trying to cheer him up, but I noticed his tail droop. Ida's room is surprisingly similar to mine. It has a wall dedicated to books, meticulously organized to the point that it makes my heart sing. The only difference is that I don't have an entire section of a wall dedicated to glasses. That seems a bit excessive. Kaminari's room was hard to stay in for long because it looked like a mess. It was somewhat organized, but I could see it turning into chaos soon. As Jiro said, it's like he just used anything he could find. For effort, but I didn't want to linger there. I had to avoid Koda's room too because he had a rabbit in it. The rest of the room was cute, but I'm not a fan of animals since they shed, and that's a problem when you're a clean freak. Bakugo wasn't allowing us in. Apparently, he was in sleepy time mode. Kirishima tried to make his room look manly, resembling a gym. It wasn't entirely finished, so I stepped back. I agreed with Hagakure's comment. If I found out my boyfriend had a room like this, I'd reconsider. At least Uraraka gets the point for me. Shoji is the ultimate minimalist. He only has a small table and a bed that isn't even made well. For once, I walked over and attempted to fix the bed. I understand he's a big guy, but he could have put up some pictures or something. He doesn't see the point in filling a room with decor. That's the point. Anyway, I had to pull my Netta out because he started rummaging through the bed for who knows what. Ciro's room is interesting. It has a desert theme with exotic patterns. He's definitely a wild card. Finally, I got to see Todoroki's room, which every girl and guy seems to crush on. He somehow transformed his entire room into a Japanese-themed space. When asked how he remodeled it in one day, he simply said, "With hard work, wearing the blankiest expression imaginable." Now, onto Sato's room. It's an average space, but he has a cabinet full of cooking supplies on display and a portable oven. What stands out even more is the delightful smell wafting from it. Sato and I have baked together before, so I know he can create some amazing treats. I know whose room I'll be visiting the most. "Hey, Sato, what are you making this time?" "It smells incredible," I asked. "Oh shoot. I forgot about that. Sato quickly opened the oven. I made a chiffon cake, and I was hoping we could eat it together. It's not iced yet, but would you like some? The girls and I shouted, yes. Without hesitation, we rushed over to grab a piece until I felt a hand on my shoulder. Of course, it had to be Ida. What? I said, feeling a bit salty. Ida's response crumbled my non-existent heart. One of the rules is that we can't give you sweets. Show me, I said, not believing it until I saw it. Ida pulled out the packet of rules, flipped to the page, and showed me the law. That has to be the most depressing thing I've heard in my life. I'll be back. I left the room, exited the dorms, and headed to the teachers' quarters. I entered the common area to see most of the teachers sitting or cuddling, especially Hizashi and Shoyuta. All hell was about to break loose. The teachers quieted as I approached. Nice to see you as regular people. It was true, they weren't in their costumes. Maijima even had a shirt on. Don't avoid the topic, Izuku. I can feel your aura from here, Shoyuta muttered from Hizashi's jacket. I smirked. So that's why some of the teachers are more withdrawn. Only those who know me well aren't. Who decided it was a good idea to write in the rules not to give me sweets? That was your mom, and no, you're not going out of school to confront her about it. You don't need sugar too often anyway. It makes you hyper. I should have expected that. It's not like I get sweets that often. I mostly eat meals. Yes, but one sweet can keep you energized for a whole day. Recovery Girl decided to defend Shoyuta now of all times. You're training to be a hero. You shouldn't need sweets. You need more sleep. When was the last time you actually slept? It's only been 3 days. Off my case, will you? All the teachers turned to me in shock. Honestly, this should be expected at this point. Shoyuta sat up, pulling away from Hizashi's grasp, and glared at me. Izuku, that was with me, and you only slept for 2 hours. Yip yip. I want to mention you've been running on coffee and 1-hour naps, so I don't think that's much better. Hizashi looked between us. Both your sleeping habits are terrible. At least Shoyuta gets something. You have nothing. You know we keep pushing because we care about you. Fine. I'll sleep tonight if it gets you off my back. Hizashi smiled. It will. Yada yada, I'm going to help lunch rush with dinner. Nemuri chuckled. You might want to help your classmates first. They probably have no idea how to cook an actual meal. I want to see what they'll do just for tonight. Update me on how it goes. Will do. With that, I headed to the kitchen to help. I was assisting lunch rush with dinner when Patchy flew in, squawking, "Student at the door." I wasn't helping them cook. Whoever was there better have a good reason. I reluctantly left lunch rush to enter my apartment. I approached the outside door and opened it to reveal all of Class 1A, including Tsu and Bakugo, who hadn't been at the earlier gathering. I'm not cooking for you all if that's what you're asking, I stated bluntly. Ashido pushed her way to the front. No. That's not it. It's for the room presentation contest. Okay, that I didn't mind. I have to keep a close eye on them because I have a lot at stake. I can do that. Come in. Just don't mess things up. They enter looking surprised by the place. While they do that, let me describe the apartment. Class 1A is stepping into what should be a living room. However, I don't need a living room. I've turned the entire space into my office. In the center is a U-shaped desk, meticulously organized with all my papers. To the left, there's an open kitchen with a bar separating the two areas. The kitchen is small, but it works for me. Straight ahead, a wall is lined with bookshelves filled with books, except for a single door that leads to the common room on the far right of the wall. On the right wall, there are 4 doors. The first 2 lead to bedrooms, the third is a bathroom, and the fourth is Shuta's apartment. One of the bedrooms is a typical room, while the other has been converted into a lab. With that explanation out of the way, let's get to the class reactions. I quickly notice that they seem to be searching for something specific, which makes me uneasy. Hey, Izuku, can we check out the other doors? Hagakure asks. You can enter the first 3 doors on my right, but not the one at the end or the one against the back. They lead outside, I reply. My classmates eagerly enter, examining the well-organized apartment, but they still seem to be searching for something. What are you looking for? Most of them flinch, except for the more stoic ones. Bakugo stomps up to me, his expression fierce. All right, Deku, what's your relationship with Aizawa? Well, here we go. He's my coworker. If you're here to antagonize me, you can leave, I retort, hearing the crackling sound of his quirk building up. Bullshit. You never let anyone touch you. In that video, you were more than willing. I'm so proud you noticed that detail. I try to deflect. Stop avoiding the question and answer. Bakugo demands. Thankfully, Kirishima steps in, grabbing him and pulling him back. He won't answer if you attack him. So they're all suspicious. Someone must have shared something. I'm guessing either Tsu or Bakugo. What makes you think there's something more? The situation I was in was dangerous. I have more important things to worry about, like All Might's safety, I explain. Even in dangerous situations, you usually maintain your boundaries unless you're trying to win. Aizawa-sensei touching you wouldn't have helped in any way, Tsu points out. He had information to share. We didn't know what his quirks were. Better safe than sorry. For your information, he was drugged at the time, so he wasn't himself. I'm supposed to be a hero, I couldn't just leave him like that. Explain why you were acting the way you were after he was taken. You didn't make a single joke. You were hyper-focused. I force myself to stay calm. There's a lot of evidence against me. I was on the case, remember? I was working with limited time. Aizawa had a tracker on him. If they found it, they would destroy it and move him. To ensure the best chance of success, I needed to act quickly. At this point, I can't joke around. The whole situation is frustrating, and they're getting on my nerves. Are you done questioning me? I have work to do. They probably sense my irritation because they nod and leave the apartment, leaving me alone. Shoyuda can handle their questions if they start bothering him. I appreciate the need to keep our connection a secret. If people discover our emotional bond, they might target us individually. The League of Villains has already figured out this connection and tried to exploit it. It failed, but the intent was there. Karma might finally be catching up to me. I decide not to leave for the night. For your information, I did try to sleep for their sake. I just couldn't. Instead, I'm in my lab at midnight, fixing my helmet that was damaged in the forest. I want to work on the new cat, but the helmet is my priority right now. As I'm working, I hear the door creak, and I look up to see Shoyuda standing there with a plate in his hands. Come out. This room feels stifling, Shoyuda says as he exits. I finish up. Before following him. He's sitting at the bar with a plate in front of the other seat. I sit down and start eating while he talks. Any reason you didn't come out for dinner? Students were questioning me about us. I didn't reveal anything. Are you off tonight? He nods. Finally. True. Thanks for bringing me a plate. You didn't have to. You can be nice? There it is. I decide not to continue that conversation. So, you're a bottom? I tease, causing him to blush. I quickly snap a picture. Don't you have higher priorities in life than questioning my relationship? That's a yes. He sighs, getting up and heading to my room. Just come on once you finish eating. You need to sleep. You may need sleep, but I need a miracle. He sighs, leaving the room, clearly done with my antics. UA is a challenging place. Yes, you read that correctly. But because I feel completely restricted. Half of what I usually do is in the rule book. Do you know how many times I've been forced to rest for breaking the rules? Too many times. It only lasts 10 minutes, but that adds up. Do you have any idea how much I can accomplish in 10 minutes? More than you can imagine. They're on the right track with their punishments, but it's frustrating. On the bright side, I'm starting to build an immunity to Nemuri's quirk. That's how often they're putting me to sleep. The duration is getting shorter, and it takes more to knock me out, like some kind of drag. If I'm right though, Nemuri is under pressure. I don't know what they have over her, whether it's her costume being taken away or something personal, but she's forced to comply. She and Hizashi let me get away with a lot. Nizu sometimes does too. I only get in trouble when others are around. Regardless, I'm planning a rebellion. With my creativity, I've constructed a symbol of resistance and placed it in the middle of the teacher's dining table, the ashes of the rule book continuously burning in a glass box. I think I did a good job there. But let me tell you, the drama doesn't end there. The students have been relentless in trying to figure out the relationship between Shoyuta and me. I wouldn't mind this if they weren't so determined. The worst part is that I can't do anything about it. For some reason, I don't have the authority to give students detention. Shoyuta can, but not me. I swear he's trying to make my life difficult. Given the trouble I cause, I can't say I'm surprised. But still, I have a life to live here. Thankfully, I spend less time with them since I'm a teacher's assistant. With all this stress, I decided to escape UA and visit my mom. I had already finished grading everything the teachers assigned me, so I had nothing to do. I even got my helmet fixed. I'm just waiting for the parts to be replicated to build Cat 2.0 or something. I'm not sure about that yet. Maybe Dog will finally become a reality for all I know. I arrive at the house and knock on the door, practicing good manners. Mom should be off today if I recall her schedule correctly. I'm glad I did because she opens the door, notices me, and pulls me into a warm hug. "Oh, Aizu, I'm surprised you're here today. Come in," Mom exclaims as she welcomes me inside. The first thing I notice is how disorganized it is. I'm about to set to work because I can't let my mom live in a mess. I was going to until a ball of brown fur crashes into her. Then it looks up, revealing a black-faced puppy. Mom giggles before lifting the fluffy creature into her arms. It's about 10 pounds, probably. It takes me a moment to recover. "Mom, why do you have a bear cub in your apartment?" I ask, trying to suppress my laughter. It seriously looks like a bear cub. Mom laughs at me. "Aizu, this is a puppy, not a bear cub. It's a Saint Bernard Golden Retriever mix." Thinking about it, it does look like a dog. The little creature has the nerve to look at me and wag its overly fluffy tail. Don't get me wrong, I don't mind animals. I just don't like them in my home because they leave fur, get dirty, and are overall not clean creatures. That's why I've never had a pet. Wait a moment. Those are both large breeds of dogs. I say, Golden Retrievers are medium-sized, but a Saint Bernard? I've seen pictures of them in the snow. They're huge. "It called for me," Mom replies. "I swear, if this dog has a quirk, I'm leaving." Not literally, I hope. No. Its eyes did. How? Something you don't understand, my heartless child. The puppy reaches its paw toward me. I think he wants you. Tell it I don't want it. I get playfully hit with her free hand. Don't be rude when it has done nothing to you. It has invaded my territory, and now I must reclaim it. You're not jealous of the puppy, are you? I'm not. Why would I be jealous of a dog? Messy creature. How about you hold the puppy, and I'll clean this place up? You're really not going to hold the puppy? The puppy looks at me with big eyes. No. I'll clean your house instead. I guess I can accept that. For the next hour, Mom and I chat mainly about what to name the new addition to our family. Before you say, a dog isn't going to replace you, I will have you know that my mom has been obsessing over this puppy for the past hour. It's getting away with biting her. I can't blame her, but still, I don't get the cute factor. Anyway, I suggested all these fantastic names, and she didn't accept any of them. Whiskey, I'm not naming a dog after an alcoholic drink when my son was an alcoholic. Bear, too obvious. Cereal, she initially agreed because she thought I meant the food cereal. However, when she learned I meant a serial killer, she said no and playfully hit me on the head. Killer, too aggressive. I hope that if this dog does anything useful in its life, it's to protect my mom. Doggy, are you kidding me? Little pup, this sparked a conversation. Good thing I finished cleaning. Of all names you could come up with, why Little Pup? I saw this AU of Undertale called Mafia Tale, and a child was called Little Pup who then turned into Big Pup. So a mafia thing? Imagine this, your friends come over and you call for Little Pup. They expect this cute little dog, but this bear comes out instead. The perfect trick. No, she's cut off by a phone call. When Mom looks at the collar, She gives a confused look before answering. Hello, Shoyuta, how are you? Yes, Aizu is here. Oh, I can do that. Talk to you later. Oh, and tell Aizu to stop being jealous of the dog. Well, that's unexpected. First off, when did they get on a first-name basis? I guess if you're dealing with me, that's bound to happen quickly. Second, why isn't Shoyuta calling me, you may ask? Well, he can't because I have him blocked at the moment. I glare at the phone, take it, and press it to my ear. What's up, Sho? I get straight to the point. He wouldn't call me if he didn't need me, after all. I hear a sigh. I don't know where to start. I can clear this punishment if you come back and help me with something. My worry spikes. If he's willing to lift consequences, it must be serious. I need you to create official documents stating that, once signed, they can't share the information without permission. Why is he asking me? I thought we had already taken care of that for All Might. He must be pretty desperate to reach out to me for something like this. In 10 days, you will be taking the provisional license exam. Normally, students don't take this exam until their second year. However, with everything going on, Principal Nizu has decided to start early to release heroes as quickly as possible. For the next few days, you will be developing super moves, and you're expected to have 2 by the end of this training. This should give you an advantage in battle, whether offensive or defensive. It's your ticket to winning. During this time, you may go to the support lab to improve your costume and gear to create a new move. To help you, we have Cementos, Ectoplasm, Midnight, and Izuku if you need any assistance. Now get to it, Shoyuta instructed. The students took a moment to recover from the shock before heading to the field. Yes, we are taking our provisional license exam in 10 days, including me. Well, I could avoid it, but I need some credibility here. Izuku, you're taking 2 tests that day, Shoyuta said. Why do? If anything, I shouldn't have to take any at all. I'm only taking that one because people are jealous that I wasn't born with a quirk. Shoyuta sighed. This is different. It has nothing to do with heroes, he continued, piquing my interest. You probably heard of it. There is a test that allows you to enter cases without Nizu overseeing you. It gives you some control, more than the typical hero. Usually, you have to build your way into cases, let alone gain respect in those situations. This automatically grants you that right. It's rare for someone to pass it, but you shouldn't have a problem. I racked my brain because, for once, I had never heard of that. Sounds like something Nizu would throw me into. How does it work? You will be given a case, and you have 4 hours to figure it out. Now that's up my alley. Easy peasy. I would do anything to get out from under Nizu's control for the cases, so this works. Of course it is. Do you have Cat programmed for the exam? It's charging. After that, May will test it for me. Let me take a moment to tell you about Cat because it's back and ready for action. Flashback. A couple of days ago. After the whole incident with Cat, I received the best offer ever. Melissa offered to rebuild Cat for me if I sent her the blueprints and allowed her to enhance it. With life being challenging lately, I decided to accept that offer. She was only building the body, but they had all the materials in the world to make it better. I would be foolish to decline. The moment I returned to Japan, I updated the blueprints to include more features and sent them off to her. I kept in touch with Melissa, providing ideas for her new projects that I couldn't do here in exchange for her building that body. I made sure May was involved in that. That was all over a month ago. Today is the day I'm supposed to get the new body of Cat. It's like waiting for Santa to bring me a present after I left him cookies and milk. I haven't even argued with anyone yet. I'm staring out the window, waiting for the mail carrier to arrive. I've been here since school ended. Hey Kiyama, where's Aizawa? I hear Yagi ask in the background. He's been called out on a mission. Why? She responds. Young Midoriya hasn't moved from that spot for the past hour, nor has he argued with anyone today. Shoot. I'll go talk to him. A minute later, I feel a weight beside me. Hey Aizu, is something wrong? No. Today is a good day. I exclaim, bouncing in place like a child. May I ask why? Before I get a chance to respond, I see the mail carrier at the gate. Faster than all might, I dash from my spot and zoom to the entrance. I sign without a problem and take the surprisingly small, lighter than expected box. That's a good sign. I run back to the building, ignoring the strange looks I get as I burst into my apartment and slam the door behind me. I place the box down as gently as possible. As I go to grab some scissors, I call someone. Hey, Izuku. Is the package here? Mei screeches through the phone. Yes. Hurry up before I open it without you. The phone slams down as I hear pounding on the door. I open it, and Mei quickly pushes me out of the way to enter. Where is it? I drag her to the box. Without hesitation, I cut it open. Inside are 4 carefully packaged metal spheres. Before you start panicking, this isn't cat. Don't worry, it is. Initially, we planned to have it as one compact ball with a camera on the outside for stealth. However, Melissa encountered issues because cat is a large machine. I quickly suggested creating 4 smaller spheres instead of one larger one. That leads to many ideas in itself, but I'll spare the details for now. My inspiration for this project? Pokemon, and I'm not even kidding. Cat is going to be a Pokemon that transforms from a Pokeball. Anyway, back to the flashback. Mei and I start pulling them out and examining them. After looking at every detail, we glance at each other. They're beautiful, we scream in unison. Imagine all we can do with these. Mei starts brainstorming ideas, and I make sure to write them all down. Hey, Mei, I'm going to be busy. As much as I hate to say it, work is going to keep us away from our projects. Can you charge and test them for me, please? I already have the programming done. You just have to insert the flash drives I gave you last week, I ask. Really? I would love to take care of our projects. That's one weight off my shoulders. Now, let's call Melissa. I pull up the Messenger app on the computer and initiate a video chat with Melissa. Within the second ring, she appears on the screen. Hey guys. I see you have received the builds. I nod enthusiastically, a genuine smile on my face. Thank you. Mina. Both exclaim, causing her to laugh. No problem. I wish I could talk longer, but school is becoming a heavy load. Call me soon. Bye-bye. Later. See you later. I think you can guess whose reaction is whose. Present. Shouldn't you test it yourself? Nemuri asks as we watch the students. I trust Mei to do it, I reply without a second thought. She raises an eyebrow. Trust her? Does that mean you're interested in her? As a sister, yes, I say, and Nemuri droops. You know, I don't know that feeling. I'm only interested in friends, and I'm not even interested in that. I get a strange look from Ectoplasm and Cementos. You should not discuss that aloud, Midoriya, Cementos advises. We all know I will, anyway. Can you attempt restraint? The day that happens is the day I'm literally dead. Ectoplasm shakes his head. You're way too enthusiastic whenever you talk about your death. I'm going to die by eating a bunch of chocolate chip cookie dough. Did he go to therapy at all? Nemuri steps in. He did once. Hound Dog left him with Shoyuta so they could discuss their problems. Did anything come out of that meeting? Kind of. He's aware of his self-worth to the point he sacrificed Shoyuta over it. That causes me to flinch. I would rather not bring that up. Shoyuta must have noticed because he catches my attention. Izuku, go around and give the kids advice. Yes, sir. Without hesitation, I go to help Kaminari, seeing as he has the most problems. I also see the most potential for gear for him. Right now, his quirk is very limited in use because it harms everything around him. I can pretty much replicate my tools and make them his or create new gear for him. Either way, it's fun for me. Since this would take forever, I'm just going to time skip a few days. You're welcome that you don't have to deal with it because I do. It has been a few days, and we have some updates on some students. Bakugo has learned how to make a cannon with his quirk by forming a tube with his hand and exploding his quirk through that, so that's nice. Hagakure learned how to do light refraction. Because Hagakure's body is invisible, she can apparently refract light. Tokoyami turned Dark Shadow into some impressive armor, and he is currently working on Dark Shadow at night. Ashido learned how to make acid shields. Jairu figured out how to create sonic waves in the ground. Kaminari finally got some gear that allows him to shoot a plate. That way, when he uses his quirk, it will flow through just the target to the plate. I may or may not have also given him a conductive sword and pole. Finally, Tsuyu can now camouflage herself. Tsuyu is as versatile as a box. You can do a lot with boxes. Oh, and Yagi is becoming a decent teacher by reading a guide. Whatever works, I guess. While the students finish prepping for the exam, I finally get to meet my new creations and try them out. Mei has already tested them, so they should work, but she didn't check everything. I don't know how she squeezed that in when the Hero Corps students keep going to her non-stop, but I'm happy I get to use it. While the students work on their strength, I get to play. With the 4 devices, I had to upgrade my suit, where they will clip to my belt like in Pokemon. I take the devices off and set them on the ground. The teachers are distracted, meaning I can test out the first mode. Let's start with stage 1, shall we? Scout mode, activate, I state. Within a second, the scouts start roaming around, and everything is sent to my visor. I can see 4 little screens, each displaying different locations. This allows me to observe the students, and no one has noticed yet. One even went by Cementas's foot. I'm bouncing in place with excitement. Right now, they are going wherever they want. That is a good thing to an extent, but what if I want to go to a different place? Don't worry. I have something for that too. I pull out my phone and tell the visor, Control, Scout 3. Suddenly, the scout near Bakugo stops, and the controls on my phone appear. I start messing around, causing the ball scout to go around in circles. After some more playtime, I have full control of Scout 3. Time to test the final part. Scout mode, Scout. All scouts return to the home point. But the scouts move fast because they are all over the place, one even being at the complete opposite side of the field. Like, it has only been a couple of minutes. A few minutes later, they are circling me like they are a fan club. I didn't think that the program would work. I wrote it as a joke, but they're actually circling me. Time for a moment of truth. Cat mode, activate. The 4 little scouts bump into each other, their lids opening up, and a bunch of metal and wiring shoots up to transform into the cat we all know and love. Cat, I missed you, I exclaim, tackling the robot to the ground. Cat is more stable now. Also, Cat is made of new material to make it almost impossible to beat with many features. Well, besides all might and extreme conditions, maybe, but that's rare. I don't even notice everyone looking at me hugging the robot until I look up. You mind? This is a special moment. That got them to look away except for Shoyuta. He walks over to inspect the robot. I let go of the robot and stand up, letting it roam around while I study it. I don't know how to feel about a sociopath gaining that. You're never happy, are you? Anything involving you? Rarely. That's just sad. Alright then. Be gone. You're in charge of checking Mineta's room by tonight. What? Why? Shoyuta doesn't even answer. He walks away, leaving me frustrated. Meanwhile, I have one final mode to test for now. Suit mode, activate. Cat rearranges itself once more, going faster than it did before everything happened. It forms around my body, finishing my public suit once again after so long. I'm quick to notice that it's lighter, meaning I can move around more. It should be more durable as well, meaning I might not be as vulnerable to attacks. It should reflect impacts. A dent will be left, but better than being out of commission. Either way, I'm ready to tackle this exam I shouldn't have to take. Let's go. Today is the day that 19 of the 20 students become legal heroes, hopefully. Well, they are taking the first step anyway. The first step is to pass the provisional license exam. The exam is divided into 2 parts. The first part is what I call natural selection, where they eliminate the weaker candidates. This is randomized, but the idea is the same: pit everyone against each other and let them sort themselves out. It's like the Hunger Games, minus the fatal outcomes. The second part involves the remaining students working on rescuing civilians while dealing with a villain. You start with a maximum score, and every mistake causes you to lose points. This can range from injuring a civilian to failing to comfort them properly. Guess who's going to struggle with that part? Me. The same person who has a knack for making the elder in his dorm feel unwell. I'm really hoping my acting skills are up to the challenge. But don't worry, we aren't even close to the exams yet. It's 2 in the morning and I'm at my job right now, keeping an eye on the students. Before you judge me, let me explain. I'm in the security room, monitoring all the dorms and more. With my endless energy, Nizu thought it would be a good idea to make me the security leader. I'm responsible for ensuring the students stay in their dorms and don't sneak out to meet their classmates. Or worse, get into trouble. My main job is to alert and confront any villains that might break in, but that hasn't been an issue yet. The real challenge I face is students sneaking off to see each other. Do I confront them myself? No way. I definitely don't want to walk in on something awkward. Instead, I send robots to handle it and bring them back to their rooms. Then they have to deal with Nizu. Nobody wants to deal with Nizu. After a few rounds, everything has been quiet outside. The only thing that disrupts the silence is a beep around 2, which signals Shooda's arrival. Inside the security room is a different story. It's boring in here, and I have to stay for 8 hours. I follow Stain's routine for speed for an hour. Then I grade everyone's assignments, which takes about 2 hours depending on the work. Out of sheer boredom, I somehow end up cleaning the already clean space for an hour. After that, I tackle these cases that everyone else seems to struggle with, but do they ever figure them out? No, they don't. Beep! One of the monitors goes off. I look up to see Shoyuda entering UA. Honestly, watching him head to his room is more entertaining than these cases. Once I get that other license, I'm going to tell them to shove their cases where the sun doesn't shine. They're so easy I could do them in my sleep if I actually slept. Wait, why isn't Shoyuda going to his apartment? It looks like he's heading toward the security room? Oh no, what did I do now? Come on, think. I haven't done anything wrong today. Knock. Alright, Izuku, you need to act natural. Come in. The door opens to reveal a tired Shoyuda. What are you doing here? Are you hurt? Did I do something? Calm down, problem child. I'm fine. As far as I know, you haven't done anything wrong unless you have something to confess now. I shake my head. It's about tomorrow. More like later today. Oh, I can work with that. Shouldn't you sleep first? This is the only time you aren't distracted. True, but are you sure this can't wait? Brat, I'm fine. I'm just checking. What did you want to talk about? Your hero name. You still haven't told me anything. It's Big Daddy. He gives me the most unamused look ever. Your actual name. That is my actual name. I know for a fact you wouldn't want to stick with that. Come on. Do you really want me calling you that? It's not like you're yelling, skinny PP, stop fighting that guy. And I'll be like, no worries, I'm handling it myself. Shoyuda sighs and sits in the spare chair. Problem child, I never wanted to hear that. Are you done with your games now? I decide to get straight to the point. Virus. It takes a moment for him to recover from the roller coaster I just put him through. When he does, he watches me with a curious look in his eye. May I ask why? A virus can take over a computer like me, and it's a menace like me. Shoyuda hums. I'll accept it. No dramatics? No explosions for revealing the name. Thank goodness, because I had nothing else. Also no. I'm not always dramatic. He shakes his head before sitting up and looking at me. When was the last time you rested? I don't remember, and don't bother trying. I won't sleep in here. You need to sleep more than I do. I'll be fine, Shoyuda huffs before standing up. Still waiting for the day you pass out. When do you have a free night? Tomorrow. You'll sleep then and not play with your machines in your room? I'll try. I'm taking your word for it. See you in a few hours. Oh boy, is this going to be fun. We step off the bus for our exam, and my fellow classmates are already shivering with nerves. I mean, I get that we're the only first-year class here. Typically, we don't take these until year 2. Well, forget that. We break standards. Plus ultra. I think I can do it, Mineta whimpers, the most timid of us all. Shoyuda, being the responsible figure he is, bends down and reassures him, not think, can. He stands up, facing the rest of the class. This is your first step to becoming a pro hero. Once you pass this, You'll break out of your shells and become semi-pro heroes. Do your best. Kaminari tries to start our rallying cry, plus, only to be interrupted. Ultra! We all turn to see a student from Shiketsu High, UA's rival school. Oh wait, he looks familiar. I recognize his face from when I hacked UA to check their recommendation list. He continues by slamming his head into the ground, which causes a noticeable impact. I am so sorry for interrupting your speech. I just wanted to say it once. I am extremely honored to compete against your students. I am looking forward to it. I notice him glance at Todoroki before walking off to join his class, a small cut on his forehead. And they say I'm dramatic. Aizawa-sensei, do you know who he is? Uraraka asks. He responds, giving us the full story. Urashi Inasa, he took the recommendation exam and passed with the highest scores. Higher than Todoroki? The class exclaims among themselves. Why would someone give up that position? Shiro asks. I shrug. I looked at the footage and I'm willing to admit his quirk is powerful. He has reasonable control of it as well. While they recover from the news, another voice breaks through. Oh, Eraser. Is that you, Eraser? I see him visibly flinch. He looks like he's about to explode. I grin and pull out my phone to record. This is going to be great. I see Mrs. Joke, someone I already like. Anyone who makes him squirm is a good friend of mine. Her quirk makes anyone laugh. That mean her humor is good? It just means Joke can make people laugh. Looking at her now, she has green eyes and hair. Sure, the hair is more of a peppermint green, but that makes me wonder if I'm related to her. That combo isn't common, you know. I can see the gears turning in Todoroki's head as he looks between us. Anyway, back to their conversation. I've seen you on TV and at the sports festival. Let's get married. I'm sorry, Shoyuta, but this is amazing. No. He scoffs. At this point, I'm laughing at his discomfort. He has the nerve to glare at me with his quirk activated. Like that benefits you. No? Good one. Oh, hi, Izuku. I walk over to join them with a mischievous smirk. Shoyuta looks at me, confused. What's up? Sorry I haven't texted you today. I got distracted with life being a OW. What the heck, man? Shoyuta just whacked me on the head. The least you can do is control yourself while you're here. Now, how do you know Joke? Well, I hacked into your phone. Aha. And I noticed her number with a lack of response from you. So I texted her with my number and told her to text me. He sighs. How long? 2 months at least. Also, this isn't my conversation. You still have to accept Joke's marriage proposal. I step back before he can hit me, waving to Joke as I join the astonished class. You two are unbearable. Then Tsu calls him out. You seem close, sensei. You go, girl. Joke grins. Yep. Our agencies used to be right next to each other. In our cycle of helping and being helped, our mutual affection for each other bloomed. Then Shoyuta has to cut her off. I was having fun here. It did not. Joke, since you're here, that means. That's right. Come here, everyone. It's you at Ketsubutsu Academy, second years, class 2. One of the kids from the class runs over to us as I turn off my phone. He has the same hairstyle as me, except his hair is brown, and he's taller than me. Of course. He grabs my hands and looks me in the eyes. It takes everything not to punch him, especially when it seems like he's trying to throw us off. I see the more emotional students tense around me as they watch, probably thinking I will punch the guy. Shoyuta is specifically watching me. I'm Shindo. UA this year has had trouble after trouble, so it must have been tough. Finally, he lets go of my hands, and I proceed to use hand sanitizer while he continues his speech. A heart of fortitude is what I believe all heroes should have from now on. Among you, there's Bakugo, who experienced being at the center of the Kamino incident. He then raises his hand, offering a handshake to Bakugo. Why didn't I get the offer? Why was I forced to be touched? Disrespectful dude continues. Today, I'll do my best while learning from you. Bakugo decides to do me a favor by slapping his hand away. For once, I approve. Other students come over to observe us. One girl even asks for Todoroki's autograph. Geez, I get we stand out, but come on. Shoyuta, bless that man for once, catches our attention. Hey, change into your costumes and go to the orientation. Yes, sir. Everyone but me yells in response. I have different plans. Wait, so there's no brunch? He stops to look at me. Where did you get that idea from? You talked about little chicklings. In my mind, that translates into food. He pinches the bridge of his nose. I have my fruit pouches. That's it, brat. Darn it. No cursing. Pass your test, and I will get you something before the other exam you have to take. Okay. I'm easy to satisfy when it comes to food. As long as I see it made in front of me or take those meds Sho got me, I'm good. We are in our costumes, and I think I found Shuta's twin. The man who is commentating looks and sounds more tired than him. The man starts his speech once everyone is in the room. Well then, let's do that provisional license thing. Adding a hint of weariness, I'm Mara from the Heroes Public Safety Commission. Frankly, all 1,540 examinees here will have to win through a free-for-all exercise. Our society is currently said to be saturated with heroes. Many have shown doubts about the current state of heroes. Well, as a private citizen, no matter what the motivation, telling someone risking their lives to save others not to seek any reward is. It's a ruthless story of these modern times. The result of many heroes working hard together to help people and defeat villains is so short that it'd make you sick. Accordingly, what you'll be tested on is speed. The first 100 to fulfill the requirements will pass. Sue does the math for us. This means less than 1% will actually pass. That's expected. With Japan struggling to stand, you can't risk throwing random people out there. I mean, you can, but you want the minimum damage and maximum effort. Now is not the time to be taking those risks. Mara continues, the examinee will put 3 of these targets on his or her body. They cannot be placed on the soles of your feet or armpits. The person who lights up your third target will have it count as their defeat. This is going to be fun. Suddenly, the walls around us fall, revealing my playing field with all sorts of styles around. I believe you all have a terrain that you like and dislike. Anyway, we arranged for the terrain to be announced like that. You have 1 minute to move. With that, the guy leaves and everyone starts scrambling except us. We put on our targets. I'm feeling a bit immature, so I place 2 targets on my chest and 1 in a more strategic location. Anyway, I look around and think of everything I have. I'm in my public costume, so I have Cat right next to me along with Patchy. I have my electric gloves, a variety of bombs, throwing knives, nanobots, and my extendable nunchucks that I've been practicing recently. Something tells me I can't go all out, so I need to hold back on my fun. I run through everything I know in my head. Every person has 3 targets. Once those targets are hit, you're out. You can't have them on your feet or underarms. He never specified that you couldn't cover them. We know nobody's quirks. It takes me a moment, but I realize they know ours from the sports festival. That could be an advantage if used correctly. There are no rules about how to use your quirks or gear in my case. That means I can play dirty. Everyone knows I'm quirkless, which probably makes me the biggest target in our class. Want to have your best bet at winning? I say, zipping up my coat to cover 2 of my targets. I'll leave 1 exposed. After a moment, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Kaminari leave as a group, while Todoroki goes off on his own. Alright then, let's move out. I start leading us out of the center field toward the dirt tower. As we run, I put on my mask, something I haven't used in a while, and activate my heat vision to see them hiding. They're planning to ambush us, aren't they? I can work this to our advantage. I hear the countdown starting and slow down to stop us in the middle of the chaos. What's the deal, Izuku? Mineta exclaims, panicking. Here's the deal, we're going to be ambushed. We need as much room as possible, which is why we're here. Right now, we need to eliminate them quickly, and I have an idea. Uraraka, come here. Uraraka looks at me, confused, before walking over. I pull out a second pair of glasses, a duplicate of the ones I used to control my robots, and put them on her. Cat, make Uraraka Achiko your temporary master. Then suit up on her. Cat meows, and the robot transforms Uraraka into a powerful being. Izuku, what's happening? Uraraka asks, shocked. I don't usually let random people control my robots. Okay, basics. Think and you will move where you want. This will make you much faster. Your goal is to pick up as many balls as possible, float them in the air, and then drop them on our opponents. Everyone else will distract them. Wait, so like I did with Bakugo? Exactly. Nanobots, activate. Everyone prepares to defend. Let's give it our all. Plus Ultra. Stop calling people extras. If you don't know who that second statement is from, I'll be surprised. It's Ida. First test, start. On cue, everyone pops out of their hiding places, and balls start flying at us. It's a reckless plan since it sacrifices their ammo, but if it works for me, alright. I pull out my nunchucks and dash forward, dodging the ball while keeping one target exposed. Of course, the boy from earlier is leading this and tries to distract me. Who would have thought we'd be going against a quirkless wannabe hero? A cocky one at that. Sure, you've shown some skill, but this is just a pity party for you. We'll bring you down, Midoriya. I grin under my mask, take a deep breath, and clear my mind. Wait, where did he go? I don't know. I thought he was quirkless. I extend my nunchucks, wrapping them around the boy to catch him off guard before throwing him at another opponent. Instinctively, I imagine a barrier, and the nanobots appear to shield me. I take a deep breath before laughing. And you say I'm cocky? The cocky one just got you. I turn my back on the barrier to see a girl with extendable fingers approaching. I slide to the left, hearing Patchy slam into someone who was on defense. I swing my nunchuck to wrap around her wrist, tugging to make her lose her balance, and pull her to the ground, using her momentum to hit another person. The whole point of this? I'm trying to give the others as much space as possible to come up with a plan. I growl as they start closing in on me. I kick to the left, drop to the ground, and focus on my surroundings despite the chaos. Avoid that spit. Call me out on quirk discrimination if this is your quirk, but that's disgusting. I can hear someone bashing the nanobots behind me. Okay, so maybe this isn't my best plan. Patch, screech attack. Patchy flies in front of me and emits a high-pitched noise, forcing the kids to cover their ears. That gives me a moment to recover. A loud crash echoes from behind me, and something grabs the back of my jacket, pulling me toward them. I drop the nunchuck in my right hand and slam it into my chest while turning it on. Sparks explode around my body, causing whoever was grabbing me to let go. I spin around and kick at them, only to miss. I force my body back to the ground and swing my remaining nunchuck at them, using the electric gloves to send a shock through the nunchucks. Patchy stops its attack and I run. I'm willing to sacrifice my nunchuck. The nanobots are crawling with me, so I don't care about them. I'm not willing to face 50 kids anymore, especially when the one who grabbed me has a kangaroo quirk. And I thought kangaroo boxing was a myth. It's true. I'm not willing to get kicked by one of those. Hey, Izuku, can you hear me? That sounds like Momo. Am I going crazy, or did you get through the communication lines? No, you can hear me. Thanks to your distraction, we were able to create a fort. You need to fly in with Patch. Say your command while I explain. Patchy wing mode. What do you mean you created a fort? Where is it? Patchy slams into my back and starts to transform when I feel pain creeping up my arms. Before I lose touch completely, I slam the nunchucks on my belt and turn around, only to receive a light punch to the face. Not enough to cause damage, but enough to sting. I can't help but look at this girl with dark hair. A pain quirk, huh? KY, she growls playfully, resembling a little kitty cat. I seize the moment and take off, weaving through the crowd while dodging stray ball. You're flying, right? Momo asks, sounding a bit uneasy. Yeah. Update me, Momo. Your plan worked at first, but Cat started malfunctioning. We had to do an emergency shutdown and get Uraraka out of it. What do you mean? It began disobeying Uraraka. We're not sure if it's a programming issue or something else. We have Jiro, Shoji, and Koda monitoring the situation. Aoyama, Ashido, Tsu, Siro, Mineta, Hagakure, and Tokoyami are defending the base while collecting ball. Ojiro, Sato, and Ida are outside fighting. Uraraka is gathering, and I believe we should be ready to attack now. Then do it. You don't need me there. I'll bring the extras over so we can land more hits. Once it stops, you all need to get out and take advantage of that distraction. Got it, Izuku. I soar higher as I spot the ball suspended in midair, the pain fading away. I position myself above them, maintaining a safe distance from the group in case I need to strike again. However, I'm more alert now. Cat wouldn't malfunction like that, it must be someone's quirk. I glance at their base and smirk. They somehow manage to dig down to create a bunker. Ida, Ojiro, and Sato are sprinting back to base when the balls start raining down, causing the others below to scatter. Mera announces, Uraraka Achiko has passed. As soon as that storm subsides, a new one emerges as my teammates jump out. With so many new arrivals, Mera partially gives up. Ida Tenya, Ojiro Mashireo, Shoji Mizo, Tokoyami Fumikage, Sirohanta, Hagakure to, Ashido Mina, Ajuitu, Yayorozu. Momo, Mineta Minoru, Sato Rikido, Koda Koji, Jiro Kyoka, and Aoyama Yuga have all passed. I watch as most of my class emerges victorious. Now it's my turn. I begin my descent when my wings suddenly stop, wrapping around me and causing me to plummet. Panic sets in as I slam the emergency button. It's not working. Come on. I shout as I brace for impact. My shoes are shock absorbent, so they can handle some damage, but I'm still expecting a jolt. When I crash, I grit my teeth as a shockwave radiates from my barely standing feet. The pain isn't as intense as I anticipated. I press the emergency button again. This time, Patchy detaches from me and falls to the ground, transforming back into a bird before shutting down. Your robots are fun to play with, but they drain a lot of energy, I say, looking up to see a small boy who seems like he's been playing too much Fortnite. I'm not surprised there's no one else around. UA is already out, so they need to regroup. You can control them, huh? That's your quirk. He nods and charges at me with a massive hammer. Yeah, like I'm going to let him hit me with that. It slows him down too much. Gritting through the discomfort, I manage to grab the hammer from him and toss it aside. I pull out my ball and quickly strike his final target. I look at him and say, you might want to work on something better suited for your size. If you want to deal heavy damage with a hammer, don't use a Fortnite hammer. He looks like he's about to cry. Like I care. I start to stumble as my legs protest, searching for my final target. Thankfully, I spot a random guy stuck on one of my Netta's ball. Without hesitation, I slam my ball onto his targets, watching him react. Still, all I hear is that sweet sound of victory, and I realize I spoke too soon about the pain because now I feel a throbbing ache in my legs. Midoriya Izuku has passed. Take that? I'm starting to understand Mettaton EX when he says you need legs. Stylish legs. However, I'm going to overlook that part and focus on the legs. Wait a moment. Why haven't I built his legs yet? Or at least those cool boots. I am slacking over here. I am disappointed with myself. Okay, I shouldn't be worrying about this. I should be focusing on getting some pain relief because I doubt anyone will care about my injuries after what my squad just did. Oh, and getting out of here. I exit the arena limping, with Patchy and Cat following me closely. I wish they could feel guilty, but they are robots. Anyway, as soon as I enter the waiting room, I rip off my mask, and Class 1A rushes over to me when they notice my condition. Izuku, what happened? We left you for just a minute. Uraraka exclaims as I go to sit down. Well, I figured out why Cat broke on you. There's a guy who controls technology. However, with my robots, he's not as intimidating. It didn't help that his weapon is something out of a video game. Anyway, he took control of Patchy while I was in the air and caused me to take a hard fall. I should be in worse shape, but the shock absorbers in my shoes helped a lot. It hurts now. Momo, can you make some pain relief? Momo looks at me shocked. Possibly yes? However, I don't know the formulas. Darn it. I was going to ask for a pain pill. Should you really take one before the next part of the exam? I hum in agreement. You have a point. I forgot about the consequences. I can't believe I don't have a medkit of all things. I know what the next upgrade to my costume will be. Ida sits down beside me. I'm surprised. You have everything else, but not a medkit. I'm not meant to be in the front lines. I'm more of a support hero, but I know I need something for emergencies. As long as you understand. Have you checked for any damage? I think it's just a lot of bruising. I'll check for fractures later. They aren't broken, though. How do you plan on going through the next event? Maybe you should sit out, Izuku. I have Cat. Oh, and before I forget, great job controlling the team, Momo. We would be in trouble without you. Momo blushes. Oh, thank you. Not a problem. Praise goes where it's due. Actually, everyone here did fantastic, so great job, everyone. Now, how many more people need to pass? About 30. Is there a vending machine? No. Great. Ida raises his arm in front of me. I have been lenient with your language. You need to stop cursing, Izuku. Fine, fine. For a little while, we wait around. Currently, the classmates we need are Todoroki, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Kaminari. I'm confident they won't fail this part. Too bad we can't check on them. We have to wait and see if they walk through those doors. However, another situation arises when a medic approaches me and says, Midoriya Izuku, you need to be checked over. The first thing I notice is how vague it is. I can't help but feel suspicious. May I ask why? I reply reluctantly. When you landed, we noticed it was rough. We need to make sure you haven't sustained any damage to your legs. I would think they would have more critical cases to focus on. If I needed help, I would have gone to the medical wing myself. My gut tells me this is not good. I'm fine. I'm testing the waters here. Due to regulations, we must. We signed a waiver stating that if we are injured, we wouldn't sue them. They don't have to treat us unless it's an emergency. Fine, I mutter as I grit my teeth, stand up, and limp behind the medic. Behind my back, I sign, if I'm not back in 15, get help. I know Koda understands sign language, so he should get it. I just need to get her away from my friends. I can always use my gloves if anything goes wrong. I decide to leave Cat and Patchy behind because if I get stuck, I can tell them to come get me if my classmates can't. Either way, I am prepared for the worst. She starts leading me away from the group and into a twisted maze. I can already tell I'll have trouble finding my way back. We keep walking until we are away from the action. Honestly, I should take action now while I have the chance, but I have no proof. I can't run because my legs are not cooperating. I may be used to pain, but this is intense. Silently, I turn on my gloves and tap my recording device in my headset. We stop. Finally. I have you all to myself, Izuku, the girl exclaims as she turns around, not giving me a chance as she injects a syringe into my shoulder. I grab her arm, letting electricity flow through her for a moment. Then, I back up and pull the needle out. The substance is a dark purple, almost black color, that doesn't look good at all. I break the needle off so it can't be used against me again. I want to stomp it, but I'm not sure if the substance is purely injectable or if it can be absorbed through skin contact. I try to tackle the girl, but she outpaces me in my current state. She kicks me in the back, forcing me to fall to the ground. Wait, she referred to me as Izuku. That means she knows me from somewhere else. Think and distract, Izuku. Easy on the back, lady. I growl, rolling out of the way. However, I get another kick in the back. Oh, come on. Let me have some fun here. I only got a little bit of blood on you. It all clicks. Toga, what are you doing here? I keep an edge to my voice as she giggles, stopping her attacks. I should have known you would figure me out eventually. No kidding. You must have taken out a nurse to be here in disguise. Nurse Kankei? Not polite to ask a girl such a thing. But you are right. Why is Toga just talking? She could have easily knocked me out by now. Unless she's distracting me? Is someone else here? What is the final goal? Also, I need to figure out that serum quickly. I already feel off. I have to close my eyes and focus on Toga. What is going on? What is your aim? We need you and Eraserhead, silly. I understand why they need me, but why Shoyuda? Why do you want Aizawa-sensei? I start trembling as an unsettling feeling washes over me. I feel Toga lift me, and I would resist if I could without hurting myself. I hear the door click as she carries me somewhere. Toga sets me down on the floor. Why should I tell you? Oh, and get ready for the surprise of your life. Shigekun wanted to test a quirk of someone he obtained that lets the victim experience their worst nightmare. He decided you should be his first target. I hear her shift, and against my better judgment, I look up to see a replica of myself. The clothes, the headset, even the little freckles. Chapter end. With the investigation and report writing behind us, it's time for the next phase, rescue. This is my weak point. I struggle to help others unless I'm close friends with them. Otherwise, I might actually be making progress in life. First, I set a few things up. I'm not sure how I made it this far because my legs are barely moving without pain. The medication is slowing me down, so I have cat on my legs, allowing me to roll around. I only have the lower part, which leaves me with 2 scouts to help look for people. Next, I hack the system. Before anyone says it's illegal, it shouldn't be. If you have information about a villain base you're about to invade, you can't ignore it just because it seems unfair. If you plan to do that, you should reconsider being in the field. We don't need anyone unprepared. Anyway, I discover this isn't just a rescue mission, it's a villain invasion. And guess who we're up against? The number 10 hero, Gang Orca. It makes sense since he's often seen as a villain due to his appearance. However, he's not someone to underestimate. His quirk, or sinus, gives him the attributes of a killer whale. Even if they're not building an ocean for him, he's still a formidable opponent on land. It's likely he has a strong support system backing him up. This is a tough situation for pro heroes, let alone teenagers. I can't say I didn't expect this. We need to be ready for the worst. Finally, I roll to the center of the room and clap my hands to get everyone's attention. Hey everyone! As you should know, the next part is a rescue test. We're expected to work together. Let me clarify, this isn't just a rescue event. There's a villain attack involved. Don't believe me? Here. I toss my phone to a random student, watching their expression change as they realize the gravity of the situation. Gang Orca? How are we supposed to fight him and rescue? My netter exclaims, panicking. I guess someone had to voice the concern. When Ida gets the phone, he gestures toward me. This is cheating, Izuku. To be fair, they shouldn't have made it so easy to hack. Or left it unattended, for that matter. Honestly, would you ignore free information in the field? Multiple heads shake in agreement. Great. Now that we're on the same page, I have a plan. Who's willing to follow? Why should we listen to you, Quirkless? A snarky boy challenges me. Wrong move. Do you have a better idea? If so, I'd love to hear it. Otherwise, step down and let us strategize. I've proven myself multiple times, whether it's here or in other incidents. That silenced him quickly. Good. Now, where are my long-range folks? Specifically, those who can capture large amounts. A few students step forward, including Todoroki, Earthquake Boy, Airbender, and Hair Boy. I remember that Hair Boy was the one who touched me without permission earlier. Todoroki and Airbender, however, seem like a duo I can work with. They keep glancing at each other, but if I can get them to cooperate, they could form a powerful team. I don't know everyone else's quirks well enough to make teams there. You all are my first line of defense. Your job is to incapacitate as many villains as possible to make things easier for the rest of us. I'll direct you on where to go. If we don't act quickly, we'll be in trouble. For everyone else, I want you to group up. I don't know everyone here, so I hope you can team up with students from other schools. I recommend forming groups based on those who can help the injured, the rescue team, close combat fighters, and long-range support like I've already set up. Momo will handle the injured, Uraraka will focus on rescue, Ida will lead close combat, and I'll work with long-range. Everyone I mentioned, please raise your hand and head to the corners of the room. From there, form smaller groups that can support each other. I can fly up and direct everyone. The only other information I can share is that the field is the same as round 1. Now, let's get to it. That got them moving quickly. Before the chaos begins, I hand out radios to the leaders I've set up for better communication. I move to one corner to see who I have. There are about 10 people. Most can hold off a large group, but not necessarily stop them. For instance, Hairboy might be able to push them back, but unless he uses his quirk effectively, he can't really take them down. Still, that's useful, so I'll take it. I quickly devise a plan. Alright, I'll tell you the general area I want you all in. This way, when they arrive, you can attack swiftly. I have an idea to kick things off. Todoroki, I want you to freeze the door they'll come through. This will take some time, and we want to buy ourselves as much as possible. Once they break through, Earthquake Boy, I need you to create tremors. After that, Todoroki will freeze them in place, and Airbender will use his wind to spread the cold to distract them. From there, we'll figure it out. I'm concerned about the smaller villains. We know Gang Orca, but we don't know what the others are capable of. Airbender raises his hand, and I nod to him. Do I really have to work with him? He asks, pointing at Todoroki. Yes. Do you realize how well you two could work together? Your quirks complement each other. Look, I don't know what issues you have with him, but unless you want to jeopardize our chances, you need to get over it. You have to collaborate with heroes you might not like, whether you want to or not, I insist. We're wasting precious time. But he isn't a hero. He doesn't give people comfort, just like his father. Todoroki, right before the sports festival, lashes out, "Don't you dare compare me to him." It's true. Enough. I shout, using my aura to silence them for a moment. It throws everyone off, but they quickly get back to work. You aren't helping. If you two mess this up, I will step in and handle it myself. I take a moment to focus on my breathing, trying to tug at my hair only to find most of it trapped under that annoying bandage. The guy with the wild hair catches my attention. I'm sorry for his actions. It's not proper of him. I sigh. Not your fault. Alright, team up so. The intercom interrupts. There has been a villain attack. Please report to the field. Time has flown by too quickly. I glance at the door opening for our next challenge and toss my radio to Todoroki as I rush toward the exit. Let's do this, everyone. We have no time to waste. I treat it like a real rescue. Patchy wing mode. Cat, activate heat vision, radio, and pull up the programming in my visor. Scouts, start looking for people. Cat helps me out the door, and the wings slam onto my back. I take off into the air to get a better view of the field since I have no idea where we're emerging. As my feet leave the ground, I almost lose my balance for a moment. The extra weight from Cat makes it challenging, but I push through the discomfort and rise higher. Alright, I can work with this. I spot everyone coming out and swoop down. Momo, the best place to set up camp is over there. I point in the direction. Long Rangers, head that way and start working. I aim at another direction. Everyone else, let's get to work. Todoroki, I'll show you where to aim ice. If a couple of rescue teams want to follow me, I can guide you. I have heat vision on my visor to locate people. With that, I ascend back into the sky, directing some individuals toward our goal. Unfortunately, due to the crumbled buildings, I had to sacrifice some of my Long Rangers for now. As long as they return, I don't mind. We reach the other side of the city where they are supposed to emerge. There are so many people in need of rescue nearby. Todoroki, freeze the wall in front of us. Everyone, start evacuating people from here. I fly ahead, leading my team to those who need help, ensuring Todoroki and the Earthquake Boy are near the door. Meanwhile, I turn on my radio and rise higher to be seen. Izuku here. I need anyone fast to come to my location. Send another team. Uraraka is here and understood. I sent another team to your location. Ida, I'm on my way. Momo, everything is going well here. We're working efficiently. Good to know. Hurry. Hopefully, they arrive before the villains do. Suddenly, the ice shatters. Why does this always happen? I don't ask for much in life. I see Todoroki trying to freeze it again, only for it to be destroyed by Gang Orca's sound wave. Earthquake Boy, now's your chance. I yell as I swoop down to check for anyone we missed. The ground beneath him and his minions crumbles, throwing them off balance. But, of course, A hero appears in front of him and uses the sound wave against him. I quickly dive down and pull him out of harm's way. Todoroki freezes them in place, but I see them starting to shoot at us. I stay low to gain some distance. I hand him over to one of the rescue students before investigating the substance. Cement. Izuku here. Their weapons are instant cement. I don't know the limits, but if you get hit, you're in trouble. Avoid being hit. I receive an affirmative as I watch the ice shatter, sending air causing them to tumble down. I growl and turn to see Airbender trying to push them away. However, Todoroki starts yelling at him. What a mess. Focus, Izuku. Based on the programming, everything wraps up once we get everyone to the rest area. I can't babysit everything, so I'm praying that they can distract the villains with their antics. As long as they don't hurt anyone, I can deal with it. I was hesitant to save people because I wasn't sure if my equipment was safe enough. Now I have no choice. I spot someone near the scene and land beside them. It's a child. A little boy, to be exact. Oh boy. Hey kiddo, let's get you out of here, alright? I say, bending down to his height. Of course, the boy complicates things, but I want to watch the fight. That's what TV is for. It's a safe way to enjoy it without adding to the chaos. I thought we were past the era where people risk their lives for a selfie. But it's rare to see a fight this close. The boy starts throwing a tantrum, catching the attention of some villains. They raise their weapons, but I won't take that chance. I scoop the kid up and soar into the air, dodging incoming fire as we escape the danger. Because people get hurt that close, kid. That's the reality of it. You need to be careful. Thankfully, the boy calms down as he takes in the view from the air. With luck, I spot Ida and drop the kid off with him. I may have traumatized the kid, so just a heads up. With that, I return to the action to help others. Todoroki and Airbender are still bickering. Well, I'm pretty sure they're failing this. If it entertains the villains, I can manage. I had to call my close combat teammates in because more villains are approaching the base. While I check the area for anyone else, I notice the battle escalating. Gang Orca aims his supersonic wave at me. I don't have time to react. The hit sends me crashing into the nearest building, glass shattering everywhere. Even my visor cracks. Izuku, is everyone alright? I can't tell how much damage has been done. I can ignore the metallic scent of blood, but if there are citizens down there. I receive no response. Did it break? I pull it off, only to find that it's short-circuiting. The screen displaying the programming and people is shattered. That means the nanobots, Patchy, and Cat won't function without commands. I don't have time to fix it. It has a self-repair program, but that will take too long. I need to move. Cat, Patchy, original forms. I snarl as the robots leave me. I crumble to the ground, but through sheer determination, I crawl to the broken window. Oh, I see why Gang Orca wanted me out. He's trying something. I can't tell because my vision is blurry. If I were down there, I would be fighting back. I know better than to engage in my current condition. I would only be a burden. It would be pointless to join the fight. My robots will have to do. Cat, Patchy, I need you to go down there and defend. With a squawk and a meow, the two rush down to fight. I take a deep breath, trying to stand, but I fall instead. What is wrong with me? Wait. I recognize those dark spots. I used to get those all the time when I was drinking. Something tells me this has gone too far, but oh well. I try to stay awake, but I fail miserably. If this is how I'm supposed to rest, I dislike it. This is pain, and I'm not into that sort of thing, believe it or not. Oh no, am I in hell? The first thing I wake up to is someone gently stroking my head. Wait, I'm leaning against someone? No way. I start to struggle, only to be pulled closer by the arm around my shoulder. Izuku, it's Sho Yuta, the man growls. I still don't want to be leaning on him. Let me up, I mumble, trying to pry myself away. Failure seems to be my companion today. The gentle stroking is making me feel drowsy, but for once, I don't mind. I guess that's from mental exhaustion or something. After that stunt, you need all the rest you can get. Everything comes rushing back to me like a bullet train. What happened after I passed out? It finished a minute later. After that, everyone got the results. Everyone passed except Bakugo and Todoroki. I slam my head into his shoulder, earning a grunt from him, but he doesn't complain. The two most powerful players didn't even pass? Wait, does that mean I passed? Yeah. You got in. The only issues were your cursing and being too blunt at times. With that out of the way, how are you doing? Someone had to use a healing quirk on you for your legs and a concussion. You were out for an hour. They thought you would be unconscious for 4. My disrespectful self got an 85? I'm shocked. Slight pain, but definitely better than before. Where's the class? I put Ida in charge and sent them home. I wasn't going to leave you alone. You would have freaked out. No kidding. Strange. We aren't in a nurse's room, we're on a bench in the middle of the hallway. Somehow, that doesn't comfort me. However, I appreciate him staying. I won't ever admit it aloud. Why are we still here? Detective test unless you want to hold off? I can't blame you. You don't look great, kid. I remove his arm from my shoulder, stand up, and take some tentative steps. I look down to see all sorts of annoying bandages covering my body. Badass scars, but I have to prevent infections, another thing on my list. I need to do this. I'm tired of Nizu's easy cases. But first, I'm hungry. How much time until I have to take it? Much to my disappointment, a fruit pouch gets tossed at me. 10 minutes. I glare at the pouch. This is why I'm the cook. Shoyuda stands up, ignoring my statement. Might as well start walking there. On my way, ISCK that pouch clean. Food is food. However, you can't live on this. Shoyuda has to give me 3 more for me to feel partially satisfied, but he has to get me food on the way home. Part of the agreement. We arrive at a room that immediately catches my eye because there are monitors everywhere. A lady spins around when she hears the door open and looks at us. Oh hi. You must be the one taking the detective test. I'm the judge of the exam as well as the explainer because this is rarely done. If you could wait here, sir, I need to take Midoriya inside. I feel a hand ruffle my hair, and I glare at Shoyuda. Good luck, kid, he says. Yeah, better luck than you and Hisashi going on a date. I growl as I leave the tech room to enter an all-white room. Ma'am, am I finally going insane? She chuckles. No. This room transforms into your environment. Here's how this works. You will be thrown into a randomized case that you must solve within 4 hours in real time. However, every 10 minutes in reality gives you a day in the alternate world. Pay attention to this because clues can arise at any time and any place. You must be able to prove that you are right through clear notes. Also, you must follow all the ethics of being a detective. Finally, you're allowed to use quirks and abilities you have. In your case, since you can hack and build, you're allowed to do that in the system. Understood? I nod without hesitation because this is going to be fun. Alright, here's your pen and paper and good luck. She hands me a clipboard with paper and a pen, then steps out of the room. In a snap, the room goes dark before brightening up at the scene of a crime. A guy with a mutative ear quirk is on the ground with what appears to be a stab wound in the chest. Blood is on the walls and ground, indicating he was likely thrown around. I take a deep breath to calm down. We are in a dark alleyway with no cameras. There are also buttons in my line of vision to allow me to interact with things. This is going to be interesting. I start scribbling my notes while forcing my hand to write decently. That was fun. Not the situation, but the game. It took me an hour to complete, 6 days in the game, but that is the fastest time ever to finish it. The whole situation ended up being a Yakuza operation distributing a drag that temporarily enhances a person's quirk. This involved 5 other groups. The reason for the incident was that someone tampered with the drag, resulting in a tragic outcome. Essentially, it was a revenge act. I could explain the entire situation, but it took me 20 pages to do so. My notes got approved and I passed. In my hand, I hold my mostly useless provisional license with virus printed at the bottom. The only reason I need it is that, unlike my peers, it has a shield with a little hat in the bottom right corner. This says, "Hey, stop underestimating me. I can come in and help." The first case I'm forcing myself back. Into is the League of Villains because they keep causing trouble, and I'm not happy about that. Izuku. Shura's voice cuts through my thoughts. Why is he so serious? Yeah. Don't overdo it, alright? You're still a kid. Of all people, you remind me that I'm a kid? Seriously, where did your standards go? And now you're saying I can do things again. That's not what I mean, and you know it, Izuku. With everything that has happened, I'm worried you'll go overboard like always. If you're worried that I will leave you alone, I won't. I have standards to keep low. Otherwise, this story will fall apart. What? Oh no, we might need some serious repairs for that. Forget what I just said. How am I supposed to ignore that? You ignore the whole class by sleeping away your problems. Obviously you have the skill. Now stop being a smart aleck and use it. Oh, and food. Lots of food. And don't try pulling out more pouches because those don't help me. Grumpy. Izuku uses the Uno reverse card. It's super effective. By the time Shoyuta and I arrive back at UA, it's around 8 in the evening. During the car ride, despite his protests, I called up the detective and requested to be assigned to one specific case, the League of Villains case. The reason is pretty clear. If you don't understand why, then I'm not sure where you've been. I have to wait until I get to my apartment to access the information, though, because I want to read it on my computer. I also received another case, but he wouldn't share the details with me over the phone. Oh, and Sho brought me actual food. Hallelujah. First things first, I head to Recovery Girl and deal with her relentless nagging. It's not like I'm trying to be in pain, lady. And the whole needing more sleep thing? I felt a bit nauseous, but I recover quickly. Now, I need to check on my friends. As I walk into the Class 1A dorms, I hear music blasting as if this place is a bar. In the common room, a crowd of students is dancing in a way that I can only describe as a wild party. I know we stress these kids out, but wow. I turn around to see Shoyuta standing behind me. Can they do this? I have to ask. As long as they don't cross any lines, I don't care. Since we're witnessing this, you're giving the talk about relationships tomorrow, Shoyuta tells me bluntly. I look at him with wide eyes. Wait, why me? Because you wouldn't mind an excuse to talk about it, and I'd rather not. True. Well, I'm off. I start to walk away when I notice him raise an eyebrow. I'm surprised you aren't joining in. You took away all my clothes that would make me want to join that dance. Besides, I really want to look at those cases. I don't want to ruin their fun by joining in. You never care about ruining the fun. There's probably something on the list saying I can't participate. You know, similar to the rule about not eating sweets. I'd prefer not to be knocked out of the moment after dealing with Recovery Girl's complaints. Don't overdo it. Yeah, I can handle myself. With that, I head straight to work, ignoring Shura's response. Yes, finally something good. No more of these pity cases that A kept sending me. We are in the real world now. I haven't even touched the mystery file yet, but I'm excited about the League of Villains case. They're going down. I pull out the records I have on them and start comparing. Interestingly enough, we have about the same amount of information. There are only a few extra details. Someone is watching over us because nothing is drastically different. For now, I won't delve too deeply. I pull out another sheet of paper and start listing any theories I can come up with. Right now, with Shigaraki's army diminished, he's probably looking for new recruits. I'm not sure if he would join forces with other groups, but given how low the standards have dropped, maybe he will. Either that or Kurogiri will make him. They aren't in a safe position. Shigaraki is smart and should realize that. If he doesn't, he's the most oblivious person I know next to All Might. That's right. I compared him to his enemy. Take that. What? Who comes to see me at 8:30 at night? It's not a teacher either. It's a student. Wait, 8:30? I was expecting it to be later, but whatever works. I should answer the door now. I go to open it. Come on. What kind of drama has my life become? Bakugo, why now? Hi. Welcome to my disappointment arena. How may I help you this fine evening? I try to keep up the enthusiasm, hoping he'll go away because of how odd I'm being. Life is tough because it didn't work. Let's go, Deku, Bakugo snarls at me as he starts walking off. Sir, you're not supposed to be out at this. I don't care. Let's go. Why should I? If anything, I should be sending you to the principal. For once in my life, I try to be professional. You are beneath me. I don't care what your place is. You are below me. I hope one of the teachers heard that. I always thought you were the one at the bottom. I happen to be assertive unless I'm in a supportive role. That triggers him. Sparks fly from Bakugo's palms. I relent because I don't want to clean up his mess. Fine, let's go. I close the door and follow him. For all I know, he could be leading me into danger. Right now, I don't want that because I want to take down the League of Villains before anything happens to me. If he tries anything, he'll regret it. I'm glad I haven't taken off that silly headband yet because I send a quick message to the teacher chat. Hopefully, one of them will come to find us. Eventually, we arrive at a familiar area. I never did receive a response. If I end up in trouble, I'll blame them. Bakugo raises his hand for me to stop, walks ahead, and turns to face me. Recognize this area? Because he forced me out here, I respond snarkily, yep. This is where I outperformed you at the first hero training assessment. Oh, the memories. He growls like a feral dog. Why are you looking down at me? I give him credit for not attacking. Maybe those anger management classes are working. I have a feeling a fight is inevitable. With what I have, I'm at a disadvantage. I'm not meant for confrontations like these despite my gear. I'm meant to be support and intelligence. I can fight, but it's not my preference. Even with that in mind, my attitude doesn't change. I can't help it, I'm short. Give me credit for being honest. You know what I'm talking about. You're the one interpreting it that way. You're smart. Figure this out. We have different approaches. I'm disappointed you see it that way. There's a moment of silence. Then, fight me. Told you. It sounds like there's a small chance of avoiding it. We both know I'm not meant for this. I'm intelligent and supportive. That's an automatic win for you. Not really, but I don't want to get my uniform dirty. Then why do you act like you'll always win? Because it's possible. Look, I don't know what you're upset about. However, I've never looked down on you. In fact, I'm envious of you. You have the perfect quirk. You have respect. You have everything handed to you. You just had to maintain it. Meanwhile, here I am, struggling simply because I don't have a quirk. Quirkless Deku. Useless Deku. I take a deep breath before continuing. You shaped who I am, and for that, I thank you. But the moment I start to find my purpose in this challenging life, you think I'm looking down on you. Is it because I had to transition to become a teacher? Or perhaps it's the fact that you failed your provisional license exam while I passed. There are so many angles to consider. Kaken, I fought hard for this role. I'm not here to compete with you. We have different aspirations as heroes. I couldn't care less about the leaderboards because I'm going my own way. Do what you want. Bakugo scoffs. When did I have to start fighting against someone who was once so far behind me? Petty. Boom. Apparently, that was the wrong thing to say. The moment I uttered those words, Bakugo unleashed one of his most powerful moves against my chest. Logically, I fly back. The shock absorption in my shoes isn't great from the tests, so I have to attempt to land. I manage it without too much trouble, but I still feel the sting on my chest. To top it all off, my suit is in tatters. What is up with me getting hit today? What the heck, man? I know for a fact that Mitsuki taught you manners. Use them. I'm going to make him pay for this. Stop messing around and fight me. Bakugo charges at me again, but I don't think I can take another clean hit. I need to end this now. Ignoring the familiar pain, I take a deep breath, clear my mind, and vanish. I don't pay attention to what he's shouting as I maneuver around him and disable him with a swift move. I take a desperate breath as he collapses before me. I stare him down for a moment. Now, where to hide the evidence? Well, I would do that if I felt like being arrested. As a teacher assistant now, I have to make sure the kids don't get into trouble. Or, in this case, don't get hurt by me. Do you? Oh, he's not knocked out, just incapacitated for the moment. I see the perfect opportunity to tease him. Baka, I will leave you in the non-existent pouring rain that should be happening to make this scene dramatic. I'm doing you a favor, I say with a smirk as I lift Bakugo up. Ignoring whatever he has to say, I carry him back to the dorms. I'm not even willing to save him from the embarrassment. He ruined my suit, after all. I walk through the main door with him in my arms, and the curious teens turn to face me. Ida, the only neat one here, rushes in front of me, waving his arms. What happened? Just a little roughhousing, I reply as I start down the hall. However, something nags at my mind, and I turn to face them. If you plan on having a party tonight, please text me so I can go out, buy what you need, and give you the talk. I'm not willing to deal with any surprises here. If one of you ends up in trouble a week from now, I will lose it more than I did when my favorite ship got together. Understood? And don't come to me if you get hurt. Go to Recovery Girl. Thanks for listening to my TED Talk and good night. I didn't even bother to look at their faces as I left. With that out of the way, I take Bakugo to his room, pick the lock, drop him on his bed and leave. Honestly, I'm done with life because it's throwing everything it can at me. I make my way to my dorm and enter. I look down, noticing my chest is still exposed. That might need fixing. Removing the shreds, I head to the bathroom and start patching myself up. No, I'm not performing surgery on myself. Apparently, that's a bad idea, even though my alter ego has a medical degree. I admit that I took a couple of pain relievers because, well, an explosion to the chest hurts. Applying cream isn't much fun either. In fact, nothing about this is enjoyable. It's more bothersome than anything. While I'm applying the cream, I hear a door click. Izuku. Great, it's Shoyuta. Like many other times, I don't want him here. I'd rather he not see this, as he might go straight for Bakugo. He's getting better because he didn't attack outright. Call it compassion, but I want Bakugo to stay here. He needs time, like everyone else. Get out. I'm busy. I yell out. That might be my worst excuse yet, but I needed something. I hear his footsteps approach the door. Stop lying. What are you trying to hide, problem child? My dignity. I hear the door open, and I make sure to dramatize by yelling. Somehow, that doesn't scare him off. Shoyuta immediately notices my chest and sees the damage. He stomps over, takes the cream from my hands, and starts applying it for me. Shoyuta is quiet at first, but he eventually asks, "What happened?" Life being difficult. Besides that, Bakugo and I had a little scuffle. Don't worry about it, I handled it. He's incapacitated in his room now from the move. Izuku. Shoyuta looks up to glare at me. Tomorrow. Right now, I want to work on the cases after you finish this up. You're going to sleep after this. But it's only 9 at night. I usually sleep at 2 in the morning. I already took a 1-hour nap earlier. He finishes applying the cream, pinching his nose to show his disappointment. He moves on to wrapping me with bandages. Sometimes, people sleep to relieve stress rather than cause chaos in the teacher's lounge. You need it. You also need rest because of this. I'll even stay and keep you company until you sleep. After I shower, of course. So that's what the stock market has become? Wow, the standards have dropped. I'll wash and let you do my hair tomorrow if you do it. I consider it. Fine. Are we done here? Yeah, you brat. Come on. Since when did we upgrade to cuddles? No idea. Just makes me realize you didn't overdo the bleach yet. Wow. Harsh. Bleach is love. Bleach is life. Just come on. Is Zashi jealous? He's upset that I canceled his quirk, so he's cuddling with Nem right now. That sounds like something I would do. And how do you feel? I don't care. Boo. Boring. Where's the drama? I don't get a response to that. I stand in front of class 1A in the common room, preparing to make a memorable impression. Alright, so here's the scoop. With all that dancing happening last night, some teachers are expecting you all to be getting a bit too close, if you know what I mean. Wait, why are you the one giving this talk? Shouldn't one of the teachers or maybe the nurse handle this? Oh, Ida, you always crack me up. I mean, Shoyuta could inform you, but he's had enough of everyone's antics, so I'm stepping in. We could always get midnight if you'd prefer. I suggest. Yeah, let's get her. Mineta exclaims, but Jiro quickly silences him with her ear jack. I can't say I mind. No. Jiro takes charge. Neither of you should be teaching this, Momo chimes in. I can see myself doing it, but midnight would be great. The only reason she isn't is that Shoyuta worries she might encourage you all too much. And honestly, he has a point. However, that's not the main topic. Based on Shuta's requests, I can't tell you how to dance, so if you're curious, look it up elsewhere. Just make sure you're not connected to the school Wi-Fi while doing so. I'm here to talk about the risks involved. First off, does everyone know what SEC is? Thank goodness, everyone nods, a few blushing. Thank goodness for that. I really didn't want to give that talk. Now, the two main concerns are PRGNCY and STDs, or sexually transmitted diseases. For women, PRGNCY can be quite challenging, and raising a child is no easy task. I won't go into too much detail, but it comes with its own set of struggles. As teenagers, PRGNCY can be even tougher because you need a lot of nutrients, and adding another life to that equation is not ideal. Men are expected to step up as well. If you find yourself in that situation, don't be like my father and bail. That child is just as much your responsibility as it is the mother's. It's tough being a single parent. My own mother would be happy to answer any questions you have. STDs are something everyone needs to be aware of since they can pop up anywhere. They were first recorded in 1494 among French troops. That was just the beginning. When the Vietnam War started, things really escalated. People were deployed, unsure if they would return, and many chose to disregard traditional commitments. That's when STDs became more widely discussed, especially during the open-minded 60s. Class 1A looks at me with confusion. What's the Vietnam War? Kaminari asks. I wish I could bang my head on the table, but these kids are terrible at cleaning. Shouldn't this be part of their education instead of just focusing on quirks? I sigh, whatever. Anyway, unless you want to deal with some serious consequences, make sure your partner is free of STDs. Now, to drive the point home, I brought some images that I borrowed from Recovery Girl, so thank her later. I pull out the pictures from my folder and show each one while explaining the risks. By the end of my talk, everyone has retreated to their rooms. Hormonal teenagers. This is life. I huff as I gather the pictures and head back to the teacher's dorm. When I arrive, of course, Shoyuta and Hizashi are cuddled up on the couch while somehow managing to work. Alright, don't expect to be a grandfather anytime soon. Shoyuta looks up from his papers. But grandfather? You're protective of them. Therefore they are like your kids. If they have kids, they are your grandkids. Hizashi, who has been trying to hold back laughter, finally bursts out. I told you so, Sho. I'm glad someone agrees with me. Shoyuta sighs. I don't know where you got that idea, brat. Well, for starters, you did something foolish for them at the USJ. Then again at the camp. Now that they are on campus, I've noticed how you do little things for them, like leaving reminders. It's cute. I'm not lying, so don't call me out. Shoyuta never did that for me because I didn't need it, but these kids are just regular teens. They should be with their parents. Mom, Shoyuta, and the other teachers have custody of me for safety reasons. They're here to keep me grounded. Before you ask, that custody arrangement happened as soon as I moved into the teachers' dorms. I have a whole group just to keep an eye on me. How flattering. Anyway, most parents have to push their kids forward to keep them motivated. Yes, I'm aware of how this works. I have some knowledge about that. That I should have known you would pick up on that. Someone has to do it. Tell Yagi to step up too. I'm tired of him trying to be the cool dad. What? He's been trying to spend more time with me by doing things normal dads would do. What's worse is he's trying to do it like an American dad. I'll help him anywhere else. I just don't want to be his son. My dad already ruined that path. You haven't told him that? I did. He just turned up the volume on the television. At least he's learning something. Whatever. I'm getting to work. Don't mess around on the couch, I mutter as I leave for my door. That sure shut Hizashi up quickly. Sho, I got your papers. Why are the kids on the floor? I thought we were waiting longer for that. I ask as I enter the gym, seeing everyone but Todoroki sprawled out. Shoyuta takes the papers, considering something, then speaks up, "Class, gather around. Izuku, you're up for a match." With a groan, the class moves. What kind of nonsense is this? I just came here to deliver papers. I can feel my frustration rising. I want you to show that it's possible to defeat him. Who am I fighting? Mirio. I look to the field to see the said man waving enthusiastically at me. "Hi, problem child." Mirio exclaims. "Oh, so the big three are here today." For those who don't know, the big three are UA's top 3 students in their 3rd year. This year, it's Mirio, Nijire, and Tamaki. I guess Mirio decided to show off, which explains why my classmates are on the ground, while Nijire and Tamaki watch from the sidelines next to Shoyuta. Let me explain because we will see them around. I consider Mirio to be another version of All Might due to their blonde hair and blue eyes. The only difference is that Mirio has a more cartoonish face while All Might has a classic superhero appearance. If I had to choose someone who has the most control over their quirk, it would be him. His quirk is permeation, which allows him to become intangible. You can still see him, but you can't touch him. Because he doesn't exist, in a sense. He can pass through walls or fall through the floor. However, he loses his senses as the sense waves go through him, so he has to predict his movements beforehand. It's an incredible quirk, but it requires full control to use it effectively. Mirio is also very optimistic, much like Hisashi. Nijire, personality-wise, is an innocent version of me. She is full of energy and very talkative, with long light blue hair and a cheerful expression. Her energy is amplified by her quirk, wave motion, which allows her to create powerful shockwaves. This can be used offensively, such as blasting her opponents away or using it to propel herself into the air. Then we have Tamaki. If depression could take form, he would embody it. He looks like a little elf with his pointy ears and messy indigo hair. He is an extreme introvert, but he is powerful with his quirk. Manifest allows him to transform parts of his body into traits of whatever he has consumed. For example, if he ate a clam, he could turn his hands into clams or something similar. Can you imagine how useful that quirk would be for me? I eat 10 plates of food per day. I could transform into a colorful array for how much I eat. And that's the big 3. Now back to the story. I take a deep breath before exclaiming, "W2-. I am so shocked right now. What have you been saying behind my back, shoulda?" I feel like a redo of Harry Potter is happening here with Severus's adopted son or brother or whatever being bullied and Bakugo. This is unbelievable. Shoyuta quickly wraps me in his scarf, pulling me close and says firmly, "Settle down, brat. You're doing this either way, but you need to be careful with your injury, which we will discuss later. Understood?" Do I get a weapon? No, nor do you get to use your abilities, the students, or leave the room. This is starting to feel horribly familiar. How long did the class last? Less than a minute. And you expect me to do better? This is setting unrealistic standards. You know his quirk, so you have an advantage. You owe me, I state as I walk onto the field. Mirio smiles brightly. You ready to go, problem child? It's Izuku, and yes. Suddenly he disappears into the ground, leaving his clothes behind. Did I mention he goes invisible when he becomes intangible, unless he wears his costume made from his hair? Yeah, that's a twist. I start stepping backward, expecting him to reappear for a surprise attack. The advantage he has is that when he becomes intangible, I can't hear him. I have to stay extremely alert. My assumption is confirmed when he suddenly emerges from the ground, facing away from me. Seizing the opportunity, I rush forward and strike him on the head, guessing that he makes his head tangible first to hear me coming. Barely giving me a moment to escape, he spins around and attempts to punch me. I roll to the left just as he sinks back into the ground. Frustration bubbles up inside me. How is he allowed to use his quirk while I can't use my ability? You can erase his quirk, but not mine. I snap at Shoyuta as I turn and dash away in a random direction. I never receive a response. Mirio reappears, but he realizes this strategy isn't working. He shifts to offense and charges at me at full speed. I don't even try to block. You can't tell when his quirk is active unless you have exceptional hearing to catch the swipes of his arms. I jump back to avoid a hit, focusing on dodging with gritted teeth because my only plan right now is to wear him out. The issue is that he is much faster than I am. The moment he anticipates where I will dodge, I get hit. I can't ask for help. The room has no sand to use against him. Oh wait, I have my clothes. Nisa can scold me later, but this is about my survival. I start to unbutton my vest, but I get two. Mirio lands a powerful hit on my injury, sending me flying back a few feet before crashing to the ground. He quickly approaches to pin me down, but I trust my instincts and roll away just in time. In a moment of distraction, I rip off my vest and throw it at Mirio, using the opportunity to tackle him to the ground. I aim to pin him, but given our difference in strength, he easily escapes. I attempt to punch him in the face, but he catches both of my fists and throws me off. Before I can react, Mirio pins me down for the win. The weight lifts off me, presumably so he can get his clothes back on. I stay on the floor, feeling a mix of exhaustion and determination. For having practically nothing, you did amazing, Izuku. If you could use your usual moves, you would have won for sure. You might want to work on your physical prowess since you are on the smaller side. Mirio exclaims, his bright smile shining through his UA uniform. Yeah, I mumble, still catching my breath. I hear footsteps approaching and someone trying to grab my top. Stranger danger. I sit up and scramble back, only to see Shoyuta standing there with an unamused expression. Lift your shirt, brat, he says, his tone blunt. That's a bit rude, Shoyuta. I'm self-conscious, and the class is still here. I protest. Mirio, ever the good friend, glances over at Tamaki and Nijire. Take Class 1A back to class and keep an eye on them, he instructs. With two nods, everyone else leaves, leaving just Shoyuta, Mirio, and me behind. Shoyuta sighs, thank you, Mirio. Shirt off, kid. I glared at him as I lifted my shirt, revealing a burst blister with blood seeping out. The metallic scent hit me, and I had to force myself to look away to avoid feeling queasy. I shouldn't have made you fight. I'm sorry. I didn't think it would end like this. Mirio looked at me, concern etched on his face. I'm sorry. If I had known, I would have declined to fight you. I sighed. It's okay. My fault for letting myself get hit. And just to clear the air, Bakugo is upset that I'm doing better than him and wanted me to fight him. Shoyuta groaned. Of course. And you tell me this now? 3 days of housework for him. Mirio, can you take him to recovery, girl? Yes, sir. I have something to discuss with him anyway. Let's go, Izuku. Mirio offered his hand, but I stood up without it. Shoyuta shook his head as he left the room to return to his students, and Mirio and I started heading to the grumpy old lady. OCD, my man. Anyway, what did you need me for? I asked. Oh, I assume you know who Sir Night Eye is? He's involved in the Yakuza case, right? I believe I'm going to be working with him, but I haven't done so directly yet. For those curious, the Yakuza is another term for a mafia. This was the case I received alongside the League of Villains one after I got my detective license. I know everything possible about both cases and have been working on maps and ideas of what might happen, all of which I sent to Sir Night Eye. Let me explain who Sir Night Eye is. He was known as All Might's only sidekick, not anymore, and the brains behind All Might. How ironic. Sir Night Eye is a genius with the quirk foresight. I don't know the specifics, but he can see someone's future for an hour as far ahead as he wants. That's a very powerful quirk, especially if you suspect someone is a criminal. You just have to trigger it, and Sir Night Eye will know. He's one of the best hero detectives out there. Sir Night Eye can solve cases quickly, but this one has been giving him trouble, which is why I'm being allowed to work alongside him. Let Mirio continue. Well, he saw your plans and wants you to go to him for your work study. I stopped and looked at him, shocked. Sorry, lots of explanations in this chapter. Work study is like an internship for school heroes. Simple for once. Time to go back. They aren't required this year, but they will be next year. Hold the phone, seriously? I thought he was going to hate me for my ideas. Sure, they were logical but a bit out there still. You offered new insights. Sir Knight Eye believes you would be valuable to the case and wants to work on your skills as a detective. You can also do much more due to your status. Mirio meant being quirkless before I asked. It's a bunch of legal stuff, but technically speaking, I can never be a hero, villain, or vigilante because I am quirkless. As such, I can navigate the law more freely and blend in with the crowd. Being on work study with him would be useful to the case, so I'm in. I just need to get Aizawa to approve it. Alright, now to greet Recovery Girl. Ugh, hi. I've been hiding in my dorm ever since my visit to Recovery Girl because every time I walk past her, she glares me down. Look, lady, I didn't ask to be exploded. Blame Bakugo. It's not scary. It's just inconvenient. Since I'm stuck here, I've been working on minor cases because I can't get more on the major ones. I finish those within a few hours, so I've been keeping myself busy upgrading all my gear throughout the night. I was about to start on some new explosives when I heard a knock on the door. I huffed, "Come in." I looked up to see Shoyuta leaning against the doorway. "What do you want, Sho? Today isn't even your day for me to work on more of your cases, but you would be glad to know that they are sitting on the desk, completed. I got permission for 2 days with you as something has come up. Nisa decided to let a reporter observe Class 1A, who wants to write about dorm life. I need you to be there for the day as he doesn't want me interfering," Shoyuta informed me. I couldn't help but slam my head on the table. "Me too, kid. Is he trying to mess up the school? Dumbass rat." I screamed. "Get dressed and meet me in their dorms 10 minutes before 8. What time is it now? 7:30. I zoomed out. Could have given me a pre-warning, but I didn't even wait for a response as I dashed to the bathroom for my daily bleach shower. Shoyuta and I stood side by side as we faced the rest of Class 1A. Everyone settled down. This is a minor thing, and Nisa believes that if we allow the reporter in and show how happy everyone is, it will ease the nerves of the public. Izuku will be joining you for the day to observe. Please don't cause trouble, Shoyuta announced. At that final part, he turned to me. You are more likely to get a date than me staying out of trouble, I muttered as I adjusted my tie. I was still annoyed about the reporter being here. Mineta had to ruin the moment. If the reporter is a girl, I'm willing to show her everything. Thank goodness Shoyuta captured the little guy. Shoyuta growled while his eyes glowed with a hint of purple. Oh, he is doing the thing I do but less scary? I should ask about that later. He faced the class. I expect everyone to be on their best behavior. Of course, this was the moment the reporter arrived, and I immediately recognized him. Takuda Tanio, one of the best reporters out there. If you need the scoop on something, he is your man. His quirk makes it more convenient because he can make cameras appear all over his body anytime he wants and print from his chest. Now I was suspicious. Why would he do it on something like this? He has to be looking for something more. Overall, he had black wavy hair that was groomed, unlike Shuta's hair. He had blue eyes, but the pupils were unusual because they looked like camera lenses. He was dressed like a reporter should be, but he set me on edge as I tried to think of what he could be looking for. Shoyuta looked at me, seeming to notice my stance. No need to be so strict on them, Mr. Aizawa, Takuda said. They can be themselves. Hello, I'm Takuda Tanio. I will just be watching, maybe ask a question or two. Don't worry about me. Do what you want. He leans over to Shoyuta so most students except me can hear. I'm not sure if Principal Nizu told you, but I prefer to see the students here without any outside influence. But true. I shall be leaving. Ida, let me know if someone comes up. Understood, Sensei sir. Shoyuta looks at me, a secret message that I choose to ignore as he walks back to the teacher's dorms. Takuda chuckles at Ida's strictness. Well, what do you all normally do at this time? Breakfast, sir. No need to be so strict. I walk over to him and whisper, that's normal. With that, we head to eat with him taking random pictures of us. I'm disappointed with the students' cooking abilities. The classes were absolutely boring. I knew everything. That's why I'm generally not with Class 1A. I did learn multiple origami animals by using the worksheets, though. In general, Takuda did nothing suspicious. That is until the end of the day. I was with Aoyama getting pointers on how to strut when Takuda comes over. Midoriya, right? May I talk to you? I keep my act up? Sure. Lead the way. I have things to work on. I state with my usual attitude. We head out in front of the dorms and sit on the steps. So obviously what you did today isn't something you usually do. You were the watchdog for me. I can't blame them with all the villain attacks, but it makes me wonder why they chose you. Why you, Midoriya? Takuda, you interesting man. I know the underlying question. Why a quirkless person? I can tell when someone is about to mess up. Simple as that. Don't underestimate my intelligence, Takuda. Everyone here may be able to protect themselves, but not everyone can prevent it from happening in the first place. That's my job. Why are you not a detective? Why a hero? From what I have seen, someone in UA, presumably you, can solve cases quicker than most of our detectives here. You probably have a license for it now. Correct. Being a hero allows me two things. It allows me to be an inspiration for quirkless individuals, and I get to be involved on all grounds. I don't want to be limited. Since I'm answering your questions, answer mine. Why are you here? Takuda has the nerve to chuckle at me. Man, you are dangerous. With you, I can see that we will be fine. Don't avoid the question. I have a lack of patience for this with my ADHD. I'm getting there. I came here because I believe All Might has a successor for the new symbol of peace. All Might, you're not very good at hiding your secret. Kudos to this man for figuring it out. I believe I know how he figured it out. You're next. The last thing he said during his fight at the Kamino ward. It's a seemingly obvious statement for those who don't look into it. However, for anyone who focuses on it for more than a second, you realize that it's oddly specific. I huff. I should have known. I dislike the symbol of peace idea because it relies too heavily on one person, but it wouldn't shock me if he has a successor. You don't know. When Takuda means successor, I assume he's referring to training someone with a similar quirk. I don't think he realizes that successor means a successor for the quirk literally. That's hidden at least. The pieces line up, but I'm not usually involved with him here. He isn't even my teacher. I'm Principal Nizu's apprentice, as you might be able to tell from my Nizu cosplay. You're more mature than I expected. Yada yada, are we done here? I need to work on my legs. Nope. The audacious man decides to pull me close and take a picture with his phone. I growl and push him away. Dimin. Learn to ask, won't you? Takuda laughs. I'm going to have fun with your story. The first quirkless hero. I need to come up with a name, but that picture will certainly be in it. Something tells me that it is against the law somewhere, especially when they are underage. Partial profits if I get an interview later on? Oh, and don't worry about me sharing anything you told me. It was for curiosity. That takes me a moment to consider. Fine. But if you try to shove me in the gutter, I will shove you in jail. He raises his hands in defense. All right. I understand. Don't mess with you. Don't disappoint me, kid. I expect great things from you. He leaves without telling anyone else goodbye. Well, wasn't that a pleasant conversation? I need to keep an eye on him, though, in case he tries to start trouble. I go to the teacher's dorms and straight to the shower to wash off the remnants of our encounter. Guess who is finally stepping up to tackle the cases that the less capable heroes, like Death Arms, can't handle? It's me. I can finally put my extensive knowledge to use. The cases Nizu kept assigning me required less brainpower than walking. I stand beside Mirio, dressed in my Nizu cosplay that I tried to escape from, but Nizu insisted I wear it, in front of Sir Naitai's agency. Oh, Izuku. If you want to make a good impression, try to make Sir laugh, Mirio advises before we enter. I pause and look at him. Sir Nightai, one of the most serious heroes I know, enjoys a good laugh? I thought that would require some effort. I can't make Shoyu to laugh. Unless Sir secretly shares my sense of humor, I don't think I can make him chuckle. For once, I'm being realistic. Be proud. As long as you avoid your usual antics, you should be fine. My usual antics? Causing trouble. What counts as trouble? Anything that makes Aizawa-sensei angry. That he gets annoyed with anything I say. Actually, any action seems to irritate him somehow. Not true. He appreciates it when you're working on cases or when you're with the other teachers. More specifically, he prefers it when you're with the more responsible teachers. How encouraging. Let's go before I lose my mind. Got it, problem child? I suspect Shoyuta might have paid Mirio to call me that. But if he didn't, then Mirio is just innocent. He's smart but naive, so it makes sense. Mirio leads me through the complex building until he opens the door to reveal a surprising scene. A blue girl, Bubble Girl, secured to a board while Sir Night Eye observes her. It doesn't help that he looms over her. I feel compelled to interrupt. Hey, do you need us to give you two some privacy? Where did you expect me to take this? Sir Night Eye unclips her from the board without even glancing at me. I don't need to see you to know it's you, Midoriya. Oh, so I have a reputation without even trying? Great. Wait, is it good or bad? With my goals, I need to stay on the positive side. Sir Night Eye finally turns to face me and approaches swiftly. My instincts kick in, and I prepare for anything. I scan him for details. He towers over me in a typical white business suit that likely conceals hidden weapons. His green and yellow hair is neatly slicked back, and he wears glasses, though I can't tell if they're for his quirk or if he has poor eyesight. Wait, quirk. How is Sir's quirk, foresight, activated? Only he and maybe a few in his agency know that. My theory has always been that his quirk requires him to look at his target because he has a similar gaze to Shoyuta, but now I'm not so sure. Maybe it involves multiple factors? It wouldn't surprise me since, if I'm correct, his quirk only works once a day on one person for 1 hour. That's not something you want to use carelessly. I think it's pointless to use it now, but I won't underestimate the man's intelligence. He must know something. I step back, smirk, and say, "You're trying to use your quirk on me, aren't you?" Sir's expression remains unchanged, but he does stop. What gave me away? I was right. That was quite the assumption. I don't know the specifics of your quirk other than it has something to do with your eyes. It wouldn't surprise me if it requires multiple conditions. With how you were approaching me, you must need to be a certain distance away or have physical contact. This is all theoretical, so correct me if I'm wrong. The only reason I came up with that is that I thought the man before me was going to attack, so I just assessed you, and that idea popped up. I made sure to use sarcasm when mentioning the attack because I certainly wasn't planning on being attacked on my first day. Sir nods. So you do meet some expectations at least. You're correct about my theory. I need eye contact and physical touch for my quirk to activate. You never explained how you deduced the eye part of your conclusion. Simple. You have a unique gaze. Wait, that's not quite right. There's a certain intensity to them. I see it all the time in Eraserhead because of his quirk involving his eyes as well. I plan on researching to see if that's true for some quirks that involve eyes. So far, it seems accurate. It's all about quirk behavior, but it's controversial research. For anyone curious as to why it's controversial, it's because it relies heavily on speculation. After all, there are so many different quirks. It would take a lot to prove it for any specific one. Let's take Bakugo, for example, since I know him well and can provide evidence. For anyone blissfully unaware of his quirk, it's explosion. It allows him to create explosions from his palms, which sweat a substance similar to nitroglycerin that he can activate at will. The central aspect we're focusing on is his sweating. Disgusting, I know, but bear with me. Humans naturally sweat to cool down. However, they can also sweat due to strong emotions, whether from fear or anger. Who happens to be perpetually angry? Bakugo. Yes, his anger benefits his quirk by allowing him to sweat more. More sweat means more explosions. A person's personality can adapt to their quirk, so they don't traumatize themselves, but it can also enhance their strength. I was able to prove this with him because we understand quirkless human anatomy. However, with most quirks, it's not that straightforward. Sir smiles? I didn't know he did that. Sir Night Eye takes a moment before speaking again. You've proven yourself. Come on. Mirio, go start training. He walks off, and I have to quicken my pace to keep up with him. When I arrive at his office, oh boy. It's filled with All Might merchandise everywhere. And not just any merchandise, but the limited edition kind. The only reason I know that is because I had a few as a kid. They're now safely boxed away in pristine condition in case I ever need to sell them. Either way, that's going to take some getting used to. Sir goes behind his desk to pull out some paperwork. I assume you know what this is, Sir Night Eye says as he places the documents needed to join his agency on the table. You will be compensated for your work as a detective, as those skills are invaluable, but you will also be involved in hero work. I just need your signature. I take a moment to read through the document, and once everything looks satisfactory, I sign it. He collects the papers and sets them aside before pulling out a file. He places it on the table, and I immediately recognize its contents. Straight to it? I ask as I open the file related to the Yakuza case. After scanning the information, I close it again. I hoped you would review it while I inform you of other aspects not included in the contract, he replies. The detective provided me with the case, and the details are consistent. You have my full attention. It better not be something that will leave me at a disadvantage, or I will take action for not including it in the contract. Although I usually say this jokingly, I mean it this time. Sir frowns slightly. I thought you might choose your words more carefully. His response makes me laugh, and I can barely get my next line out because it's so amusing. The day that happens is the day a higher power comes to take me away from my earthly responsibilities. Sir sighs, and his demeanor reminds me of shouldas, which makes me look forward to our interactions. For the past week, I have been focused on two things, the Yakuza case and Shinso. Since the Yakuza case is quite the saga, let me give you a little preview before the main event. We need some light-hearted moments before diving into the serious stuff. Take the stage, Shinso. With Shinso's training with Shoyuda slowing down due to the rise of villains, I took over half of the training sessions to teach him some tactical skills. Shoyuda has been teaching him how to fight, train, and move stealthily, which is great, but you also need some strategy to back that up. That's where I come in. Did I get permission to make Shinso my student? Absolutely not, but I went ahead and did it anyway. When he joins Class 1A, he is going to shine. Oh yes, Shinso is entering the hero course. The reason we didn't let him join right after the sports festival was that we wanted him to have more training. At that time, he wasn't the strongest physically and was mainly focused on his quirk. Now, he has developed a range of skills. Let me give you the rundown on Shinso. Currently, Shoyuda has been teaching him how to use his capture weapon, and despite my teasing about it, I won't downplay the fact that it's an incredible tool. I give Shoyuda credit for developing something so effective. However, it's also one of the hardest tools to master. It requires creativity. I can think of countless uses for it, from mobility to trapping. Learning to control it can be quite the challenge. I have some experience with it, but I'm nowhere near Shuda's level. It's amusing how many times I got stuck in a tree while trying to use that thing. I feel for Shinso because he has gotten stuck more times than I can count. Shinso can use the capture weapon, but he still needs practice. His reaction time isn't quite where I want it to be, but it's functional for now. Plus, his hand-to-hand combat skills are improving every day. Shinso can definitely hold his own against some of the members of Class 1A. However, as I mentioned earlier, I wanted to focus on areas outside of what Shoyuda has taught him. For instance, I taught him how to use a knife since the scarf sometimes requires one, so it's good to know how to defend yourself. I also shared various techniques I know, from chi blocking to lockpicking. Unfortunately, it seems he struggles with some of the more advanced skills, but at least he can immobilize someone. Additionally, Shinso has been working on using his artificial vocal cords that Mei and I built. It's a mask that covers his mouth, allowing him to disguise his voice. It's a clever way to trick someone into thinking he's someone else, and then he can control them. With his abilities, there's so much potential for Shinso in the hero world. Today, I'm training with him because I'm tired of being cooped up in my apartment over that case. As I walk into the gym, I see Shinso waiting as he should be. When I enter, he looks at me and pales, likely due to the enormous wooden box I'm carrying. When I get close enough, I drop it to the ground with a thud. Izuku, what is that? Shinso asks, eyeing the box. I pull out a neatly folded piece of paper from my pocket and hand it to him with a grin. Alright, here's the deal. This is a puzzle box. You're going to solve it unless you want to stay in there forever. It sharpens your thinking skills because, as an underground hero, you need to be a bit of a detective too. I'll get a new puzzle for you every week, and you have to solve it. I don't care if the League of Villains is after you or if you're trying to impress someone, you're solving this first. Understood? I explain as I start walking toward the exit. The hell? Isn't there a way to do this without locking me up? He replies, looking annoyed. There probably is, but this is way more fun. Besides, I won't let you starve or anything. You'll be fine unless you grow old in there. With that, I close the door. During this time, I put all my effort into that frustrating case. I know we're getting close. I've arranged for Cat to drop off snacks and water every hour so Shinso doesn't starve. If he has other business, he can handle it himself. I've set up a camera to keep an eye on him in case he tries to escape. Not that it will work, but I digress. Time passes quickly. 4 hours later, Hisashi approaches me. Izuku, have you seen Shinso? His classmates haven't seen him since after school, and what's going on? Oh right, Hisashi is his homeroom teacher. I pull away from my paperwork. I'm having Shinso solve a puzzle box for me. He's doing pretty well, all things considered. How long has he been working on it? I check the time. 4 hours, I reply, noticing Hisashi's shocked expression. Chill out. I got permission from Nizu to do this. I hand him the permission slip. Alright then. Why a puzzle box? I wanted to work on his problem-solving skills. If the quirk personality theory holds true, then based on his quirk, Shinso likely has higher intelligence than his peers. It could be inaccurate, but that's why I'm testing it. He definitely has something to make it this far. I don't expect him to complete it, but we'll see. And how long do you plan on keeping him in there? Until he falls asleep. Actually, I told him he could never leave until he solved it, so I may have misled him there. That sounds like Shuda's logical ruses. I may have taken some inspiration. Ah, that's so cute. Izuku is following in his footsteps. Before Hisashi can finish, I jump out of my chair and tackle him to the ground. Finish that sentence, and I won't let you see Shoyuda for an entire week. I pretend to wipe away tears from the grown man's eyes. So rude. I'm well aware, thank you very much. I get off him, and we return to our usual routine. It takes Shinso a total of 6 hours before he finally gives up. However, he did make it halfway through, so he did fantastic. Now, he's a bit annoyed with me because I used a clever tactic. He can be upset about it all he wants, but as his teacher, there's not much he can do. We are now going back to the drama. As I mentioned earlier, I have been focused on the Yakuza case non-stop. I haven't even done any teaching work lately because of it. I am either in my apartment, training with Shinso, or at Sir Naitai's agency. I haven't even gone on patrol since then, as all my effort is on the case. Interestingly enough, we've had new evidence come to light over the past few days from the other work studies as well as from my own research. Ryukyu's agency, which includes Uraraka, Tsu, and Nijire, had to intervene in a confrontation between two villains with quirks that made them gigantic. They discovered that one of the villains had a quirk-enhancing drag in their system. If you were to show me just this case, I would have dismissed it as a loose end. But with my luck, I managed to connect the dots. Fatgum's agency, featuring Kirishima and Amajiki, also faced off against a villain. While Kirishima was engaged in battle, the villain injected himself with the same substance as the giant villain. This significantly boosted his power. That's just the connection. Here's the real twist. Amajiki was hit with a bullet that temporarily erased his quirk. Thankfully, the quirk repaired itself, but it didn't harm his body. This action aligns with Overhaul's plans to eliminate quirks. I suspect they haven't figured out the exact formula yet since the power returned. Right now, Sir Night-Eye and I believe they are in the testing phase of the bullet. My theory is that they are distributing the rounds for free, having unsuspecting individuals use them and then get arrested. It's essentially sacrificial experimentation. As luck would have it, Kirishima also got shot, but he was in hard mode, so we were able to collect material from it. I would tell you what we found, but I'll leave that as a mystery. Let's just say it's not good. Meanwhile, I have been concentrating on the base. I hacked the cameras around the building that Kat showed us to track movements. Eri and the others haven't come out, but I only managed to monitor one side. I had no idea if there were any other exits. Thankfully, Sir Night Eye provided me with a map of the place, which shows 2 more doors. Frustratingly, I sent a scout back to check for anything not on the map. As I discovered in my apartment, there is a hidden basement. If we wanted to infiltrate it right now, we would be going in blind. We have no idea how to even get in. We just know it exists. It's like something out of a maze movie. With all of this, we realize that we need more recruits. There are only 5 of us, 2 of whom lack experience, and that won't be enough for this. This morning, Sir Night Eye and I set up a meeting with several pro-heroes and their agencies, including some local heroes and a few major ones like Ryukyu and Fatgum. Right now, I'm helping Bubble Girl and Centipeder gather all the information to ensure this meeting goes as smoothly as possible. Midoriya, do you have a minute? I look up from the paperwork to see Sir Night Eye peering over me. I guess that's yet another advantage of being a diligent student. Before I can ask about the preparations, Bubble Girl quickly informs me, "Don't worry, Midoriya. We are done anyway." I mentioned that it feels strange to hear my family name as a hero name. I suppose I'll get used to it. After a nod from Centipeder confirming everything is ready, I stand up and follow Sir out of the office to the meeting room. As we walk, he begins discussing the agenda. I take this time to readjust my visor for the meeting. As you are my partner, you will be standing beside me during the meeting. I also want you to know that you can contribute to the discussion like the other heroes because you are considered a detective as well. I suspect you will be questioned, so be prepared to introduce yourself. As we've been doing, I won't limit you. However, please don't embarrass yourself. I can't help but ask, does that mean I can challenge them if their ideas are misguided? Yes. When they hear all the information, at least one person will likely want to interrupt. You should feel free to speak up. I look at Sir in surprise. Wait, seriously? I'm allowed to, Sunflower? He sighs at the nickname. As long as you aren't trying to do that thing you kids like to do. What thing? We do a lot of silly stuff. Where you insult each other. Oh, a roast battle. Honestly, you would understand if you tried one. I can already imagine your roast. Midoriya, I put on a blank face and use a monotone voice similar to his. All Might doesn't even need his quirk to knock you down. You would be blown away by his breath before he finishes his catchphrase. Sir Night Eye shakes his head, but I see a tiny smile. If this is how you kids spend your free time, imagine if that time were spent on global issues. They would be solved by now. They would just be worse with how we are. However, you have to admit that I was pretty spot on. The meeting is about to start in 5 minutes. Get ready. He retreats back to his office for anything else he might need. I spin around. You could have given me something here? No response. I guess you could say he isn't so sunny now. I stand beside Sir Night Eye, who is taller than me even while sitting, with clipboard and pen as Bubble Girl lets everyone in. Many different and recognizable heroes enter the room and take their seats. Right off the bat, I recognize Shoyuta, Gran Torino, Ryukyu, and Fatgum. The other heroes are local, suited for the mission we are assigning them as they should know their area well. Hey, Izuku. What are you doing here? I look up to see Uraraka in her seat, looking surprised. A few hero students are present, including the big 3, Kirishima, and Tsuyu. I nod to her, understanding the need for professionalism. I'm part of the case. In situations like this, please refer to me as Virus. I can almost hear the thoughts swirling around. Wait, didn't you go by Midoriya as a detective? What's going on here? Let me clarify. Midoriya is my public name. When I'm interviewing victims at a crime scene, I use Midoriya. However, in a professional setting with heroes and no civilians around, I go by Virus. It's a bit complicated, but that's how it works. I notice Uraraka looking at me with confusion, but she nods as she takes a seat with Ryukyu, Tsuyu, and Nijire. I scan the room, taking in the other heroes. With Cat connected to my visor, I can pull up descriptions of heroes in my right eye for more information. While I know the basics of most heroes, the specifics can be overwhelming. I'm familiar with the bigger names, like those on the chart on my hand, but local heroes are trickier. Thankfully, I've gained some experience working with them. As I search the room, I notice Shoyuta keeping a close watch on me. He seems to be observing me more than his other students. I wonder if he expects me to mess up. I realize I haven't seen him much this past week, maybe only once. His schedule has been packed with the recent rise in crime, and being a teacher leaves him with little free time. I'm rarely at school during the day now, and he's out at night. By the time he returns, he must be exhausted. I can't blame him if he's been resting with Hisashi, he needs it. I hold back a sigh at how tired he looks and hope he's taking care of himself. Sir Night Eye interrupts my thoughts, bringing silence to the room. We shall begin. Bubble Girl starts. The heroes of the Night Eye Agency have been investigating a Yakuza group called the Shai Hasaikai. This investigation was launched due to their involvement with a group known as the Team Reservoir Dogs. The police force labeled it an accident, but the report didn't add up. Let me quickly explain who the Team Reservoir Dogs are. They're a group of criminals known for their flashy costumes and quick getaways. They were apprehended by Overhaul, and aside from their reputation for stealing in broad daylight, their name is quite the creative choice. Centipeder continues, we conducted a follow-up investigation and discovered that the Shai Hasaikai has been in contact with other villainous groups and engaging in black market activities. We believe their goal is to expand their organization and finances. Shortly after our investigation began, the Shai Hasaikai made contact with the League of Villains, and we learned of a potential dispute between the two groups. However, we lost contact with them soon after. Gran Torino hums in acknowledgement. I assume Detective Tsukachi and I were called in because we're involved in the League of Villains case. I nod in agreement. Although I'm part of the case, I haven't been able to focus on it as much as I'd like, which is why I invited them. I want to ensure I have someone here who is up to date. Where is Detective Tsukachi? A hero beside Gran Torino asks. He's out on a case. Virus is also a detective on this case, so he likely knows more than I do. I appreciate the support, old man. Virus. Of course, they don't know who I am. I sigh and glance at Sir Night. When he gives me a nod, I speak up. I am Virus, also known as Midoriya Izuku, a student and teacher assistant at UA, and partner of Sir Night Eye. I asked you to be here because you are more involved in the case, Gran Torino. I apologize for pulling you out of retirement for this. Gran Torino huffs in response. I suppose it was bound to happen eventually, he replies. I notice the heroes looking at me with skepticism once more. I nod to Bubble Girl to continue. With these developments, we have requested help through the HN. Skip that part, Centipeder interrupts politely. I understand, but it leaves confusion on the faces of the first-year students. What's the HN? Urarka asks. Nijire answers first. The HN stands for the Hero Network. It's an online service that only heroes with a provisional license can access. It's used to track certain heroes' activities and request assistance if specific quirks are needed. Why are there kids here? They're just going to hold us back when the discussion gets serious. I search for the source of the comment, Rocklock. I have two observations about him. First, his costume resembles something a clown would wear, a green and yellow bodysuit with a yellow mask. Second, his personality is blunt and demanding, similar to Shuda's. I won't elaborate further, but that's all you need to know for now. I see Fat Gum preparing to defend his students, but I decide to intervene. He tends to be more emotional than logical in situations like this. They are here because their superiors believe they can handle this. If they couldn't, I trust the heroes would have made the right decision to remove them. Besides, they are all involved in the incidents that have led us to this point. I notice Rocklock watching me with an unreadable expression, but I focus on jotting something down on my board. Sir Night Eye continues for me. The Shai Hasaikai is suspected of being involved in selling illegal drugs, an area Fat Gum is familiar with. Can you explain the incident to us, Fat Gum? Fat Gum begins. The other day Red Riot, Sun Eater, and I were involved in a confrontation with a thug. During the fight, Sun Eater was shot with a bullet that disrupted his quirk. This catches everyone's attention. Are you alright? Mirio asks quickly. I believe he is. Why yeah, I recovered, and I can use my quirk, Tamaki says, transforming his hand into a cow hoof. Shoyuta informs everyone, that type of quirk injury is different from my quirk, erasure. A quirk is born into a body after the structure has been specially altered by plus alphering it. That is called the quirk factor. Erasure allows me to block the activation of the quirk, effectively cancelling it. However, I can't damage a quirk factor. Fat Gum continues. Sun Eater was checked into the hospital afterward, and results show that his quirk factor was damaged. Thankfully, it repaired itself, but it did not harm his body in any way. Due to Red Riot's brave actions of jumping in front of Sun Eater, we were able to gain a sample of what is inside the bullet. Me! Kirishima exclaims, looking confused about the whole situation. Wow, good job. Uraraka compliments him as Nijire and Tsuyu praise him. What was inside the bullet? Sir Night Eye asks, clearly wanting to get to the point. What was inside is what makes me sick. The lab found that the bullets had human blood and cells inside. Everyone in the room stiffens, except for those in Night Eye's agency, as we already knew. Ryukyu thinks for a moment. That means the bullet contains the DNA of a quirk that destroys other quirks. That makes sense, but what does that have to do with the Shai Hasaikai? Another hero asks. There is evidence of exchanges from the Yakuza group, but with so many connections, it's hard to link the bullets to them, Fat Gum states. Chisaki Kai, leader of the Shai Hasaikai, has a quirk called Overhaul. It allows him to disassemble or restore objects. He can break them down and then reassemble them. That quirk and the quirk-destroying bullets are related, Sir Night Eye explains. I see Mirio shaking, probably figuring out the connection. Sir Night Eye continues, Virus and Lemillion discovered that Chisaki has a daughter named Eri. She has no records, but we do have a recording of her and Chisaki. I mutter under my breath, cat, video. A soft meow can be heard as the footage pulls up on the screen behind me, as well as in my right eye. You already know what happens, so I will spare you the details. As the video plays, I start explaining. The first thing most of you probably notice is the bandages around her arms and legs. She was nervous, clinging to Lemillion and not willing to let go. That is until Chisaki pulls at his glove, presumably threatening her to use his quirk on her. With my luck, he wants to talk to me. During our chat, he clearly states his goal of wanting to eradicate quirks as they are diseases, and tries to recruit me as a double agent. I decline, and he just leaves. I have one of my scouts follow him to a warehouse that we don't have much information on. Even after watching it since then, there hasn't been any significant movement. It doesn't help that there is a basement with no records in the system. However, I would like to take note of Eri as she is our primary goal. I am sure most of you have figured out what we are signaling by now. Would he really do that to his own daughter? Ryukyu asks. Everyone looks somber at this point. Gran Torino sighs. In a superhero society, anything is possible at this point. Wait, what does that mean? Kirishima asks with worry. Rocklock scoffs. Again, why do we have kids in here? I am only going to say this once. We are wondering if this Chisaki is using his daughter to create these bullets. Silence fills the room until Fat Gum explodes. It makes me so sick. We need to go after him now. We wouldn't have to if these two had taken her from his custody right then, Rocklock states. It takes everything not to yell. I look him straight in the eye. If we were to take Eri right then and there, we would have been risking the lives of the civilians around us. Chisaki is not someone to fool around with. He isn't stupid if he is the one developing these bullets. Besides, who's to say that taking her away would resolve the problem? For all we know, he could already have a large amount of blood from her. Maybe her family is on the line as well. If we take her, what if another girl takes her place? Once we take her, the Shai Hasaikai will just go into hiding again. They will continue to go after Eri, leaving her mindset unstable. I want to get rid of them all at once. I'm not risking anything. Sometimes, sacrifices are needed. I grit out through clenched teeth. Sir Night Eye sighs. Virus has a reputation for making the right decisions, even if it means sacrificing something. If this is what he believes in, I will follow him as his plans have never gone wrong. However, I do take responsibility if he made the wrong decision. Ryukyu takes over the conversation. If you saw where she went, why aren't you going after her now? We don't know if she is still there or not. We don't have a video from every angle. There are multiple bases that she could have been transferred to, I say. As a map appears behind us, I wish for you all to help me by checking out one of the bases. One of the heroes points out, so that's why you called minor heroes. The heroes here are local to the areas on the map. Give this hero a medal. Fat Gum isn't having it. For being All Might's sidekick, you are certainly acting carefully. This is too roundabout. While we are here, that girl is out there crying for help. We don't have All Might here. I am doing this so we can maximize our chances of getting her back. That's why I need everyone's help, Sir Night Eye says in a calm tone. Come on. I snap. If we screw this up, we lose Eri for however long it takes to find her again, whether it be a day or years. We can't afford a mistake, Fat Gum. Well, that quiets everyone until Shoyuta speaks up. I have a question. Sir Night Eye nods, allowing him to continue. I don't know how your quirk exactly works, but if you can see the future, you can see the outcome of the mission. I consider that, but Sir's quirk is so complicated because it involves time. It is ridiculous. I assumed that since he didn't do anything, we couldn't use his quirk for the mission. Sir Night Eye sighs once more. My quirk doesn't work like that. Foresight only activates once every 24 hours for 1 hour. Imagine watching a movie from the individual's point of view. I can only see the person's point of view, their actions, and the immediate surroundings. Why can't you? Wouldn't that give us enough information? Let me give you an example. If someone dies, there is nothing I can do about it. Straight to the point, huh, sir? I only use my quirk when the chances of success are the highest. It's a precaution. Another hero interjects, but if we know who dies, we could prevent it. I have no evidence that it can be prevented. Everything I see always happens. Rocklock, clearly frustrated, growls, use it on me. I will show you that I can change that. No, I won't. Oh, how sharp. The drama I have come to expect. Of course, since I've invested time in understanding Sir Night Eye's quirk, I have a theory on how to alter it. Will I share it? Absolutely not. The materials needed are so rare that it hardly seems worth it. The room falls silent for a moment. Ryukyu sighs, we should get to work. We have a girl waiting out there. Sir Night Eye stands up. Our goal is to locate Eri and save her, in addition to taking down the shy Hasaikai. Thank you, everyone, for coming to this meeting. With that, he is the first to leave. It only takes a moment for everyone else to follow suit. I start clearing everything when I hear a voice clear behind me. I turn around to see Shoyuta. I need to talk to you, Virus, he states in his usual blunt manner. What have I done now? I sigh as I watch Shoyuta leave. It's best not to keep him waiting. I start cleaning up, which doesn't take long. Meanwhile, I contemplate what I might have done wrong. The truth is, I have no idea. Whatever. Shoyuta always finds something to complain about. After I finish cleaning, I step out of the room to find Shoyuta leaning against the wall. He pushes himself off and walks away. I consider sneaking off, but a glare and the scarf around his neck stop me, so I follow him. If Shoyuta is going to be suspicious, I might as well start this conversation. Did you have something to ask me about, Eraserhead? I keep my professional persona intact. Whether out of genuine propriety or a hint of pettiness is up for you to decide. Shoyuta doesn't respond. We continue walking until we reach a janitor's closet. He opens the door and gestures for me to go inside. Are you serious? I can't help but ask. Shoyuta is acting really strange right now. He sighs, I need a moment with you alone. And this is the best you could come up with? Without warning, Shoyuta pushes me into the closet, steps in, and closes the door behind him. What the heck? For the first time in a while, Shoyuta snaps. Shut up, Izuku. I need to talk to you, not Virus. Wow, he is tense. Ignoring my surroundings, I focus on him. What is wrong? This whole situation. I mean, you shoved me in here, so it looks a bit suspicious. I'm talking about the case. Shoyuta yells. I bite my tongue to hold back a snarky remark. For a couple of minutes, there is silence. Yes, I can remain silent for that long. Shoyuta doesn't even look at me as I think. It takes me a moment to understand the problem. I sigh. It's because the kids are involved, huh? Shoyuta meets my gaze and nods. I was going to remove them from their work studies with the rise of the league. Now they are in this. I want to pull them out, but that's not an option anymore. I will offer to do so if they don't want to be involved. However, I doubt they will. You kids are facing more than we ever did. They're going to have to deal with this eventually. It's pushing them one step ahead. Look, with the fall of All Might, our generation has to push harder than ever before. We both knew this was coming. I know, but still. I understand you believe in the natural selection idea with humans. However, I think we should be protecting them. We shouldn't be throwing them into this. I hum in response, not fully agreeing with his viewpoint, but I let it go. He continues, this is also about you. That catches my attention. Oh. The last few fights you've been injured. You're becoming reckless, self-sacrificing. You haven't been able to train like you usually do with everything going on. Right now, your odds are against you. Izuku, I considered pulling you from this case. What? Shoyuta, you know how much time I've invested in this, and you want to take it away. For anyone curious, he can do that. It's written in the contract. If the case is deemed too dangerous for me, Shoyuta and/or Nizu can remove me without objections. I personally think this rule is unfair, but my opinion doesn't matter here. That's the problem. Izuku, when was the last time you slept? Did something reckless? Worked out? Bullseye. I don't know. Friday, I swear you think everything I do is reckless, and last night. I've been trying to keep up, but I get distracted. Shoyuta straightens up at my answer. Izuku, it's Wednesday. I know. Thankfully, I keep track of the dates. Shoyuta sighs. I'm off tonight. Do you want me to stay with you? Holy cow, you're asking for permission for once. I'll be fine. Go be with your man. You better be. I will know. By what? Stalking me? Gut feeling. So a form of stalking. Got it. Whatever helps you sleep at night, kid. After this, do you want to train? Actually, I already have a training session planned. With someone you know. Shoyuta pinches the bridge of his nose. A name? I'll get in trouble if I say the name and you'll stop me. Fine. Can I go with you to make sure you're not going to an underground battle rink? I haven't been to one of those in a while, but sure. I should have known you've been to one. Come on, let's go talk to the students. Finally, Shoyuta opens the door, and I burst out because I am tired of being in there. The closet is disgusting. I see him shaking his head as we eventually arrive in the lobby, where we find the big three, Tsu, Uraraka, and Kirishima sitting with glum looks. He clears his throat to grab their attention. Oh, Aizawa-sensei! Uraraka exclaims. Shoyuta sighs. Please, I'm not your teacher right now. Call me Eraserhead. I'm going to be honest with you three, I was considering removing you from your work studies. Wait, why? Kirishima asks. You three should have heard. The League of Villains is rising, and Virus and the team have concluded that they are interconnected somehow. That idea was for safety reasons. However, with this new development, you are now stuck. If you want to be removed, I am willing to do that since you're still inexperienced. If you want to stay, there's nothing I can do about it. The three don't even take a minute to consider it. Kirishima speaks first. There is a little girl out there. I can't give up on her. I mean, you can, but alright. Tsu follows with a blunt, me too, and Uraraka exclaims, me three. Shoyuta sighs, I should not have bothered asking when I knew the answer. You all be careful, alright? Don't do anything reckless. Come on, Virus. He walks off, but before I can move, Uraraka stops me. Is Virus, what about you? Are you still involved? Wow, that catches me off guard. It takes a moment to come up with a reasonable answer. I give her a smile. Of course. I can't drop out now. I don't want this to fall apart, after all. That's why I'm involved in the planning as well. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go get ready for training. I don't even wait for a response as I wander out of the room with Shoyuta. Izuku, why are we in front of a prison? A very high-security prison. For training, remember? Is age catching up with you early? I'm just hoping you aren't about to do something reckless. What do you think I'm going to do? Start a prison break? No way. This place has the highest security for a reason. You would do exactly that. No, I wouldn't. I pull out my card, press it against the scanner, and the door before us unlocks. If anyone asks, say you're with me. I'm allowed in here. I start leading the way through the chaotic crowd of prisoners. Why? Shoyuta looks exasperated. Do you really want me to explain it around them? I gesture to the prisoners nearby. That definitely annoys them, but I don't care. We really need to get back on the subject. You better have a good explanation for this. I promise this is for training. Shoyuta doesn't seem convinced. Eventually, we arrive at our destination. We enter a familiar prison room. However, this time, there are hero bodies scattered around. Don't worry, they're just exhausted. I walk over the worn-out figures without a second thought to approach my target. Akaguro. Long time, no see. How's the training going? I exclaim as I approach the man formerly known as Stain. I haven't seen him since the week I worked with him to prove he would be an asset. He still looks rough around the edges, but at least he has muscle again. He looks up, realizes who it is, and immediately lunges at me. The nerve of this guy. I have to throw myself out of the way to avoid a punch to the face. Nobody thought this through because by the time I recover, I see Akaguro tied up in Shuta's scarves. Akaguro doesn't seem bothered as he laughs. You weren't kidding when you said you two were close, Izuku. This is the first time someone has caught me besides Izuku, so good job, Eraserhead. However, you're too slow, kid. You haven't been working out as much, Akaguro informs us. Well, any self-restraint that existed is gone now. Oh, call me out, why don't you? Shoyuta growls. Explain to me what is going on now, Midoriya. Someone is clearly annoyed. You know it's serious when he uses your family name. Alright, so a while ago, I worked out a deal with the government because I believed Akaguro here would be an asset. After tons of paperwork with Nisa's help, I trained here for a week during Nisa's classes. Since he has proven to be an excellent hand-to-hand combatant, the government has allowed pro heroes to train with him. They have shown excellent results. He wouldn't seriously injure me. He just did a test. I explain as professionally as possible. Of course, Nizu would be involved. You'll hear it from me when I get home, Shoyuta says as he releases Akaguro. Hurt him once, and I will not hesitate to take action, got it? I see the limp bodies stiffening around me as Akaguro grins. Holy cow, so Shota can be intimidating like me. Unheroic, but understandable. Everyone but Izuku and Eraserhead move to the back wall. Akaguro commands the crowd. In an instant, they scramble to comply. To answer your previous question, I have been able to get rid of some false heroes without causing harm. However, I have been training those who genuinely want to be heroes. I believe this is working out well. Why are you here, kid? I need training. Obviously, I've been slacking since my mind is more valuable than my body. Oh, and Eraserhead came as a partner. He thought I was going to lead him to an underground ring. I don't blame him. What's with the lack of trust in this room? I don't have time for your nonsense. Come on, kid. Eraserhead, take your scarf off. I've been working on getting people to fight together, so you two will be paired. Great, I mutter, feeling disappointed. I feel a light tap on the back of my head, probably from Shoyuta. Shut up, brat, Shoyuta mutters under his breath as we move to one side of the room. Akaguro goes to the other side with a grin. If there's one thing I know, it's that he has no countdown. Shoyuta doesn't know this. The moment Akaguro dashes at us, I reluctantly grab Shuta's arm and pull him out of the way to avoid a punch aimed at me. I let go of him to take the chance to chase after Akaguro. Thankfully, I managed to dodge a few hits before I have to jump back. By then, Shoyuta surprises him and pins him to the front. He's going easy on us. Darn it. Izuku, you know I went easy on you. From that alone, you performed better than these others. Let's keep going, shall we? Shoyuta and I get to work against him. Or not. We struggled. While we didn't get beaten up like I used to, it wasn't our best performance. However, Shoyuta and I unintentionally developed a strange fighting style. I'll call it the ping-pong fighting style. The best way to describe it is that we use each other's bodies to keep ourselves balanced while also using them as weapons. For example, if I pull Shoyuta out of the way, he would then use that momentum to swing me around. At the very least, it kept Akaguro at bay for a moment. After that, we would separate and attack together. It's unusual, but it works. I don't think we'll be able to rely on it since it's too predictable, though. Now, we are back at UA late at night with Shoyuta glaring at me. Look, I'm glad you're helping the community, but I wish you hadn't kept this from me. Would you have let me do this? No. Exactly. Shoyuta pinches the bridge of his nose. I'm not going to waste my time with this. You've done so much that I shouldn't be questioning your decisions, including this one. You're going to do this anyway. What I can ask is for you to let me be by your side. Let's do that partner thing we talked about now. I look up at him, surprised. I get that it's logical, but I'm still taken aback by his decision. I give him a bright smile. Sure. Just know that you have a say in this whole thing, all right? I see a rare smile from him. I'll regret this later. Now you should go to bed. After food. Took you long enough to complain. Food. Then go get some. Good night, kid. With that, Shoyuta leaves and I follow suit. It's been a couple of days since then, and now it's midnight. I was finally making progress on an invention when I receive a call. I answer, Sir Knight, how may I assist you? I have located what we need. I would like to plan the operation tonight and execute it in the morning. Are you available to come in and help with the planning? If I had been tired, I would have been wide awake now. I can do that. I'll be there in 10 minutes. See you soon. I hang up without waiting for a response as I quickly get dressed. Looks like sleep will have to wait. I grab Cat, Patchy, and my copy of the files before heading out. It's time to take action finally. We have the plan set up. Is it risky? Absolutely, but we're ready to take that chance. We called all the heroes involved in the raid at 5 this morning to gather here. Meanwhile, I'm getting into my costume. Virus is on the scene without a helmet. Of course, Cat and Patchy are coming with me because I need as much defense as possible. To be honest, I'm feeling nervous about this. Yes, I can feel it. Not about myself, before you ask. I would gladly throw myself in front of danger to stop a villain. The only reason I don't is that Shoyuta would bring me back and make me face the consequences. The reason I'm nervous is that Shoyuta is involved in this. I don't mean as a fighter but in a significant role in the operation. I know I came up with the idea, and I know Sho will accept it since it's the logical choice. However, it's a risky plan. The only thing he might oppose is my involvement, but there's nothing he can do about that. Currently, I'm standing beside Sir Night Eye as we let in some of the heroes from last time at 6 in the morning. We have the Fat Gum Agency, Ryukyu Agency, Sir Night Eye Agency, Rocklock, unfortunately, and Shoyuta. Sir Night Eye starts his announcement. We have found proof of where Eri is. Then, in the most professional way possible, he places a bright pink toy on the table. It takes everything in me not to laugh. How is that proof? Fekam asks. I saw one of the suspects picking it up. What if he just likes cute things? Fat Gum, we support gender equality and all that, but we have evidence. I used my foresight on him. That creates a shock across the room. What? Trust me, the way he used it was impressive. I have it saved on my phone now. I know how to get in and I have seen it for myself. We will be raiding it today at 8 this morning, but Eraserhead and Virus will be going in earlier to see how far they can go. Shoyuta immediately straightens up. Everyone in the room turns to face me. Rocklock steps forward. Hold up. We are sending a kid in first? Why? Sir Night Eye nods at me. It's my idea, so I might as well explain it. Overhaul is interested in me because I am quirkless. I believe he would let me in, thinking I might join his team. I'm bringing Eraserhead with me because I have worked with him before and for his quirk. If Overhaul and I think alike, he would be interested in Eraser's quirk as it has the function he is looking for. If we go deeper and meet Overhaul, Eraser can use his quirk, and we can take him by surprise. It could also go wrong, Rocklock points out. Anything can go wrong. Should we really be sending a kid into this? That makes everyone go quiet, and I have to bite my tongue. Ryukyu sighs, I have to agree. Virus is not usually on the mission. He's usually only the planner. Sir Night Eye finally steps in. I believe in Virus's and Eraserhead's abilities. It's a risk I am willing to take as no matter what happens, Virus can get himself out. The two robots will be going with them. Are there any more questions? If not, everyone can prepare. With no response, I walk from behind the table to join Shoyuta when Mirio stops me. Virus, let's save Eri together. He suddenly starts swinging his arms with energy that I don't even think I have. I got it and we will. I need to go talk to Eraserhead about our plan. I state quickly as I leave the room. I know Shoyuta too well because I know he is following me. I take him into an empty office and close the door behind us. Shoyuta sighs, you better know what you are doing, brat. I smirk. The goal is for you to get in as far as possible. You have the most valuable quirk here. If you use your quirk on Overhaul, he is done for. You seem concerned about Overhaul the most. I will be honest with you, I have been digging around the underground a bit. What? I ignore his surprise. And I found that he can easily eliminate people with his quirk. Everyone else we can resist. He is also their leader. Oh, put your hair up and wear this. I throw a black mask at him that covers his lower mouth to neck. With a grumble, he does as I ask. What's this for? He points at the mask now on him. Well, I realized your scarf can conduct electricity. I don't need you electrocuting yourself, so I made that. Oh, and it has a communicator. Alright. Anything I should know before we go in? Don't say anything unless spoken to. You already know everybody involved, right? He nods. I assume everybody else is after Eri? Correct, or they are backup. The other heroes have a signal because there is a chance of us ending up as bait. He nods. Let's get this over with. Shoyuta and I stand in front of the warehouse by ourselves, and I can't shake the feeling that we might be cornered. We probably are. I have my helmet in hand so they can see me. Cat and Patchy are behind me. Without hesitation, I press the buzzer. It takes a moment, but the gate opens to reveal a figure in all black. Okay, before anyone gets confused, I'm calling these guys birds because they wear bird masks. This is my way of teasing them. What are you two doing here? He asks, but I realize that he is using his quirk. To further demoralize these guys so you will dislike them too, their names will be based on their quirks. This dude's name is Confession. It allows him to force people to tell the truth. However, I'm just here to meet up with Overhaul. You probably heard of a Midoriya Izuku around here, huh? Oh, and this is Eraserhead. Eraser here has a quirk that could benefit you. I exclaim without thinking of an explanation. That is all the truth, but it's literal. It seems like my brain can work around even that, intentional or not. Good job, brain. Confession moves aside, and Shoyuta and I enter the place. Well, first there is this cute little garden. Since I have revealed who I am, I put my helmet on as there's no use in going without it. The robot animals follow behind me as we enter the building. As Sir Night Eye said, Confession presses down on some random planks to reveal a hidden passageway. With Sir's ability to navigate unlike me, he created a map based on what he observed with his quirk. I softly ask Cat to display the map in my visor. The map only warns us that we're heading into a difficult situation. Wherever we are going, it's off the charts. As Confession looks ahead, I signal to Shoyuta, be ready. We're walking into a trap. He nods, and I instruct Cat to send the signal. We enter a dimly lit room illuminated only by candles, just as Confession leaves and locks the door behind him. Of course. When my night vision activates, I spot Barrier and Strong Arm on the other side. Barrier can create his namesake, while Strong Arm can rotate his arms at incredible speeds, but he can only maintain that for a few seconds, an opening we need to exploit. I'm not too concerned about Barrier. At most, he'll shield Strong Arm from our attacks. I pull out my batons, charge them with energy, and take a fighting stance alongside Shoyuta, who has donned his goggles. Strong Arm, of all things, starts complaining, "Come on! These weaklings are using weapons." I scoff. This is where they lead us? I wanted a challenge. The frustrated boy roars and charges at us, shouting, "You will pay for that." Shoyuta and I leap to opposite sides. Shoyuta activates his quirk while I swing my batons at him. The rods fall short as the barrier deflects them. I huff and press the side of my helmet so only my squad can hear, "Patchy and Cat, take down Barrier." "Shoyuta, we need to focus on Strong Arm. He's too fast. If one of us gets hit, we're out. We need to keep him distracted. He can take out my robots in one hit." "Any additional information on Strong Arm?" Shoyuta asks. "His quirk can only be active for a few seconds at a time. I don't know the cooldown, but I estimate a couple of seconds." I see him nod from the corner of my eye. During our conversation, I hear Strong Arm yelling, "Let me fight them, Hikiji." Barrier calmly explains, "Overhaul paired us because our quirks work well together." If we're just talking quirks, Overhaul has a good idea. They make a powerful duo. However, their lack of teamwork is evident. It's like pairing Bakugo with me, just a bad idea. I didn't realize how strained their relationship was until Strong Arm attempted to punch Barrier. That's a classic Bakugo move. Thankfully, Barrier's quirk allows him to block the hit. In a twist of fate, Patchy chooses that moment to charge at Barrier. I program the bots to seize opportunities, but this surprises even me. The best part is that it was a brilliant move. I am so proud. Wait, we are on a mission. Shoyuta and I seize the opportunity faster than Gran Torino can fly. Shoyuta uses his quirk on Strong Arm while tying up Barrier. Meanwhile, I swing my batons at Strong Arm, restraining him and delivering a shock until he passes out. I pull back as I hear Shoyuta knock Barrier out. "That was surprisingly easy," I mutter. I see Shoyuta shaking his head, but I approach the locked door and unlock it. Shoyuta and I rush out, and with the map on my visor once more, I start leading the way with my teammates behind me. The radio in my helmet crackles to life. "Virus, this is Sir Knight. What is your position?" "Let's see, they took us in but paired us with Barrier and Strong Arm to fight. They're knocked out and we're back on track." "Is he Racerhead with you?" I hear Shoyuta mutter. "The idiot would have already left me if he wanted to." I reply, "He's not wrong. How are things on your end?" "We had to deal with Vitality Stealer outside, but we got inside. However, the Mimic is controlling the walls. We believe those two are on quirk enhancement drags. Lemillion went ahead by himself. We have 3 of them here. That's odd. Mimic isn't controlling the building here. There must be a limit. Thank the heavens for that. We should be meeting up with Lemillion soon. Thanks for the update." I turn off the radio, and after some running, we finally find who we were looking for. We have Overhaul, Eri, I think that's Chronostasis, and we have Confession. Basic explanation. Overhaul can control his surroundings, and Chronostasis can slow down people by hitting them with his hair. Time for the show. Geez, I don't even get a hello? This feels like a runaway date. Alright, you can either give her up now or deal with us. Just know that this is about to end either way. Overhaul glares at me. "Aren't you cocky? Get them, Sakaki." Suddenly, I feel dizzy, not the kind from standing up too fast, but the kind that feels like I've had too much to drink. I hear a grunt beside me followed by a loud thump, so I assume Shoyuta is affected too. I take a deep breath and spread my legs to steady myself. This isn't the worst thing I've experienced. I look up to see the 3 of them moving away. That's when slurred speech fills the air. "You can't stand, huh? Can't stand straight? There's no point in standing when I can crawl. Stay away unless you want to be plastered." I look up to see a character with questionable fashion sense, sloshed, pouring a bottle of gin into his mouth, but he's failing miserably as some spills from his mask because he's upside down. Patchy, cat, go after him. I hear a squawk and a meow. A moment later, after a scream and a body hitting the ground, my sense of balance returns. I turn to see Shoyuta slowly getting up. Are you okay, Eraserhead? I'm fine. I'm still affected. You. His reaction time is slower. Great. Good thing I have experience. I hear a sigh as we follow the path they took. Somehow, they didn't get very far. You'd think after a declaration like that, they'd move further. Nope. It's even worse that they don't notice us. I mute my voice for everyone except my team. Eraser, get Overhaul now. I pull my hand back. With a nod, Shoyuta uses his quirk on Overhaul, throws his scarf out, and captures the man. I activate my boosters and surge forward to reach Overhaul. I knock him out before they have a chance to retrieve him and rush towards Confession and Chronostasis. However, I force myself to stop when Mirio suddenly emerges from the wall, using his permeation to kick through to Eri and strike Chronostasis, who was holding her. Chronostasis loses his grip, and Mirio seizes the opportunity to retreat behind Eraserhead. Suddenly, a loud gunshot echoes through the air, coming from Confession, and hits Lemillion. Please don't tell me this is happening, I don't have time for this. I take advantage of the distraction, now that Eri is free, and swing my batons to wrap around Confession and Chronostasis, knocking them out. Once Shoyuta and I secure the three with quirk-suppressant cuffs, I turn to Eri and Mirio. Are you two okay? Mirio flashes a bright smile. Eri will need medical attention, but we got her away from them. As for me, I can't use my quirk, but I'll be fine. If I could facepalm, I would. That's like saying, hey, I can't use my limb, but I'll be fine. But it's true. Mirio insists. Shoyuta interrupts. You two can argue about this later. We need to finish this first. I nod. Got it, Eraser. Don't worry, Eri. We've got you, sweets. I notice Shoyuta smirking, but I'm not sure why. Also, how underwhelming, right? This is what a smart person can do. We smart people can prevent unnecessary drama. We just create our own. Once we got outside, we immediately secured Overhaul in a van and sent him off with the others. The only significant injuries were to Mirio's quirk, and Amajiki had a couple of scrapes, but nothing he can't heal from. I hope Mirio's issue isn't permanent, but my gut tells me otherwise. We had him sent to the hospital with Eri for a checkup. Oh, and Rocklock got injured, but he's okay. Other than that, everyone is either worn out or has some minor injuries. It's impressive because we were expecting much worse. I'm grateful to whoever protected us with my reckless idea. Shoyuta and the other students have already returned to UA to teach and rest. I, of course, need to be more involved. Right now, I'm learning what happened on the other side from Sir Night-Eye. I won't bore you with his lengthy explanation, so I'll summarize everything as simply as possible. Vitality stealing, someone who can absorb life to gain strength, came through the door before they arrived. The Ryukyu agency took care of them. Then they had to deal with some random gangsters. After they went to the basement, Mimic, a quirk that allows him to transform inanimate objects into his body, took control of the basement and caused chaos. Mimic threw them in with 3 individuals with the following quirks. Larceny, anything he can see, he can make appear in his hand. For example, a TV remote to change from the commercials. Crystallize, he can turn his entire body into crystals, similar to how Kirishima can with rocks. Food, the definition of me. He can eat anything non-stop, meaning he could even digest metal if he wanted to. Amajiki distracted and defeated them while everyone else moved ahead. Mimic continued his rampage, but then something interesting happened. I'll let Sir Night-Eye explain. Twice and Toga from the League of Villains were there trying to provoke Mimic. It seems they were planning to attack for a while and used us to their advantage. I don't know what happened to them. My mind races through multiple scenarios. They must have planned this from the beginning. I don't know how the League got past Confession, but Shigaraki is clever. It wouldn't surprise me if he found a way around it. I have no idea why he would be after Overhaul, but he must be after those bullets and possibly Eri. Maybe it's related to his quirk. I suddenly stop. Virus? Sir Night-Eye asks. Toga and Twice used us during the raid. This was all premeditated. I deny that we were directly included in the plan, but we certainly assisted them. Now that Overhaul's guards are gone, they only have to worry about whoever is with him now. If they want him, this is their chance. And we sent the bullets with him, so it's a treasure trove for them. This is bad. Patchy wing mode. Cat, I need the location of the van with Overhaul. Sir, who's there? Patchy squawks as it lands on my back. Snish. Be careful. I don't even listen as I take off. That took me way too long to figure out. It takes me a couple of minutes to reach a highway on a bridge. The League of Villains has already attacked, but they are still on the scene. I see the pack of bullets in Shigaraki's hand. There's a large boulder in the middle of the road, a police car completely destroyed, and the van tipped on its side. In the center, Overhaul is lying on a bed, still tied down, surrounded by the League. Ahead, I spot a suspicious black van. Patchy, detach from me and attach a tracker to the van ahead. The next thing I know, I'm soaring through the air. I take the opportunity to pull out my batons, ignite them, and swing at the group. Unfortunately, they all see me and move away from the bed. I land in front of them. Shigaraki scoffs. Again, Midoriya? Why do you keep getting in my way? I chuckle. I could say the same about you. I don't give them a chance to react as I rush them with my boosters, swinging again in whip mode. I have to pull back when blue flames appear and dodge it. With luck, I manage to punch Shigaraki in the face, even if it means sacrificing a baton with my right hand. Shigaraki grabs my punching hand with his free hand and starts to disintegrate it. I bite my tongue as it quickly eats through my uniform and onto my wrist. I drop my other baton, snatch the bullets from his hand, and kick him away. I tuck the ammunition into my pocket and grab my rods before hopping away from the blue fire. Hot, hot, hot. I joke as I weigh my options since the electric armor is out. I can either run or distract them until backup arrives. As long as the bullets stay with me and I maintain some distance, I'll be fine. I know I can't defeat them like this, so I don't need to engage in a fight just yet. Patchy, self-defense. I am willing to take the risk if there is a chance for them to be arrested. We should get it done and leave, Shigaraki, Dabi states as he observes me. Mr. Compress nods in agreement. Get done. I ask. Information is always welcome. Shigaraki growls. None of your business, brat. It involves Overhaul, who I brought in, so it should involve me. Look, if you're going to deal with him, go ahead. I won't stop you there because he's getting life in prison anyway. But if you're planning to experiment on him, that's where I have to draw the line. I explain calmly. It may sound foolish, but it distracts them and gives me time to think of a new plan. By then, the heroes should have arrived. Sometimes, sacrifices must be made. Shigaraki looks at me suspiciously. Are you serious? Sure. We might fight afterward, but I don't care about this guy. What about taking his arms off? Go right ahead. Just know that if you get caught, this will be added to your list of charges. Why are you doing this? Dabi scoffs. Revenge. That I can relate to. Alright then. I'll need to remember that. I step back and watch the group approach the bed again. I see Overhaul looking at me like he expects me to save him. Do I look like your traditional hero? You killed a kid multiple times. I listen to his cries as Shigaraki disintegrates one of his arms, and Mr. Compress encases the other in a marble. I didn't know it did that. That's new information I can take to detective. Back on topic, no heroes have arrived yet. It's likely because they aren't involved in the case or something. Shigaraki turns to face me. Enjoy? As much as a root canal. Not at all, especially with the sight of his disintegrated arm. Disgusting, Shigaraki mutters. That's what I thought about your skincare. Dabi, deal with him. That's our goal after all. I need to run. Dabi has a massive attack that could take out the whole area, including me. I glance to my left, closer to a railing and dash toward it. There isn't enough time. I can see the flames already. Dabi raises his hands to unleash when Patchy comes and knocks into him. Instinctively, he releases the flames toward me, but I have a moment longer. My body moves before I can think. I aim my right arm away from my body and use a burst of energy to push myself as far away as possible. Agony. I don't feel my right arm. Only pain. My right side warns me that I am too close. I leap over the railing, away from the flames, and force myself upward to land on my feet. I grit my teeth as my vision blurs from pain and tears. I try to check the bullets with my right hand, but the pain is overwhelming. I feel with my left hand to find them still there. That's something. From there, I just move. I follow my instincts through the dark abyss until I collapse. Instinct is key. Should's POV. Ever since class started, I can't shake this uneasy feeling that something is wrong. Logically, everything seems fine. We only have to worry about the paperwork the students will tackle after school and Eri. Izuku is probably busy with his assignments now so he can work with Shinso later. Everything is fine. I stick to the usual routine for the first half of the day. But as the day winds down, that feeling returns with a vengeance. I notice the kids seem off, but I push it aside to continue teaching the class, as All Might had another doctor's appointment at this time. While discussing hero laws, I hear a knock on the door, followed by it opening. I turn to see Hizashi standing there. I'm busy, I say, preparing to continue. However, Zashi interrupts me. This is serious. I already have ectoplasm here to cover for you, so come on. His tone is filled with a seriousness and worry that I rarely hear. It better be something important, or I might ignore him for a week. I sigh and glance at the students. You heard him. Behave. I step out of the room, passing ectoplasm, and close the door behind me. This better be an emergency. Hizashi starts walking away and I follow. It's about Izuku. You haven't looked at the news at all today, have you? That warning feeling returns, but I keep my expression neutral. What did the brat do this time? He's seriously injured. He's in the hospital right now. What? He wasn't hurt during the raid. What happened since then? Why does the media know before I do? I look at Zashi, confusion written on my face. Why didn't I get a call about it? I'm on his emergency list. What kind of injuries? Izuku's in a really bad situation. I wouldn't be surprised if the Hero Commission prevented them from calling you, or they only contacted Inko since she's his family. As for the injuries, they aren't saying much. However, there's a video of him in a fight. It looks terrible, I turn to Zashi and see tears streaming down his face. Instinctively, I pull him into a hug. He thinks. Nizu knows more than I do, so talk to him. You need to get to Izuku quickly. I pull back and nod, realizing we are at Nizu's office. With worry etched on my face, I enter the room. Aizawa. There's so much to tell, but so little time. I'll let you know which hospital after I explain the situation, Nizu says in a solemn tone. That's never a good sign. By the end of the explanation, I am sprinting to the hospital, completely oblivious to my surroundings. When I arrive, I rush to find Izuku. Izuku's POV. God, did you pick me up yet? Wait, no, because I am still here. This hurts more than I can describe, and that's saying something. Most of the pain is in my right arm, but it radiates to the corresponding side of my body. It's a dull ache, but it's manageable. Like my body usually does, I feel the urge to get up and move. My eyes snap open to a bright light that feels almost heavenly. However, I know I'm in a hospital. Izuku, you're awake. I should have known you'd wake up earlier than expected. How are you feeling? I turn my head slightly to see my mom sitting there, her face blotchy as if she's been crying for hours. Given her state, she probably has. What kind of injuries did I sustain to have her like this? I notice her pressing the nurse button. Just the usual aches and hunger. I exclaim as I attempt to sit up, but I realize I'm not moving as I should. A quick look at my body would help, right? I start from my feet and notice my costume is gone. That's expected in a hospital. There are small burn marks on my right leg, but I can't quite place where they came from. My left leg is fine. As I continue, I focus on my right side, feeling no pain on my left. The gown covers most of it, but I suspect there's more damage. That's when I see it. Forget what I said about the pain in my right arm. I reach my left hand over to my right side and feel around where my arm should be. All I feel is air. I slide my hand up to what remains of my arm, covered in bandages. Everything from my elbow down is gone. Suddenly, the memory hits me. Those blue flames rushing toward me. Patchy knocking Dobby over to partially save me. Sacrificing my right arm to save the rest of my body. Those flames burn my arm away. Yet, I'm not sure if it was worth it. I take a deep breath. It could be worse. I can work with this. And it's true. I can adapt. I watch Mom give me a hesitant smile. I know, sweetie. I know. Why does that sound off? Her overall vibe feels strange. Now that I think about it, what time is it? Just before evening. I must have been out all day. Anyway, it feels awkward being with Mom right now. Thankfully, a young female nurse enters. Midoriya-kun, you're awake rather early. We expected you to be out for the rest of the night. How are you feeling? Oh, and do you remember what happened? Okay, stay calm, Izuku. Besides the shock of missing part of my arm and the pain, I'm doing pretty well, all things considered. Oh, and I could really go for some hot chocolate. I'm trying to act normal despite everything, so don't blame me. That's good. We have you on a pretty high dosage, so we can't really increase it. Besides that, all your vitals look good. Now, some people have been waiting to come in for a while. Are you willing to take visitors? I think it over before nodding. All right, I'll bring them in. With that, the nurse leaves. Seizing the moment, I decide to ask, Mom, what's wrong? I'm fine, Izuku, she replies simply, but I know something is off. I've been around Nizu long enough to recognize that fine doesn't mean fine. Something significant is about to happen. She wouldn't be vague otherwise. That's when I get my answer. An elderly woman with shoulder-length slicked-back hair in a dark suit accompanied by 2 guards. I immediately recognize her. The Public Safety Commission president. What did I do to warrant her presence? Hello, Midoriya. I am the Public Safety Commission president for the Hero Association. However, I assume you know that given your level of knowledge. I am here for 2 reasons. I didn't even get to tell the whole story, only the part about losing my license when it escalated into chaos. What kind of nonsense is this? Thanks for the help, but because of the media, we need to stop you from doing good. Hizashi is furious. He's the most aware of the media because he works with it the most. He understands the struggle. Zashi, stop using your quirk. It's annoying, yes, but it's not worth making us deaf over. Shoyuta says as he leans against Hizashi, who is sitting close to him. Their bond has grown stronger, and it's taking everything in me not to comment on it. Sorry, Sho. I look away, knowing they're about to share a moment. After a moment, I glance back. I think you're stouter than me, Zashi. I just have to prove them wrong. You realize that most people still don't support those without quirks, right? Sure, it has improved since you came in, but not by much, Hizashi replies. Nemuri adds, you also lost an arm. All the odds are against you, Aizawa. They will use your personality, your quirklessness, your injuries, anything they can get their hands on will be used against you. I sigh. You're talking about the Hero Commission, huh? Shoyuta must have sensed something because he sits up and looks at me. What else is there? The Hero Commission offered me a high position there. They know I'm an asset, and I can use that to my advantage. I need to convince society that I'm worth it. Nemuri and Hizashi look shocked, but Shoyuta gives me a puzzled expression. Wouldn't that offer you a better advantage when it comes to strategizing? That's your strength. He knows me so well. Yes, but I declined it for multiple reasons. I need to become a hero to show what those without quirks are capable of. I'd rather be in the field to see firsthand what's going on so I can adjust the strategy. I like being involved in everything. However, the main reason is that even though I would have the authority, who would listen to me? Some heroes don't listen to the commission now because they lack hero experience, and they can't get in trouble for it due to the media. Why would they listen to me? I need to prove myself before I do anything with the Hero Commission. Shoyuta nods, while Nemuri replies, that's understandable, but how do you plan on convincing society? You make it sound like I have a solid plan. Plot twist, I don't. The only idea I have is risky. Everyone takes a moment to settle down after that outburst. This is why I stick to the underground now. You and Zashi are on your own there, Aizawa. Nemuri says as she leans back. Hisashi playfully nudges her, and I can't blame him. I sigh. I don't see why they couldn't just say that I was an underground hero and leave it at that. They're seriously trying to get rid of me here. Midoriya and Virus are two different people. I still need to look at that footage and see if I need to change anything on my costume. I need to build a prosthetic arm that works better than a normal arm. Wait. Everyone looks at me and Hisashi asks, "Are you okay?" Patchy is gone. He sacrificed himself to knock Debai over. I want to cry now. Hey, at least you have Cat. I calm down almost instantly. That's true. Cat can keep me company for now. As much as I would love to continue chatting, I need to ask May to build a robotic arm. After that, I'll check the news and see what's being said. But first, I need a shower. I stand up from my spot and head to my dorm. Be careful with your injury. Shoyuta calls out. Yeah, I'll be fine. After a challenging shower, I find May in Majima's lab. I need a robot arm. I need it to work with the same headset for Cat to control it. Basically, I want a better arm. However, don't add any extra features. I want just the arm. May seems very excited about this. That sounds perfect. Come here. I want to measure your other arms so they are the same size. Do you want it to look like a regular arm, or do you want it to be more robotic? I walk over, lend her my left arm, and give her a look. You should know by now. Badass, so robotic. Got it. Majima must have just returned from his dinner break because he is now coming over to us. Figure. How's the arm? He asks as he studies my remaining limb. Missing. I'm having May make a robotic one for me, using the same program as Cat and the nanobots to make it move. Majima taps his helmet. You need to be careful with that, Izuku. I don't know if it will bother you, but it will certainly take time to get used to it. Don't overdo it, got it? And Hatsum, listen to him. May and I reply with, yes, sir, and get back to work. It has been an hour, and we now have the blueprints. Thanks for the help, May. May gives me a bright smile. No problem. I've got it from here. Go get your license back. I'm glad someone supports me. I start heading back to the teacher's dorm when I suddenly get bumped from behind. Aizu. I turn my head around to see Uraraka looking worried. We've been worried all day since we saw the news. I chuckle, spin around to face her, and give her a one-arm hug. Sorry, Uraraka. Life has been tough. I'm trying to set everything up because I will become a hero with you all. Do you want to know what Uraraka does next? Too bad, you're hearing it anyway. She pulls back and punches me in the face. Like, what the heck? Actually, what is up with everyone punching me? I didn't ask for this. Then she pulls me back in for a hug. That's for worrying us. I'm glad you are okay though. Not anymore. I think you broke my nose, Yura. I retort, even though she didn't. Call me Achiko. We've been through enough to be family names. Wow, she is really picking up on my language. I'm so proud. And we are on first names. I think you're spending too much time with me. I don't mind. Do you have time to see the rest of the class? What time is it? It's almost 8, Aizu. Oh wow, sure. I don't think I can do anything at this time, anyway. Achiko lets go of me, and we head off to the Class 1A dorms. Time to practice opening a hand sanitizer bottle with one hand. I lived. I shout as I burst through the doors with Achiko. Language. This is what I get after having an arm injured, Ida. Standards are out the window. Wato, I can't even see them anymore. Momo steps between us. At least we know Izuku is okay now. Demonstrate, darling. Everyone quickly gathers around me. Bakugo growls, what the hell, Deku? You're not supposed to be getting your arm injured over here. I was lending my hand to somebody. They just happened to not give it back. Bakugo starts approaching me, outside now. Kirishima asks, wow, you're not going to let us admire Izuku's manly scar? Rude. I huff, more like a stub, but I can show. Then Bakugo can challenge me or whatever. You wish, do you? Bakugo scowls. I flip him off while I show everyone my arm. This is Mr. Stub. Please be nice to him. Momo shakes her head. Only you would name your arm. Tsu looks at Momo. Isn't this expected? I guess. I hear a slam of the door along with, "Hurry up, Deku," from Bakugo. I clear my throat. What got his feathers ruffled? Kaminari shrugs. No idea, Dad. No one does, Momo adds. All right then. I bid the class goodbye and head out to see Bakugo on the stairs. What's up, firework? Bakugo growls at the name. Deku, you better win that case. Oh, what's this? What are you giving me? What kind of plot twist is this? I thought you would be happy with me losing my license. I know for a fact that you will get on the charts somehow with how this is going. You may be going underground, but you still have to remain mainstream to do your Quirkless riot. With how involved you are now, you're still my challenge. I can't have my rival go down to something stupid. That's logical. Actually, he just opened my eyes a bit. Maybe I should focus more on mainstream for now and go underground later. I knew I needed to be above, but I thought I could stay mostly underground. I don't think I can now. Is this your way of saying we are cool after all the trouble you put us through? Don't expect me to say sorry because you were a pain to me too. You're not wrong, Kakin. I say with a smirk. Deku, you're the only challenge here besides Icy Hot, and he's nothing compared to you. If you give up, I will blast you to the moon myself. Icy Hot is Todoroki, for anyone curious. And I am finally seen as an equal. It takes an arm, but whatever. Someone has to keep you in check. Kakin stands up. I will beat you, Deku. With that, he stomps his way into the dorms. Thank you for the unintentional help. He doesn't hear me. I need to go to the teacher's building now. I became closer to two people. It seems like giving up a limb is the way to go. We are back in Nemuri's room, and I am frustrated. Mount Lady's gigantic quirk can shrink her back down to ground level with the rest of us because she doesn't do her part. I do a majority, if not all of her cases. I can tell you that the brain stays the same size when she uses that quirk. Yeah, she is a dump version of me. Everyone wants to be you, Nemuri. I know, darling. Shoyuta sighs to interrupt. Izuku, you can't go around insulting heroes to win this. I attempt to cross my arms. Hizashi does it on his show, and they love him for it. That's different. Izuku, with who you are, you need as much respect as possible. Once you're stable in the community, you can do that. Forget genetics. If I said I had an intelligence quirk, the media wouldn't care. I mean, look at Hawks. He tells the truth to everyone, and he doesn't even have to try. You're right, but you're quirkless and Hawks isn't. You have different battles, Izuku. What battle does he have? You would complain if you had his battle. It would be too easy for someone like you. You're not wrong. Also, Death Arms just posted on Twitter about me being part of the sludge incident. That's something to use against me. However, I can turn it on them because Death Arms did nothing. I finally got the newspaper printed about Death Arms' life being ruined. It's hanging on my wall above my desk. I throw Hizashi my phone because he's my greatest asset here. He understands emotions and media the most out of everyone. He needs to teach me the ways. Hizashi shakes his head. A lot of the people attacking you aren't that smart. It's the more shady heroes. For example, Mount Lady is known for using her status to get free stuff. That's true. Hey Zashi, can I do a work study with you once all this is over? I really need experience with the media. Heck yeah. Shoyuta looks up from his laptop. No. Besides, aren't you with Nightai's agency still? I am, but that doesn't mean I can't go through multiple agencies. Also, hear me out. Zashi might actually be the best for me. Sir Nightai focuses on detective work, and that's great for the underground side. However, Kakin pointed out, and I can't believe it took me this long, but I need to focus on the media for a while. I won't go underground until later. Zashi has the best media experience out of anyone here besides Yagi, but he doesn't count. Therefore, I stand up, go to Hizashi, and pull him into a playful noogie. You can't separate us. Hizashi nods quickly in agreement. He's right, Sho. There is silence. Then Shoyuta sighs. If you two cause trouble, I'm pulling you out. I let go of Hizashi and apply hand sanitizer. Yeah. You're just upset. You're not getting rid of me. I say with a smirk. I'd rather have less time with you. Offended. That's when Shuta's phone goes off. He groans, pulls it out and answers, Aizawa Shoyuta, what do you want? Yes, my quirk is erasure. I'm on my way. He hangs up and looks at us, Izuku, you're coming with me. We will be back later. Shoyuta stands up and leaves the room, and I quickly follow him. The man doesn't slow down as he heads toward the parking lot. When did you start riding a motorcycle? I should probably take this more seriously, but I can't help my curiosity. I have to in emergency situations, brat. Now, put this on and I will explain on the way. Shoyuta tosses a black biker helmet at me while securing his own. I manage to put it on, muttering, if I end up on the pavement, I'm blaming you and fate. You won't if you hold on tight. Shoyuta climbs on, and I follow, leaning some of my weight against him and wrapping one arm around his waist. I'm missing my other arm, remember? He doesn't respond as we speed off into the distance. I manage to keep my composure, and Shoyuta doesn't laugh at my nervousness. Eventually, Shoyuta starts talking. Eri's quirk is out of control. I brought you with me so you can see what it is. You need to stay by my side the whole time, understood? I'm only allowed because I'm underground. I know, Eraserhead. I get a huff in response. Whatever. We arrive at the hospital within a few minutes and make our way to Eri's room. Through the window, I can see her horn glowing, but it seems to have a limited range since it isn't affecting us. Despite the nurse's curious looks, I ask, has anyone been affected, and how long has it been happening? One of the nurses speaks up. One of the nurses inside was affected. We pulled her out. She said it felt like she was separating from her body. It's been about 10 minutes. Shoyuta looks at me. I'm going in. I want her to try and turn off her quirk first. It seems risky, but I follow him as he opens the door to the room. When he steps inside, he suddenly falls to the floor. I see Eri trembling as Shoyuta approaches her, but I stop him. I grab him and pull him back out of the room. That's when I notice his face is now clean-shaven. Interesting. Midoriya, whatever you're thinking, no Midoriya. Shoyuta tries to warn me, but I'm already stepping inside. Just like him, I collapse to the floor when a sharp pain erupts in my right arm. I bite my tongue to keep from crying out as the sensation intensifies. Wait, this isn't just phantom pain. I hear distant screams before everything goes quiet. The pain persists and I feel someone shaking me. Izuku, can you hear me? I focus on my breathing, tears streaming down my face. I open my eyes to see Shoyuta in front of me, visibly shaken. I look down and I realize what Eri's quirk does now. My arm is back. Well, not entirely. It will need to be removed because it's badly damaged, but it's there. Eri only has so much energy. I let out a shaky laugh and look past Shoyuta to Eri. I fight through the pain and manage a smile, instinctively saying, a rewind quirk. Your quirk is incredible, Eri. You can save lives with this. But what's even more amazing is you. Surviving those challenges without a guiding light is tough, but I'm glad you did. I'll see you soon. With that, I lose consciousness in Shuta's arms. At least I got my arm back for a little while. To start this chapter off, I want to share a quote from Namuri. Izuku, you are the only person I know who can manage to lose the same arm twice in a single day. To that, I say she is absolutely mistaken. There is a girl in Hero Course Class 1B named Tokage Setsuna with the quirk Lizard Tail Splitter. Yes, that's a long name for a quirk. Anyway, Lizard Tail Splitter allows Tokage to split her body apart for various purposes, such as spying and attacking. In other words, she can separate any part of her body, not just her arm. Take that, Namuri. Well, I'm still missing an arm, folks. I also have some minor burn marks on the right side of my body, but you barely notice them unless you're looking closely. That includes my face, but as long as I still have my hair, I'm good. With my life being the roller coaster it is, I can't catch a break. When I wake up from surgery for the second time today, drama ensues. See, I'm starting to dislike hospitals. Maybe this time I asked for it, but all the other times I didn't. I wasn't even supposed to come back here, I grumble as I sit up. Shoyuta must have heard me because he wakes up from his spot on top of Hizashi in his chair. In turn, it wakes everyone else up, including Hizashi and Nemuri. Shoyuta sighs as he looks over at me. How are you feeling, kid? Well, the phantom pain is back. Other than that, it hurts, but I can deal with it. I watch as Nemuri presses the button for the nurse. Great, another nurse. I hope I get someone nice this time, or I might lose it. Good, then you can explain something to me. Come on, I haven't even done anything wrong yet. Shoyuta gives me an amused look. I probably should hold back, huh? They did just wake up, after all. I'll be the judge of that. What's going on with you and your mom? When I called to tell her to come here, she said she didn't want to aggravate you more. She won't tell me what's going on. Immediately, that pit of anger forms in my stomach. I take a deep breath before I speak. I look away from everyone as I explain. Mom was there when they took my license. When I declined the job offer, she tried to convince me otherwise. She doesn't believe in me anymore. I get she is trying to protect me, but if I don't do this, who will? Shoyuta quickly realizes I am on the verge of losing my cool again. That explains why you were acting the way you were. Deep breaths, Izuku, he says. I do as he asks because I know that yelling won't help. The nurse comes in, this time a male. Midoriya, how are you feeling? Pain in the arm. When am I getting out? I respond shortly and straightforwardly. The nurse checks the pain meds. Unfortunately, you're at the highest dosage. As for when you get out, you will be released in the morning. Anything else? No. With that, the nurse leaves. Looking back at Shoyuta, I remember something and face him again. Eri has a rewind quirk in case you couldn't tell. She can rewind the body to a previous point in time. Shoyuta nods. And how did you figure that out? I noticed how you were clean-shaven after Eri used her quirk on you. For once, your attempt at a beard did something for you. Nemuri bursts out laughing as Hizashi tries to hold his composure. Shoyuta stares at me for a moment, then shakes his head. Only you would notice that. See? Sometimes noticing the wrong thing is the right thing. Shoyuta gets off of Hizashi, comes over to me, and starts petting my head. Go to sleep. I whine as my body instantly relaxes. Nemuri pulls out her phone to record, and I immediately give her a playful gesture. You need as much rest as you can get, kid. Thanks to all the medication in my system, I quickly drift off. Alright, here's the plan. Every day will be summarized unless something significant happens. Then, I will show that scene. We are covering the whole week here. Since the day I woke up is technically day 1, we are starting on day 2. Let's move out. Day 2. Many heroes are interviewed today to share their opinions on whether someone quirkless like me should become a hero. Surprisingly enough, about half say I shouldn't. I was expecting much worse, so hallelujah. It helps that I have worked with many heroes on cases, and I have never failed on a claim or raid organized by me. There really isn't much against me when it comes to my skills. However, a couple of major heroes stand out. Nizu releases the number of cases along with the number of successes. It's not something to laugh at. While most of these are minor cases, over 500 cases in the last few months is considered impressive. Sir Night Eye helps me immensely by defending me because he is the only person to have been a sidekick to the past number 1 hero. Hawks, currently the number 3 hero but technically the number 2 hero, defended me like a true champion. For anyone who doesn't know Hawks, he does whatever he wants. He's like me in a sense, but saner. That gives me some bonus points. Finally, Endeavor is somehow neutral on it. He pretty much said, as long as he doesn't become a liability, I don't care. I'll take it. Multiple news media outlets have asked for interviews, but most of them have been against me. I kind of need someone on my side. Everyone should know that the media can twist things to get what they want with editing magic. I would like to note that I said most of them. I do have an interview. I have an interview with Hizashi on his radio show tomorrow. To be honest, I was against it. I didn't want to jeopardize Hizashi's reputation because that wouldn't be fair to him. Not that I would know anything about that, but I digress. Anyway, After some intense convincing on Zashi's part, I decided to join. His defense? Izuku, my radio station is meant for controversial topics. I don't know why it's still up considering how much I criticize heroes and everything else in life, but it is. You aren't ruining anything. I've been ruining myself since the beginning. I mean, he isn't wrong. His show is literally him roasting people. With that in mind, I agreed. After that, I worked all day on finding evidence to support my case. I will focus on being quirkless tomorrow and continue from there. Oh, and I had my first arm cleaning with Recovery Girl. It was quite an experience. Day 3. I'm just going to share the scene from the interview. Scene. Chapter end.